This young man is Su Ming'an, a famous horror game streamer. He thought his life would be very happy, but he was plotted against by the person he liked 3 times. But thanks to that event, Ming'an discovered that he possessed a system and had the ability to revive infinitely. That special ability opened up his path to conquering the subworld, leading humanity out of the oppression of aliens. What events will happen next? Let's follow the next developments of this fascinating story. The story begins with the system sound constantly ringing. He has a bright and brilliant future, but now, he is dead. A man with a bloody face trembles and murmurs, "How could this be?" Blood gushes out of his body, causing him to scream in pain, "Ugh! Ah!" His body couldn't withstand the severe injuries, blood stained his clothes, and he fell to the ground, thinking, I'm about to die. Just like this, dying meaninglessly. Blood flowed from his mouth, his eyes staring blankly at everything in front of him. He tried to raise his trembling arm. Why did it turn out like this? I'm not reconciled. The system notification rang again, loading world game. Time began to rewind to the moment before, 3 hours earlier. Ming'an suddenly opened his eyes wide, startled awake, opening his eyes. He sat up straight. Su Ming'an, a student, a famous horror game streamer. Ming'an rubbed his eyes, thinking, what was that sound just now? World game? Could it be that I stayed up all night editing videos and misheard it? Opposite him was a woman with red hair, holding a cup of coffee and tilting her head, asking curiously, Su Ming'an, what's wrong? The atmosphere around him was bustling. Ming'an calmly replied, it's nothing, maybe because I stayed up too late last night. The woman crossed her legs, pushed a letter towards him, and said, then I won't take up too much of your time. This is today's topic. Our platform wants to invite you to participate in a real-life game. Ming'an curiously picked up the letter to take a look. Real-life game? Inside the envelope was a black piece of paper with crimson-red words. Take the world as the arena. Take real life as the health bar. Many people online. Infinite instances. Simulate the real world. Power-up special. Global players are enthusiastically competing. A high-end game is waiting for you to try. After reading it, he thought in confusion. What kind of messy setting is this? Ming'an put the letter back on the table and declined to participate, not interested. The woman picked up her coffee cup, took a sip, and said with her eyes closed, you can think about it a little more. Ming'an didn't want to argue any further, so he stood up to leave. Sorry, I'm really not interested. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. The woman calmly sipped her coffee and asked, if you leave like this, do you know what kind of path you're about to embark on? She looked at her coffee cup and said confidently, if this is your choice, then I believe you'll be back soon. Ming'an walked out of the cafe, scrolling through his phone, thinking dejectedly, how unreasonable. I thought this was some kind of sponsorship advertisement that needed a meeting to discuss. But it turned out to be a complete waste of time. He stood by the curb and waved down a taxi. Tonight is Shue's birthday party. Since there's nothing else to do, I'll go a little earlier. Suddenly, the system sound rang out again. Ming'an uncomfortably held his head and looked up. It's that sound again. He gritted his teeth, his head throbbing, thinking, it's been like this since last night, vaguely hearing something, as if reminding me that something is about to happen. Is it psychological suggestion, or some supernatural phenomenon? It's a world of science and machinery, don't play magic tricks like that. Ming'an got into the back seat of the taxi he just called, and news from the car radio began to play, now broadcasting the first news item, according to information released by the cardiovascular implantation team of the Science and Technology Institute. The two-heart surgery has entered a key testing phase. The news continued to play. In the future, combining 2 hearts may help people extend their lifespan. However, this theory is still in the testing phase. Please do not attempt to experiment without permission. He sat in the back and looked straight at the radio, wondering, he raised his hand to rub his chin, pondering thoughtfully. 1 heart corresponds to 1 human life. That is the rule of natural evolution. Biologically, the capabilities and characteristics of organs are fixed. Humans have no right to choose. If you want to forcibly go against this, seize the heart of another, it is inevitable to take their life. But the existence of 2 hearts. The existence of 2 hearts will trigger social issues such as buying and selling, transactions, power schemes, moral constraints, public opinion, emotional bias, electric car problems. The taxi stopped, and the driver announced, "We're here, 12 yuan." Ming'an leisurely replied, "Okay." He got out of the car, constantly thinking about it. They've gone too far. Whether or not I have two hearts has nothing to do with me. I'm falling into my old habits again. He walked to the door of his friend's house, reached out and pressed the doorbell. Soon, a girl ran out and opened the door wide. That girl was Shen Shui, Su Ming'an's high school classmate. She happily opened the door and invited him in. "Su Ming'an, you're here. Come in." Ming'an entered the house, blushing slightly as he looked around and asked, "Am I the first one here? Is there no one else in the house?" He followed behind her, smiling, but still a little puzzled. This scent, is she burning incense? Shen Shui, who was walking ahead, heard him and replied, "My cousin Lu Anna is preparing food in the kitchen. And the other friends will probably come later." Lu Anna poked her head out from the kitchen and called out to her, "Xiao Shui, you two go ahead and talk, I'm still busy." Ming'an greeted her when he saw her. "Hello, Auntie." Shen Shui led him to the sofa in the living room. She sat down straight and raised her hand to smooth her hair. He couldn't help but admire her. Shen Shui was the belle of the high school class. And there were rumors that she had a crush on me back then, causing no small amount of trouble. If that were true, would I have been single until now? Ming'an sat down next to her, and she turned to ask him, "Su Ming'an, what do you want to do after graduation?" He hesitated slightly and replied, "After graduation? I haven't thought much about it, maybe I'll be a freelancer." Shen Shui sat next to him, puzzled. "Then why did you choose to major in psychology?" Ming'an shrugged his shoulders and said dejectedly, "There's no special reason. When I was registering for a major, I searched the internet and saw things like, don't study economics, run away, don't study construction, run away, don't study education, run away, so I chose to register for a major that didn't have many runaway comments. And the result was great. I like psychology because I want to find peace in my heart." Shen Shui covered her mouth and laughed when she heard him. "Haha, you're so interesting." He rested his hands on the seat and turned to ask her, "What about you? What do you want to do after graduation?" She stopped laughing, her eyes looking straight ahead shyly. I want to see the sea." He was a little surprised to hear that. "See the sea? That's simple." Shen Shui lowered her head slightly, her eyes looking down at the ground, her voice somewhat sad. "I've never seen the sea, because I can't leave home too far. Actually, it's just a dream of mine. I also want to open a tailor shop, fix buttons, tailor clothes for everyone. I want to become a reporter, learn about the trapped miners, care about the bloody and tearful truths, express my views on the world. I want to try to live this life to the fullest." Ming'an paused slightly when he heard that. She turned towards him, pointing to the table with food on it, her expression cheerful again. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Try the bread, I made it myself." He happily picked up the bread on the table and said, "Oh, then I must try it." On the surface he was happy, but he still felt the atmosphere was a bit gloomy. "The topic is a bit boring, I have to liven up the atmosphere." Ming'an put the bread in his mouth to taste it. This bread is so fragrant, did you really make it yourself? It's much better than the bread bought outside." When he took the first bite, he felt something was wrong, his face turned pale in horror, he realized something, this feeling is. The drug began to take effect, and he weakly fell onto Shen Shui, crying out, "Shen Shui, what did you do?" His whole body was limp and weak. She put her arms around him, saying calmly, "I'm sorry." She put one hand on his head and took out a mouth spray with the other, continuing to excuse herself. "I just like you." Ming'an closed his eyes, gritting his teeth uncomfortably. "Too uncomfortable, my whole body is limp and powerless, is it because of the bread?" Shen Shui put the spray to his face and sprayed it directly, saying repeatedly, "Stay by my side forever, forever." He could only weakly move his lips. "Wait." She climbed onto him, raising the knife high. Ming'an could only lie there helplessly. "Wait." At this time, the system sound rang, a vortex of light appeared. "The world game has officially started," detecting that the player failed at the novice level. Ranking 0, about to enter the world game opening ceremony with 1 billion players. Unknown error occurred, temporarily paused, returning. The system continued to notify, determining the world line and planning the world ending. "You are dead. Do you want to reload the save?" Ming'an woke up and found himself in a strange place. his body surrounded by light, floating in the air. He wondered, am I dead like this? Where is this? He recalled what happened between him and Shen Shui. That's right, I was ambushed by Shen Shui. But why? Mingyan couldn't help but wonder, and that sound game, reload the save, could it be that I really got caught up in some strange event? 3 system panels suddenly appeared in front of him, startling him. Please select the save you want to load. Save time 1, Afternoon Street. Save time 2, Evening in Shen Shui's room. Mingyan was surprised and couldn't believe his eyes. What, there really are saves? He approached the system panel, looked at it, and thought, Afternoon Street, could it be that I was caught up in it from then on? That's right, at that time. The sound in my head also mentioned the game. Mingyan reached out and chose one at random, thinking suspiciously, clicking on this, can I really go back and change the outcome of death? Then the circle of light appeared, and his body gradually floated up and was sucked into it. The lights flying around him shifted, causing Mingyan to keep looking around. Mingyan was teleported back to the sofa in the living room. I really went back. Suddenly, the space turned blue, and the system panel appeared in front of him again, surprising him. There are also task notifications. Those panels appeared one by one with the tasks he had to complete. Notification 01. You are currently in the challenge stage of the world game. Notification 02. Current objective, survive. Notification 03. You have activated the hint mechanism. You can search for clues, change your actions to achieve different story endings. Currently the body has achieved the following story endings. He, happy ending, heart of an angel. T, true ending, she disappears. N, normal ending, the person with 2 hearts. He put his finger to his chin, thinking, it seems this is still the challenge stage, and when this stage ends, the world game opening ceremony with 1 billion people will begin. Meaning the real game is still behind. Although it sounds very absurd, since the thing of dying and reloading a save, an even stranger thing has happened, I can only face the reality. Shen Shui sitting next to him turned to ask him, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? She stretched her hand towards the plate of pastries, urging him to eat. Try some snacks, I made them myself. Mingyan sat next to her with a worried face. He inadvertently glanced at the corner of her skirt. The system screen suddenly appeared a notification. You have found a clue. Strange bulge, I discovered a bulging corner of the skirt. I am very curious what is hidden inside. I feel very curious about this. Clearance progress 10%. The clue has been saved to the clue bar. You can check it at any time. Mingyan stood up abruptly, facing her. I'm going to the bathroom. Shen Shui gently replied, okay. As he walked towards the bathroom, he put his hand to his chin and speculated, there's anesthetic in the snacks. I definitely can't eat it. The bulge under Shen Shui's skirt is probably hiding a spray bottle. Lu Anna is still in the kitchen. Few can't beat many. I need to think of a way to escape. If I go through the main door, they might directly take action. It's better to go into the toilet first, and then think of a way. As he walked, he happened to catch sight of a coat hanging on the rack, a white coat. The system notification rang again. Found clue, Vice President of Science and Technology Institute. Lu Anna, name tag, person in charge of the 2-heart surgery. Lu Anna, clearance progress 20%. Mingyan leaned closer to the white coat and smelled it. There was a very strange smell. This time the notification continued to ring. Found clue 4, formalin. Explanation of terms 35% to 45% formaldehyde solution, transparent, colorless, corrosive, widely used, including applications in body preservation, clearance progress 30%. He heard the system notification and was silent and puzzled. Why does Shen Shui's house have formalin? She doesn't major in chemistry or biology. Wait, wasn't the clue just now Lu Anna's? Mingyan pushed open the bathroom door and walked in, gently twisting the door closed. He walked closer to the bathroom window, raised his hand to measure. This window seems to be just enough for me to crawl out. Shen Shui's house is on the 2nd floor. Jumping down shouldn't kill me. Mingyan gently put his foot on the toilet lid and slowly climbed out. Suddenly, his other foot hit the wall, making a strange sound that caught his attention. He slowly climbed down and touched the part of the wall that his foot had hit. This sound sounds like there's a gap under the tile. Is there a secret compartment? Mingyan carefully removed the tile. It really is. Inside was a medical box, anesthetic, scalpel, diagnosis slip. He picked up the piece of paper in the box and read it. #1 People's Hospital of the Science and Technology Institute. Patient Shin Shui is currently being treated at our hospital. But her condition is worsening. In particular, a critical illness notice has been issued. Please inform her of the possible consequences, based on the results. The patient voluntarily gave up chemotherapy and completed the discharge procedure. The patient signed, Shin Shui. After reading the paper, he wondered, is this Shin Shui's? It seemed that through the piece of paper he was holding, he understood something, so that's how it is. He speculated. Shin Shui went to see a doctor to see her condition. Shin Shui's illness has reached the final stage. To prolong her life, she turned to Lu Anna with the hope of performing 2 heart surgery to extend her lifespan. She went back to talk to Lu Anna about this. Although the surgery seemed to have no scientific basis, those who were close to death, as long as they saw the last hope, they would be willing to risk their lives to grasp it. Through the above analysis, he remembered the image of Shin Shui holding a knife, and he was the lucky one she chose. Mingyan put away the paper. His eyes glanced towards the door. The analysis just now reminded him. The scent, I remember the living room also has it. Just as he turned his face to the door, as if seeing something, his eyes turned pale in horror. This is not good. Shin Shui pushed the door open and walked in, her face smug. I didn't expect you to still find out. Lu Anna followed behind, raising a knife to remind her, Shin Shui, this is an underground surgery. There's a lack of medical equipment. The preoperative examination will not be complete. Time is very tight, and the body has to be disposed of afterward. Take advantage of his being drugged. Hurry up. She replied, I understand. Mingyan, dazed from the drug, fell down weakly, wondering, am I about to die? This time, do I still have a chance? Once again, he was teleported back. But this time he was teleported back to the cafe when he walked out. Mingyan opened his eyes, surprised to raise his hand and look at it. I'm back again. The driver sitting in the taxi saw that he hadn't gotten into the car for a long time, so he poked his head out and asked, Hey, brother, I'm sorry just now, looking at your appearance. Are you still going to take the car? Mingyan took out his phone and looked at Shin Shui's text message, Su Mingyan, don't forget the party tonight. His face turned pale and he muttered to himself, Yes, I have to go home. Mingyan got home and it was already dark. He fell onto the bed, thinking, after dying, I returned to the save reload interface. This time I chose to return to the save of the afternoon on the street, to avoid falling into the end of dying at Shin Shui's house. He lay on the bed, his eyes beginning to narrow as he recalled, I confirmed with my classmates, no one except me received an invitation. This is clearly a trap aimed at me. It's just this game. Is it real or just an illusion? Mingyan raised his face, looking towards the ceiling and asked, if this is a game, then there must be a personal information panel. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue electronic panel appeared in front of him, causing him to open his eyes in surprise. Really? Suddenly, the screen of his phone lit up. He looked over and asked, Who is it? Inside were many text messages that Shin Shui had sent him. Why don't you reply to my messages? Aren't you coming to my birthday party? I've prepared tea and sweets that you like. Why aren't you coming? Did I do something wrong? A text message suddenly hit his eyes. Open the door, I'm here. Mingyan looked through the peephole on the door. He saw Shin Shui standing in front of the door talking inside. Open the door, Mingyan. He put his hand on the doorknob, opening the door for her, thinking, sure enough, she came to my door. It seems that running away is definitely not an option. If I don't pass this so-called novice instance, then things won't end. Luckily this time I'm prepared. Mingyan stood to one side, opening the door and pulling her in. Come in. Shin Shui entered the house, following behind him with a soft tone. Mingyan, you made me wait so long. Mingyan heard her and turned his head to reply, sorry, I was cooking. I didn't hear at first. He led Shin Shui into the living room, reaching out towards the plate of bread on the table and saying, try the bread, I made it myself. Shin Shui just stepped in and saw him say that. Her expression showed some fear. She stood there looking at his actions, not knowing what to say, secretly a little suspicious. Coffee, bread made by him, what's going on? The things that I prepared in advance at home actually completely match him. We are telepathic. Shin Shui's face was stiff, her mouth kept justifying, they are not things that I like. I clearly prepared the things that Mingyan likes at home. Mingyan stared at her and asked, so you're not eating? Shin Shui saw him ask that and went to the table, picking up a glass of water. Her mouth kept replying, eating, eating, eating. the food that Mingin prepared for me, how can I not eat it? She saw him cross his arms and stare at her, unable to help blushing, picking up the glass of water and drinking. Mingin, why are you staring at me so much? It's so embarrassing. Mingin saw her drink the glass of water, smiled and exposed her trick. I was thinking, if you are holding the coffee cup with 2 hands, how can you take out the spray bottle hidden under your skirt? Shui heard him say that and was startled. Her face panicked, accidentally dropping the glass of water she was holding. She squatted on the floor. Mingin pulled out the knife he had hidden and threatened her, don't move. Shui's eyes showed a little fear, stammering, Mingin, I don't understand what you're saying. Mingin, don't be like this. Let me go first. Her eyes gradually couldn't open anymore. Shui thought, my body has no strength anymore. Is it because of the coffee? Mingin held the knife close to her neck with one hand. And held her hand tightly with the other, he asked, did you come alone? Where are your family members? Shui's eyes were gradually closing. She heard him ask and was puzzled. What's wrong, Mingin? I really don't understand what you're saying. There's only me at my house. Mingin still held the knife to her, his face serious. I've investigated. Only I received an invitation from the class. There's basically no birthday party at all. What is your purpose? She saw his question and tried to justify herself. Mingin, really, it turns out you already knew. Actually, there's something that I haven't told you. Shui moved her lips. As the last word finished, he stabbed her with the knife. Mingin angrily acted decisively, answering one thing and deflecting another. The system sound rang. HP minus 200, critical damage, you have killed Shui, human, EXP plus 20. Mingin raised the knife, his face darkened and smiled. If you want to be by my corpse's side, then become a corpse first. At this time, the sound outside the door kept ringing, attracting his attention. Shui, are you inside? Mingin took the spray bottle and Shui's skirt, thinking, finally here. Lu Anna outside the door kept banging on the door and shouted, Shui, are you inside? Answer me, Shui. He opened the door and sprayed the spray on her face, causing the words to stop before they could leave her mouth. Lu Anna was dizzy, saw him and wondered, why is it you? He quickly reached out to grab her so she wouldn't fall to the ground. She was supported by him, trying to open her eyes and asked, you wouldn't be trying to harm me? Mingin laughed, stabbing her with a knife and mocking, you're thinking too much, just one more stab. Lu Anna fell down. He held the knife and stood there, mocking, it really is a meaningless drama. But at least this time I survived. The system sound rang, congratulations, you have cleared the level perfectly. Mingin stood there, wondering, finally, is it over? Suddenly, the two sides separated to reveal an orange-yellow vortex. The system sound rang again. This world story ending. True ending. The girl has successfully disappeared. The process of the novice subworld is very short. The official subworlds will expand the process. Mingin, with a blank face, looked up in disbelief. This again is. He was taken to a vast place that looked very much like the ancient Roman Colosseum. There were many other people there like him. An excited voice echoed around. Hoo, finally everyone is here. Welcome, everyone, to the World Game. Hello everyone. Before I introduce everything, I will introduce myself first, but it doesn't seem very necessary. A bunny boss suddenly appeared floating above. It quickly introduced. But everyone can call me Bunny Boss. It is a great honor. I take on the role of overall organizer of this game. Speaking in your way, call me GM, Game Administrator System. Mingin and the players present couldn't help but look up at it. Currently it is 3 p.m. on September 30th, 2020. 3 hours ago, the personal novice instance of the World Game officially began. The Bunny Boss continued with a sinister expression, the participants are the willing enemies of the human race. Congratulations to the chosen ones, you have the opportunity to change your destiny. There are a total of 1 billion players participating in the game. A blue ball appeared in front of it. The Bunny Boss waved its hands and shouted loudly, time on the enemy planet has been permanently frozen at this moment. 1 billion creatures of the human race who have been chosen will officially enter the World Game together. Please remember, although this is a game, it is not a joke, you can really die in this game. Mingin could only stand there watching, his whole body unable to move or speak, his face a little worried as he looked around at everyone. The others were like him. Unable to speak, unable to move, it can be said that the other party does not give us any chance to refuse or resist. Damn it, What is this about? An alien prank? An experiment of higher life, or the legendary main god space? Suddenly, a middle-aged man standing among them was surrounded by a light, frightening him and everyone around him. To balance the game, the older players have been readjusted to middle age. The bunny boss continued to give a brief introduction. At the same time, players with disabilities have also received corresponding compensation. The world game lasts for 1 year. Players will enter other worlds to complete their tasks for evaluation. A ranking list appeared, recording information about the players. Personal novice instance ranking. 1. Su Mingyan, 140 points SS2. Long Outyan, 128 points S3. Yi Liangchen, 127 points S4. Li Shaoshan, 125 points S5. Xiao Shui, 120 points S6. Tang Er, 118 points S. Huai UK, 115 points S. An illustration appeared of a player dying. A white soul appeared. It continued. At that time, players will be ranked based on points to decide what you can bring back from the enemy planet. For better game effectiveness, in the game world, death does not mean complete death. We can return to the main god space with those who did not participate in the game to observe others continue to adventure. The soul flew back to where the other souls were standing and reviewed the system panel. After a certain period of time, players can erase all previous powers and start the world game from the beginning. Or participate as an audience, through writing guides or other forms of entertainment without facing danger. A man was putting his face into his phone recording while doing a task, the bunny boss said. Players participating in adventures can choose to turn on or turn off the live stream. If the live stream is turned on, they will receive additional rewards. It grinned at everyone's confusion. Throughout the game, time on the enemy planet will be permanently frozen at the moment the novice level begins, until the world game ends. The bunny boss had a terrifying expression, squinting one eye, its tone extremely threatening. At the same time, if the total score of all players is too low, then everything will be erased. As for your final outcome, please grasp it yourself, he he he. Everyone present finally spoke. They all retorted uncomfortably, damn it, I can finally talk. Who the hell are you? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Am I still dreaming? I'm so scared, wake up. Damn it, am I going to become a tool for others to entertain again? How humiliating, and a live stream. I can't take it, a world invasion live stream? Ha ha ha, I've wanted to quit school for a long time. The legendary main god space, just my style. The bunny boss ignored everyone's words and continued to speak. Next, I will announce the details of the novice level to you. The first novice level, without any space tools to assist, completely relies on the physical and natural combat abilities of each individual. The number of participants is 11,142,798 people, of which 527 have achieved a ranking of A. 17 have achieved a ranking of 5, and 1 has achieved a ranking of SS. A dark light shone down on Mingyan from an unknown source, causing him to look up blankly. Next, please invite the first person to achieve the SS ranking to speak. Let's give him a warm applause. A microphone appeared in his hand. Mingyan thought in confusion, the person ranked 1 is me. The people around him were not looking at him. It seemed they were no longer aware of his existence. Could it be that this strange dark light has separated me from the outside world? The bunny boss looked at him with an interested expression, constantly praising. The person standing at number 1 from the enemy planet doesn't look simple at all. A person standing at number 1 is not simple. Don't be shy. Say a little about your feelings towards the rewards for the remaining players. Rest assured, we have instant translation. There is no problem with language communication. Mingyan brought the microphone closer to his mouth and began to speak. World game, the legendary main god space, he said, constantly thinking. The sound coming from the microphone seems to have been encoded. The tone has also changed, probably so that I don't become the target of everyone's attack from the beginning. Quite considerate. After realizing his advantage, his face became serious, no longer stuttering like before, although it seems a bit ridiculous to tie the fate of all mankind to a trial called a game. If we can't escape and have no choice, then we can only do our best to survive. After speaking, many notification boards from the system appeared in front of him. The bunny boss spread its arms wide and shouted, Well said, worthy of being the current number one. That's how it should be. Enjoy life. Enjoy the world game. So, today's welcoming ceremony comes to an end here. Oh ho! It suddenly used its power to gather black smoke and announced, now everyone will officially enter the game, and our first world is the Apocalypse world. Everyone there looked in fear at the black smoke gradually enveloping them. It happily wished them, wishing everyone a happy game. The system sound echoed in the dark space. First world, Apocalypse world, world game with a global arena. The Apocalypse world will be copied into 50,000 identical worlds. Each world will have approximately 20,000 players participating in the game. World start. As soon as Mingen opened his eyes, he was surprised to find himself and several other players locked in a large cage. At this moment, the system sound rang. Welcome to the world game, the first level, the Apocalypse world. When the world starts, you can use accumulated points to buy skills and props. The man in white grabbed the iron bar and shouted, "Damn it, why are we in this place? Have we been locked up from the beginning?" The boy with glasses standing behind saw this and raised his hand to lift his glasses and said, "It doesn't look like a good start. We don't even know the specific time of this game world is. Damn it, there is still too little information." The man in the vest standing next to him put his hands in his pockets and asked indifferently, "You guys, does anyone know what's going on? What is the apocalypse? Why are we locked up here?" Mingen glanced around. His eyes met a pair of sisters holding hands in the corner of the room. He stood observing everyone around, thinking, including me, there are a total of 6 people here. Is this game in small group mode? At this time, his own system sound rang. Next, enter the skill acquisition phase, checking that the player is at a level completed perfectly. The probability of obtaining advanced skills will greatly increase. The cost of one draw is 120 points. Do you want to choose? The system panel showed all the explanatory information for him to see. His image was covered by a white power. The person opposite was exactly like him but was covered by a purple power like an illusion. Mingen's eyes began to narrow at this moment. The starting power is too weak, and I don't understand the current situation. I have to improve my combat power first. Use up the remaining 100 points in one go. A blue phantom hand appeared, consumed 80 points. You have obtained the potential advanced skill, blue level, Mindy, can evolve. At this moment, all the blue power was absorbed into his body. Mingen was surprised and put his hands out to take a look. Consumed 20 points, strength +1. Spirit +1, attribute subdimension. Each point consumes 10 points. Congratulations to the player for breaking through spirit to 10 points. You have obtained the basic skill. Spirit resistance. Spirit resistance IV passive skill. You will have a certain ability to resist mental attacks from others. Your combat power is 188. The man in the vest stood with his arms crossed and began to speak loudly. Hey, you guys talk, don't just stand there like mutes. The boy with glasses pushed his glasses up and began to say his analysis. Based on my analysis, we are currently in a place like a prison. Opening the door with strength is definitely not effective. Everyone's current force is definitely not enough to do that. In his head, he kept calculating, my current combat power is 86, probably in the above average category. Maybe even the strongest in this team. The boy continued with his arms crossed. Anyway, we can't get out for the time being. I think everyone can communicate a bit, understand each other more, and each person can also share their views. He thought confidently about himself. If it's a team battle, then I naturally have to play first, so that they subconsciously see me as the leader. The man in white who was yelling earlier came out and put his arm around his shoulder, saying, Well, you're right, I'm a rude person, I can't think of any plans. Maybe this time I have to let you take on the role of strategist for our team. The boy with glasses gave a stiff smile and replied, Ha ha ha, it's okay, I will definitely do my best to help everyone. At this time, the man noticed Mingen and shouted at him, Hey, didn't you hear his analysis? The situation is still unclear, don't rush around. Mingen reached out his hand at this time, using his power to burn the lock, causing it to melt gradually. He pushed open the iron door of the room, putting his hands in his pockets and walking out leisurely. The 2 men who had been talking so much were silent, looking in surprise. Damn, how did he get out? The system sound echoed through a long corridor. Welcome all players to the first world. The system panel appeared, briefly introducing the plot for him to understand. Mingen pushed open the door of a room and walked in. The tasks are always divided into levels. It is quite humane. He kept calculating in his head. The accompanying backpack function is a space with the size of 1 cubic meter. I just found 2 flashlights and put them in it. I have to continue to collect useful things. As soon as he stepped in, something sharp grazed him, surprising him and causing him to dodge. He held the knife tightly, sitting on top of him, raising the knife to defend, her face uncomfortably gritting her teeth. Mingin smiled, his eyes gradually brightening as he reached out to touch the knife and said, "You want to kill me? If you want to kill someone, it's best to be a little more decisive." The knife in her hand gradually disappeared, causing her to stare in surprise. "Look, whether you kill or not, it's just giving you a chance." At this time, the TV screen not far away suddenly lit up, attracting the attention of both of them. Buzz buzz. Inside, the host was reporting on some issue. The strange disease that ravaged Hengdong City last year has been effectively controlled this year. According to observations, elements in mushroom products can effectively help people prevent the disease. Major hospitals have begun to produce vaccines through extraction from mushrooms. He looked at him and asked worriedly, "How long do you want to watch TV?" Mingin's eyes were still fixed on the TV as he replied, "Or you can get off me first." The TV screen began to flicker, but the sound kept coming out. "Please residents pay attention to nationwide sanitation. Try to avoid large-scale gatherings, we will. Please believe in the government." Mingin took out 2 flashlights, handing one to her, thinking with interest. "Only she followed me out of the house to explore. Maybe this woman isn't so stupid. She saw this and asked for me?" He heard this and replied, "A flashlight. It probably won't kill anyone. Not afraid of providing you with a murder weapon, take it." Mingin turned on the flashlight to investigate. The system sound continued to ring. "Item you have discovered, petri dish. Item you have discovered, empty laboratory. Item you have discovered, old tattered falsehood. You have discovered clue number 8, test tube containing liquid." He approached a cabinet. When he shone the flashlight on it, one of the jars suddenly lit up. The system sound rang. "Clue number 8, bottle containing liquid. There is suspicious liquid inside, which may help in detecting the truth. Note, the nature of this liquid can be determined through the appraisal technique, or skills related to chemistry." The system continued to report, "The clue has been recorded in the clue bar. You can view it at any time. Received 10 stars 1 exploration point." Mingin held up the purple glass jar to take a look. Behind the clue was the word heart, meaning, there are at least 8 clues. He held the flashlight and shone it around, not seeing anything, and turned to say to him, "I didn't find anything useful here, what about you?" Suddenly something pulled her leg, causing her to stagger and shout, "Damn, something's pulling me." Mingin smirked, reached out to pull her hand and said, "Want to know what's pulling you? Prepare yourself mentally." She looked terrified, constantly asking him while looking back. "Prepare myself mentally, do you mean it will scare me?" He stood straight, holding the flashlight shining ahead, turning her head to scold him, "You devil, your flirting skills are too poor. How could I be scared by something I hear?" Mingin stood next to her with his arms crossed, smiling brightly. At this time, her eyes flashed in horror, then widened as if seeing something. In front of Rohi and Mingin was the corpse of a person gradually turning purple. Mushrooms were gradually growing all over their body. She screamed in horror, "Aya!" Mingin stepped forward and shone the flashlight down to examine. "It seems this matter is related to mushrooms, but I don't know if the end of the world has started yet." She stuttered to him, You're still going to look?" He squatted down to see more clearly, then noticed a handprint on the wall. This is." Mingin ordered Rohi to stand behind him. "Close your eyes." She asked in confusion, "What?" He turned his head, with an extremely interested expression. "Afraid you'll see things even more terrifying. Be good, don't look." At this time, the flashlight being held in her hand suddenly flickered off. "Die." Rohi looked back in confusion, worriedly asking, What are you doing?" Suddenly the room rang with a strange sound, causing her to pay attention with a sinking face, the sound of children laughing. In front of her appeared the ghost of a little girl sitting and staring at her, smiling and asking, "Sister, do you like picking mushrooms?" Mingin reached out and turned on the switch on the wall. The lights in the room lit up. Rohi looked around in confusion. "Just now was." He replied indifferently, "Who knows?" He looked at the open door outside and said to her, "But it seems that this light switch is the activation condition to pass the challenge. You can go out." Rohi excitedly opened the door and ran out of the room, shouting, "Actually, I'm not usually like this, it's just that I'm a little scared of things like ghosts. But I'm quite confident when fighting. In her heart, she was overjoyed. Great, I can finally leave this spooky place. At this time, the system panel showed information in front of him. Player, Roahi, sends a friend request. She just got to the door and turned back in to ask him, wait, I'm going out, so what about you? Mingin turned around with a serious face and walked inside, saying, I still have to investigate for a while, goodbye. She replied, you saved me once just now. If you want to team up with me in the future, it's not impossible, goodbye. The system notification rang, world game, number of remaining players, 1,046,580,632. Mingin shone the light on the corpse, thinking, you have discovered the item, corpse with a tragic death pose, do you want to start investigating? The clues obtained will be related to the spirit. An intelligence index. The system rang, you have obtained clues number 1, 3, 6, black blood, fresh young mushrooms, bright red mark on the wrist. He smiled happily, found it, sure enough, there are still clues. The liquid under the corpse was a strange black color, clue 1, black blood, blood with a strange color, it is best not to touch it directly with your hands, unless you are really very thirsty. The mushrooms growing on the body, clue 3, fresh young mushrooms, snow white all over, thick and juicy mushroom caps, looks very delicious, a good supply in the apocalypse. The strange mark on the wrist, clue 6, bright red mark on the wrist, it doesn't seem to be drawn on, could it be a special tattoo? The system rang, the clue has been recorded in the clue section and can be viewed at any time, you received 10 stars 3 exploration points, the following clues will be linked into a chain. Forming a hypothesis, the hypothesis can be used in the final speculation section. Mingin held a jar of water in his hand. He pondered as he walked, although there are still clues that haven't been found, the most basic task of this instance is survival, surviving until day 15, to survive 15 days. There must be enough survival items, I can't stay here all the time. The notification screen appeared, world game, number of remaining players, 999,536,685. Notification, pre-packaged bread, low-quality bread, maybe only the poor and students will choose it. Mingin sat on a chair gnawing on bread, thinking, I've walked around outside. Everything is almost the same as a normal city, it seems the so-called apocalypse hasn't broken out yet. Mingin recalled, the price of food in this city is obviously higher, but the price of mushrooms is surprisingly cheap, 0.2 yuan per caddy, in theory it shouldn't be like this. Because there was news before that only mushrooms can cure that special disease, according to everyone's habits, mushrooms should have been bought up quickly. Like when people rushed to buy salt. He thought with difficulty, but for players like us, the biggest problem right now is still the food crisis, because we don't have enough money, the game system only gives us a little initial money. The system store also doesn't sell local currency and food. The situation seemed to become difficult, and the job market here only accepts locals, which means players have no way to earn money through normal means here. So that means the game deliberately forces us to buy mushrooms or go rob others. Suddenly a notification appeared, you have a video call invitation, causing him to wake up from his thoughts. Roy-hee on the other end of the line asked Mingin, I won't say any polite words, I'll get straight to the point, you must have noticed the current problem, what do you plan to do? At this time, he replied calmly, like you see. She asked uncomfortably, eat bread, sleep in the park, is this all you're capable of? Mingin nodded on the bread in his hand and smiled, it seems you think too highly of me, I'm just a student. He replied irritably, men are all liars. She continued, the park is not safe, I've seen several robbery gangs, they are all small teams of 6 players, usually gathering from the beginning and specializing in attacking people alone. Robbing their food and money. He calmly replied, within my expectations. She asked, so you're not planning to move to another place? Mingin smiled and said, the reason is very practical, I don't have money. The system notified, friend Guru, he requested your current location. He asked him, I just sold the dagger, there's a little extra money, where are you, I'll bring the money to you. Mingin smiled politely and replied, no need, I've thought of how to make money. He was a little grateful, thinking, this woman is really kind, even if I made her angry once, she's no exception, and she's quite good. Suddenly from behind, Someone swung a stick to attack Mingin. Roa, he quickly shouted to warn him, "Careful." Mingin slowly opened his eyes. He was lying in front of a group of people. One of them announced, "Boss, that guy suddenly woke up." He replied, "Bring him over." The boss asked, "Who's going?" The person sitting next to him picked up a glass of water and ordered, "Wang, you go." Mingin hurriedly backed away and said, No, I'll go myself." In his heart he thought, "Anyway, I'm here to rob you guys, of course I have to search everywhere without leaving a trace." The man on the table was a little surprised and said, "I didn't expect there to be someone so cooperative. The previous ones all refused to give in. It's really strange." The person next to him smiled and replied, "Boss, don't think too much. Anyway, they will eventually cry and call for their parents and hand over their points. There's no difference now." He didn't suspect and immediately raised his wine glass and stood up. "That's right, let's continue drinking." At this time, Mingin was being escorted away. As he walked, the system's notification appeared, "Received temporary task grade A, escape from this place, bonus points will be awarded according to the degree of completion of the task." Task description: the dangerous apocalypse is about to begin. Meanwhile, players are beginning to have internal conflicts, in the face of such a heartbreaking scene. Salvation or sinking, what will you choose? Wang looked at him, his face clearly showing resentment, thinking, "This kid looks quite fresh, he exudes an aura that makes people feel close, at first glance. He's the type of person who is very popular with friends at school, but I hate people like this the most." At this time, Mingin turned to ask him, "You look about the same age as me, clearly have fallen into such a situation, but can still turn the situation around. Becoming a predator on top of the prey, it's really impressive." He casually told the story. "Before, I also really wanted to cooperate with the 6-person team, but they abandoned me and left. I was tired and hungry alone, I really didn't know what to do." Wang sighed and lamented, "I also am not very talented, they often bully me." He walked over to open the iron door. Mingin looked at the people locked in the prison, thinking, "It seems that the people locked up here are the prey that the small groups of those big shots used to rob points." He turned back to say to Wang, "Actually, it's not necessarily so. This is clearly a game that requires a combination of intelligence and strength, but there are people with simple minds who only rely on force to control everything. I feel it's really unfair." He didn't want to care and directly pushed Mingin into the prison. "You don't talk to me anymore. Even if you flatter me, I won't be lenient unless..." Wang arrogantly pointed at him and said, "Unless you hand over your points directly to me, then I don't need to lock you up, don't need to let them finish drinking their wine and then come here to beat you. It's all because of this damn game. When will it end? I don't know how my parents are doing now. Are they hungry? Are they being bullied?" Mingin turned his face to reply to him, "The people you have tortured may be the parents of others." He said with some guilt and sophistry, I also don't want to be like this. I also don't want to hit people. It's all because of this game." Through the iron bars, he stretched his arm towards him. "It's okay. It doesn't matter anymore, because..." A light flashed from his hand. Mingin said, "You are not suitable for this game." Mindy, a light shot straight through Wang's head, causing his head to be pierced through. The system notified, HP 500, fatal injury, piercing wound. He grabbed the iron bar in his hand. The system displayed, "You have killed Wang, player, experience +0, non-competitive instance, no experience reward." Mingin thought, didn't receive any points. It seems that the current stage of the game does not encourage killing other players. Received item rusty iron bar, no longer usable for crafting items, not even considered equipment, but if stained with blood, it is an excellent tool, cannot be brought back to the main god space. Received item exquisite watch strap, Wang's 18th birthday gift given by his parents. Looks like it still has some value. Recovery price, 5 points, can be sold after returning to the main god space. He stood in front of Wang's corpse. Mingin channeled his power into the iron bar, damage 190, updated according to combat status, +5. A person behind the door begged for help. That, can you lead us out, please? I'm really, very, very scared." He tilted his head to reply, "Isn't the prison door already open for you? You can go out whenever you want. This is the apocalypse, not the beautiful world at the beginning. If you want to live, you have to rely on yourselves." Then he left directly, calculating in his heart, I came here to rob the supplies that they robbed, not to deliberately come to save some unrelated people like you. The man sat back and said, or, we'll wait a little longer, wait for him to kill them all, then we'll go out. The woman nearby replied, you're right, he killed someone. He's not a good person either, clearly just a child of 10 years old but so cruel. The child in her arms cried in fear, Mom, I'm scared. She called out to him, hey friend, don't go, that kid just now is very dangerous, definitely not a good person. He tilted his head and replied expressionlessly, shut up, you don't have the courage to resist the bad guys but only know how to blame the good people, there's no way to save you. It's really disgusting. At this time, Mingyan had appeared in front of the robbers. He said in a dangerous tone, I thought you guys robbed quite a lot of supplies but I've been all over the place and didn't see much stuff, you guys really disappointed me too much. One of them angrily slammed the table and shouted, hey, what is this kid talking nonsense? What kind of job did the trash A1 do? Actually let someone run out, let me take care of it. The person called boss realized something was wrong and said, wait, Awang hasn't come back yet, you killed him? That trash Awang didn't have any defense, it's good to die. Doesn't drag the whole team back, you helped us get rid of him, really lucky. He pointed the gun at Mingyan angrily, kid, you killed my people, and still dare to come back in front of us so arrogantly. Probably the first personal mission has given you a lot of points. And you've learned a pretty good skill so you're confident that you can defeat all of us alone. The boss fired a bullet at him, causing blood to splatter. Too naive, kid, you still haven't experienced the world, could it be that you can still dodge bullets? Mingyan immediately fell to the ground, clone level 1. He said sternly, you're not completely dead, say your last words. His voice echoed, I said. At this time, Mingyan had appeared behind him. The boss exclaimed in surprise, what? His voice was calm, sir, times have changed. A big explosion rang out, clone level 1 self-destructed, received equipment broken shotgun, basic weapon of considerable value, can be brought to a mechanical engineer player or NPC to repair. Recovery price 15 points. He held his head with some fatigue, thinking, every time a clone dies, it's like a mental injury, causing my mental state to decline. It seems that this self-destructing clone trick must be used more carefully in the future. The remaining robbers fearfully discussed, wait a minute, please wait, killing us won't get you any points. That's right, spare us, we'll transfer all the points on us to you. Mingyan sneered, so that's it, you guys use torture to force the captured players to give you points. But points are something that requires close contact to trade, right? Those who were smiling falsely replied, yes, come over here, we'll give you the points. In their hearts they secretly plotted, once this kid gets close, I will immediately kill him with a stick. He must have used some kind of clone skill just now, but this time I don't believe he can use clones again. He backed away and replied, forget it, I don't want to say any more useless words to you still. Mingyan's clone flew up at this time, goodbye. He reached out to the two of them, clone level 1, vanish. The two robbers quickly lost their strength. The system rang, received equipment, poorly made protective armor, rusty iron bar, 4-leaf clover bracelet. Poorly made protective armor grade white, description looks really poor quality. Maybe it can only resist wounds caused by cat claws, defense 3, durability 5/10, equipment requirement none, special attribute none. An iron bar appeared, rusty iron bar grade white, description it looks like a pretty good weapon, at least it can break a person's skull, attack 4 out of 10. Increased damage depending on the force used, durability 6 out of 10. Next to it was a necklace, equipment requirement, handheld weapon, strength requirement 5 or more. The system explained, 4-leaf clover bracelet grade green, description a bracelet that has no effect, Africans are forever Africans, it won't change because of wearing anything. Luck plus 0.5, equipment requirement none, special attribute none. Received item guidance map, box illusion. Mingyan waved his hand and walked towards the door where someone was hiding, saying, guidance map, this is an internal map of the City X Central Hospital. It may be helpful for exploration. That person threw a table at him, combat power 195 plus 6. He quickly ran away, thinking, finally found some useful things, so next, it's your turn. At this time, Lu Shu calmly walked towards that person. A butterfly flew from his hand towards him. The butterfly carried strong damage, chopping straight into the person's neck, HP 1000, critical damage. Ming'an looked at him in surprise. He secretly evaluated ability to control insects, and one blow can cause damage twice the total amount of a player's blood. He's so strong, how could he be caught by these guys? Could it be he encountered a colleague? Did he come to rob them too? Then aren't I in danger? A locust appeared from his hand. It quickly flew towards Ming'an. He smiled and asked, "Want to kill me?" But it quickly flew past him. Ming'an turned to ask Lu Shu, "Want to come along?" He immediately refused. "No." He replied without caring, "Well, goodbye." The system notified, "You have completed temporary task grade A, escape from this place, task evaluation SS, escape successfully, eliminated all enemies, all captives survived. Received 50 points. His equipment changed, equipment bar, head, upper body, poorly made protective armor grade white, accessories, 4-leaf clover bracelet grade green, accessories. Unrusted iron rod grade white, hand, foot, lower body, combat power 201 plus 5. He thought as he walked, "At first I thought my score was at the top, so my strength must far exceed most of the current players. But it seems that the boy just now is not someone who relies on scores. To become stronger, was he strong before the game started? Is he someone from a reclusive family on the enemy planet?" Suddenly, Ming'an realized something. He turned to look at the girl in front and asked, "Enemy, unrusted iron rod grade white." She raised her hand to greet Ming'an. "Su Ming'an, it's me." The system notified, "Player Yu sends a friend request." Ming'an asked curiously, "How did you find me?" Yu replied calmly, "My luck is S." A notification from the system appeared, "Friend Yu, requests to join your team, team shares experience, shares task information." Ming'an asked curiously, "You want to come with me?" He thought, Yu is a female classmate I know in the real world, I'm also quite close to her, at least she's more suitable to be with me than Guruahi. And she also has a luck buff, it's also good to have her by my side. Yu quickly said once, the system notified, personal information, name Yu, life points 500 out of 500, mana 100 out of 100, combat power evaluation 60. Ming'an calculated, even after forming a team, players can't see details such as scores or personal information of team members. He directly asked her, "Did you get any clues?" Yu held up the paper in front of him and said, "I have this, I snatched it from the utility pole before." Ming'an stared blankly at the paper, a recruitment advertisement. The daughter of the director of a grade 3 hospital in City X needs to find a male nurse and a female nurse. Only recruiting people from outside the province. He said somewhat suspiciously, "This is clearly a conspiracy." Yu said, "Is the breakthrough point?" Ming'an happily smiled, thinking, "When I was in high school, I found that Yu was very smart. Her intelligence is not reflected in the ability to analyze but in the sensitivity to abnormalities. Currently, she has clearly discovered this abnormality. It seems that I really didn't misjudge people." He quickly agreed and said, "What you said is very reasonable, then I'll tell you the clues on my side." Ming'an began to tell her. Just like that, Su Ming'an told Yu about his experiences. Yu was holding a mushroom in her hand and brought it to her mouth, surprised to ask, "What, you just said you found mushrooms growing on corpses that can?" Yu stopped. "Wait, what are you eating?" she said with a dark face. "Mushroom bread." Yu dropped the bag of mushrooms in her hand in horror. "What's wrong? I won't." Ming'an looked down and explained, "If there are no surprises, all the players who have eaten those cheap mushroom foods will eventually become such corpses." She looked down and suggested, "Su Ming'an, please kill me before I mutate." Yu turned around and said, "Follow me now, I've found a suitable place to live." In the suburbs, she spoke, "We're here, this is the place I mentioned." She urged Ming'an, "What are you still doing standing there? It's so cold outside, let's go inside together." The candle was suddenly extinguished. A man holding a candle asked, "Oh, there are new people coming." The old man moved closer to him and suggested, "Kid, want to try my old Wang's precious wine? It's a 20-year-old new Erhong, there's only one in City X, just one bottle. Tonight you can enjoy a perfect evening with this girl." "No, Ming'an immediately refused, "We're just normal friends, thank you." Yu turned around, ignoring the old man and said, "Don't mind him, let's go, the room is upstairs." He turned around and followed her, thinking, "This place looks like a black shop." The innkeeper gave them a strange smile. At this time, A group of robbers also arrived. One of them shouted, "Finally found a place to stay. Damn it, where's the apocalypse they talked about? I'm about to be crushed by this big city life. Boss, is there any food? Can you sell it cheaper?" The old man took a bottle of wine and walked towards them. "You kids are tired, right? Try this new air hong that I brewed myself." The smell of wine spread everywhere. The innkeeper smiled and confided to the robbers, "This old man, my daughter has long been married off, went to settle in the big city, hasn't come back to visit in recent years. The tavern I built is small, and in a remote place, finally met young men like you, making this old body of mine feel a little vitality again." Those guys all looked down on him, thinking, "Stupid NPC, we're not ordinary players, but a robbery team that has united from the beginning, after driving away the old and weak in the interior. We started to follow the players who seemed easy to attack and rob their belongings, and now, this place is deserted, not many people, this old man looks rich, and says he has no relatives nearby. Isn't this a good opportunity for us to take action?" Suddenly one of them felt unwell. "What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel dizzy?" The others replied, "Me too, this is not good, the smell of wine, there's something wrong with this wine." Immediately afterwards, they fell down in front of the old innkeeper. The old man smirked, "These kids don't want to taste this old man's new air hong?" At this time, Yu looked towards the window and asked herself, "There's something wrong with this city. It's clear that the disease needs mushrooms to cure. But the price of mushrooms is surprisingly cheap. Could it be that those extremely cheap mushrooms are not the type of mushrooms needed for treatment?" She turned to say to Ming'an, "There's more wrong with this place. I smelled the stench of blood." He lay on the bed and replied, "Remember I once talked about my discovery in the laboratory?" Yu was stunned and asked, "You mean, the mushrooms that can be made into vaccines are actually grown from corpses?" Ming'an calmly explained, "Yes, the job market here only accepts locals. People from outside the province like us can't earn money. We can only go to those cheap havens that look okay to stay temporarily. Then they will imprison us, plant mushrooms on our bodies and sell them to make huge profits. Like this black shop, maybe this is also a place to grow mushrooms." She also seemed to understand, "In your words, this whole city is a giant crematorium." He quickly replied, "That's why I said, in places like this, people are not killed by disease, but always by the greed of people themselves." Then he quickly fell asleep. Yu helplessly thought, "Fell asleep, so fast, can you still sleep at this point?" Suddenly the door was knocked heavily. A voice came, "Young man, girl, want to order any food or drinks? You two haven't eaten anything yet, why don't you say anything, are you asleep?" Yu turned back vigilantly, thinking, "This smell is the smell of blood, the smell of blood is coming from the boss." Suddenly no sound rang out anymore. She looked towards the peephole, thinking, "Where'd he go? Did he leave?" The old man slowly peered in from the outside, saying, "So you're inside." The door was quickly opened by the innkeeper. Yu quickly backed away. Suddenly a force rushed towards him, HP minus 120. Ming'an rushed over and slashed at him, HP minus 600, critical wound, piercing wound. He said, "If you want to fight, then fight properly, don't be sneaky and scare people." "Mushrooms have grown on the tray," the system notified. "Mushrooms have grown, mushrooms have grown. It looks like a very delicious mushroom. Maybe you have realized part of the truth about this world." The old man fell down before his sword. The screen displayed, "You have successfully found the antibody. Task upgrade. Search for the antibody of the apocalypse outbreak. Has been completed. Bonus points have been added. Will be converted after the world ends." Ming'an walked towards him. "Please continue to explore. Learn about the secret of the apocalypse outbreak. Notification. Excellent clearance will bring unexpected benefits to players. Please look forward to it." Yu came over hugging the blanket and asked, "This is the mushroom that can be made into vaccines?" He smiled and turned back to answer her, "The vaccine that uses the lives of others to make this so-called salvation vaccine is really ironic." Then he suddenly asked, "Wait, why are you wrapping a blanket around you?" Yu quickly replied, "Change rooms, someone died in this room, can you still sleep?" She happily continued, "With you here I'm also relieved, leave the rest to you to handle, remember to call me later when you leave, good night." Ming'an said nothing. The next day, at the City X Central Hospital, Yu woke up and happily asked, "Slept so well, did anything happen last night?" Ming'an also replied to her, "Discovered a secret passage at the bar." In the hotel, inside there were several corpses that had been planted with mushrooms. "Luckily it wasn't us. Let's go to the hospital to take a look. Anyway, this is one of the few clues currently. Didi walked up and asked, "You guys are here to apply?" They replied yes. They were silent, facing each other. A voice rang out, the mushroom-picking girl, carrying a basket of bones, barefoot at night, going through the cemetery and hills. Didi looked at her. Great, I was worried about not having anyone to take care of my daughter, then I'll tell you some notes on taking care of her. His daughter said, the mushroom-picking girl, carrying a basket of bones, barefoot at night, going through the cemetery and hills. Suddenly, Mingyan realized, isn't this the song I heard in the lab at the beginning? He turned around and entrusted, then, our daughter is relying on you too. Yu immediately waved her hand and replied, Director, Madam, rest assured, we will definitely take good care of her. Then she turned to say to him, you worked hard last night, it's my turn today, let me take care of her. Mingyan agreed, Yu put her hand on the little girl's shoulder, be good, let's go change the medicine first. She looked at the spots on the little girl's neck and realized, black and white spots, so the reason for the bandage is not due to burns, these black marks are exactly the same as those who died from having mushrooms planted on their bodies. Yu stretched wearily, today's nurse work has finally ended. Mingyan comforted, you worked hard, I've found the record storage room of this hospital, once the apocalypse breaks out, we'll take advantage of the chaos to go in and take a look. She asked curiously, aren't you always with me? How did you find it? Then he quickly showed her his special skill, Clone Level 1. Yu was immediately stunned, your skill is Clone. She realized and asked, you were the one who spoke before millions of creatures on the day the game started, was that you? Mingyan put his finger to his mouth, sure. Yu also shared with him, my skill is Mental Control, I can help you, reduce. He quickly refused, release spirit, forget it, we should still go back to rest first. She asked confusedly, go where? Mingyan explained, isn't that black shop now unowned? We can just continue to stay there. Yu thought with a dark face, it seems that he is indeed very different. She recalled the past, you don't come over. That person stood in front of her threateningly, little sister, don't be afraid, uncle has a treasure to show you. She refused in horror, no, I don't want to see. I want to go home, let me go home. The pervert began to undress in a low voice, be good, uncle is very lonely, you play with uncle for a while, after it's over I'll let you go home. Yu shouted, no, don't, you're a bad person, you don't come over. She woke up from her dream, no, don't. Yu held her head in fear, I dreamed that dream again. She thought, no, that's not a dream, because this really happened when I was little, just the difference from the dream is, at that time when the incident happened, I used a craft knife in my bag to cut that hooligan. She blankly remembered on the bed, afterwards, I even went to the juvenile management office because of this. Yu stretched, her thoughts continued to echo in her head, also starting from that time, I realized that I have an ability completely different from others, prophetic dream. She walked down the hallway thinking, any event or thing that I dreamed of, will happen truthfully in front of me in the future, but only one person. Yu slowly looked down at Mingyan, thinking, only Su Mingyan, I can't see his future, he has never even appeared in my dream, not even once. He greeted her on the bed, good morning. She also agreed and replied, hello, good morning. Mingyan asked curiously, what are you doing in my room? Yu replied, I had a dream that wasn't very good. He sat up from the bed, what? She repeated, I dreamed that. Mingyan interrupted, is this matter important? Yu replied confusedly, no, not important. He put on his coat and said to her, then let's go, we're going to the record room today to take a look. Yu agreed, okay. At the City X Central Hospital, a voice asked, Su Mingyan, why are you coming to the record room today? He replied, because today is the 5th day, the apocalypse should have started. Suddenly Yu saw something strange, this is. From behind Mingyan, someone ran over as if to attack him. He quickly used the iron bar to knock him down, the system rang, HP minus 350, hit weakness, full force blow, EXP plus 50. Mingyan said calmly, want to sneak attack, then don't make a sound. Another burly guy also rushed over at the same time. Yu used a knife to pierce his head, HP minus 600, exquisite blow, full force blow, sharp, dark suppression. A dozen other guys quickly rushed towards them at this time. She bit the item in her hand, thinking, there are quite a few coming, but I haven't added any attribute points, nor have I received any skills, all the points have been used on the sword in my hand. The power of this sword, you zombies can't possibly know. The sword in her hand lit up. The light from the sword flashed along the paths it took, knocking down countless guys. Yu stood tall and upright. The system screen notified Yu, teammate, combat power 120, 230 fluctuating. She tilted her head and called him, "Let's go, Su Mingyan, I'll clear the way for you." The screams of those guys began to echo. After 10 minutes in the archives, Su Mingyan, while fighting, turned to Mingyan and asked if she had gained anything. He flipped through a few papers in his hand and replied, "Yes, come over here and see for yourself." The system appeared and said, "Received a clue, so is document bag." Dodo, received 10 points and 1 survey point. The clues have been recorded in the clue section and can be viewed at any time. Mingyan held the girl's file in his hand. Du, registered residence in City X, daughter of the couple Han Yan and Chen Li Min, died on August 1, 2019 due to domestic violence. She exclaimed in surprise, "Yu, the director's daughter that we take care of, Duo, so she was." Suddenly a voice called out to them, "Big brother, big sister." The two of them, Yu and him, were suddenly startled and turned around. "This voice is..." Duo stood behind them, saying eerily, "You two still found me out. Then, let's play a game, big brother, big sister." It's been a long time since anyone was willing to play with Duo. Duo jumped onto the top of the bookshelf, humming a strange melody, the girl picking mushrooms. Seeing this, Mingyan was unexpectedly dumbfounded, while the little girl continued to hum the song, carrying a basket of bones. He discovered that under the bookshelf were people who were unconscious, and thought to himself, "Who are these people? Players? How did other players appear in the archives?" It seems they were knocked unconscious by someone. Duo's singing continued to echo, walking barefoot in the late night. Strangely, with each line of the song, the unconscious people gradually opened their eyes. They had lifeless expressions and simultaneously bit into a strange mushroom. Duo sat on top of the cabinet, smiling and continuing to hum the song, walking all over the tombs and hills. Seeing this, Mingyan pondered. They all woke up after hearing Duo's singing. Yu blurted out, "The smell of blood. These mushrooms have a suffocating smell of blood." At this moment, blisters appeared on the bodies of those people, and they became sluggish and ferocious like zombies. Seeing that the situation was not good, Mingyan grabbed Yu's hand and ran away, shouting, "Let's go!" He thought to himself, "I don't have the habit of waiting for people to finish transforming." Before running. While running, Mingyan considered, that girl named Duo is very strange. It's very clear that she is not an existence that can be forcibly resolved with our current stage of combat power. Suddenly, a group of zombies appeared, blocking his way. He thought to himself, "Not good. When did so many zombies appear in this corridor?" Yu found an escape route and pointed, shouting, "Su Mingyan, this way!" Running into a room, Mingyan quickly closed the door. "Hurry, close the door!" The door closed, and the zombies were blocked outside, growling and trying to break in. Inside the room, Mingyan and Yu faced two zombies. He said, "This seems to be a laboratory." Looking at the strange appearance of the two zombies, Mingyan wondered, speaking of which, what are those two zombies doing? Then, they took out their weapons. Mingyan smiled and instructed, "I'll take the left, you take the right." Immediately, they used their weapons to attack the back of the two zombies' heads. Looking at the two zombies lying on the ground, Yu asked, "Su Mingyan, why do I feel like the backs of these two zombies look familiar?" Mingyan replied, "Because they are the director and his wife, who recruited us before." On the other side, Duo's corpse was parasitized by a giant mushroom. Seeing this, Yu couldn't help but wonder, this is Duo's corpse? Why is it here? Wasn't she just? At this moment, Duo also smiled and walked through the statue, still humming and singing, "La la la." The little girl smiled in praise, "Wow, big brother, big sister, you guys did great." Seeing this, Mingyan pointed to the two zombies and said, "Those are your parents." Duo replied, "It's okay." The little girl recounted, when Dad was still the deputy director, he used the uncles and aunts who died in the White Room to cultivate a very delicious mushroom. Dad said it was a vaccine to treat the virus, but Dad's vaccine seemed to have failed. Saying this, Duo no longer had a smile on her face, and a handprint was etched on it. Dad often talked about stocks, Duo didn't understand. When she asked, he would hit Duo and force Duo to eat mushrooms, a kind of mushroom that wasn't delicious. The little girl waved her hands and feet, continuing, then, it seemed that everyone around had eaten the delicious mushroom. Only what Duo ate was not delicious. Duo hated her parents, really hated them, then. On the wall were bloody handprints. Duo finished the story, Mom and Dad killed Duo. I've finished my story. Then the little girl asked, Big brother, big sister, do you know who the girl picking mushrooms is? Mingyan was considering when the system sound rang, contacted the ultimate truth of the world, you have reached the perfect intelligence route. Please choose your answer. Note that if the reasoning cannot continue, you can take the reasoning in the specific clue section to assist with extended thinking. He paid attention to Yu, thinking to himself, I do have a guess in my heart, but Yu's current state doesn't seem right. Thinking of what happened before, Mingyan was shocked and turned around. Wait, all the people who ate the mushroom food have mutated into zombies. Yu also ate mushroom bread before. Could it be that she? He grabbed her hand and said, come over here. Black marks appeared on Yu's hand, and she stubbornly said, never mind me, I just feel a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Duo suggested, then let's play a game with me, big brother, big sister. It's been a long time since anyone was willing to play with Duo. The little girl approached Yu. As long as you say the correct answer, then I can let go of this lovely big sister. At this moment, Mingyan calmly said the answer, it's her, the girl picking mushrooms. The mushrooms she wants to pick are the zombified people of City X. She herself is the only existence that eats mushrooms that are not delicious. She is the object that was inoculated with serum and cultivated with the virus from the beginning by the director's research. Duo replied, congratulations, big brother. Mingyan wondered to himself, that's right. At this moment, Yu's state had also returned to normal. Suddenly, the little girl's eyes turned scarlet, and she pointed to Yu, saying, guess, wrong already. Immediately, to Mingyan's surprise, she was killed. The system notification rang, teammate Yu has died, the team has automatically disbanded. The system rang again with a notification, perfect clearance, intelligence and peace have failed, automatically entering the force route, opening the boss battle model. Boss Duo, normal state combat power 800, recommending multiple people to challenge, player Su Mingyan, current combat power 206. Duo at this time exuded a dark red aura and approached Ming. The singing rang again, the girl picking mushrooms, little Gu Ting, on her back carrying a wooden basket. Mingyan's face darkened as he looked at Yu's corpse. Duo smiled and said, big brother, you guessed wrong. Contrary to the little girl's expectations, Mingyan was smiling at this time. Duo was surprised, you're not angry? I thought big brother would be so angry that he would directly strangle me to death. He replied, I won't be angry with the victim. Duo replied, the victim? Big brother clearly guessed wrong, but still didn't change his mind. Mingyan smiled and explained, logically, I did lose. When I arrived at the archives, I shouldn't have been so hasty. Clearly, there are still 10 days until the end of the apocalypse. But I already triggered the final question. I really still lack information. He stood up and continued, logically speaking, let's not talk about it, but if we consider the results of the game, then I think that the girl picking mushrooms could be the headmaster. Your father. Hearing this, Duo's expression revealed surprise. The little girl asked in surprise, why? Mingyan replied, because the game's progression is very strange. He continued, if we follow the normal playing process of players, we would probably discover the suspicious points in a certain place first, like a tavern or a mushroom farm, and then escape. Mingyan began to associate, then, we would find clues in the outside world. After the apocalypse breaks out, we would find a hospital, or places like laboratories to find related files. And then discover the matter about Duo. Finally, he concluded, and then, finally, we would overcome the blockade of zombies, go to this hospital, and meet you. That is the normal perfect process, right? Saying this, he looked helpless, thinking, but not like us. On the second day we found a job as a nurse, and directly went to the final stage of the City X level. Met Duo directly. The clues are too clear, and conversely, the answer is not the simplest answer. Thinking about it, Mingyan said again, The design of normal levels is probably to face tens of thousands of players near this city, not one man and one woman in the recruitment announcement of the advertisement. The way we approached the truth was too fast, to the point that on the 5th day we finished the process of 15 days. Therefore, our clues are still lacking. Duo heard this and replied, "You're right, big brother." Then the little girl laughed loudly and said, "But you still lost. You missed the opportunity to answer, and big sister has also died. You can't get out. You can only, in the remaining 10 days, feel endless despair and pain, and be trapped to death." Duo raised Mingin's chin and asked, "You know, big brother, do you accept the result that you will die here?" The little girl bared her teeth and smiled. "Don't worry, big brother, Duo will treat your body and big sister's body very gently. Duo still has a lot of delicious mushrooms and will slowly, little by little, gently plant them into big brother's body." Mingin replied, "It's okay, whatever you want." Then he said into the air, "The host of this game world, Boss Rabbit, you can see me, right? Although there are billions of people participating in the game, I myself am at the top. I think I should get a little attention from you, right? Can I talk to you for a bit?" Boss Rabbit replied, "Dearest top 1 player, cutest player, although I am the host of the game, I shouldn't directly interfere in the game, but hearing the call of my beloved top 1, I really can't help it." It stepped out of the space gate and said, "It's so uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. Is my dearest top 1 begging me for forgiveness? If I beg for forgiveness, should I agree or not? Reason and emotion, life and death, the collision between dignity and life, it's really, too amazing, too beautiful, it's fascinating." Hearing this, Mingin thought to himself, if he has said that, then my guess is correct. That miraculous resurrection skill, only I know and possess it. Then, can the skill to escape the control of the host of this world give me a chance to break this game? Boss Rabbit showed disappointment and said, "A little disappointed," no response. Then it continued, "At first, looking at the performance of my dear top 1 in the early levels, I thought you were just a high school student with a keen intuition. But I didn't expect that you are really very different from others. Then, in the next process, will you kneel down and beg me to resurrect your little teammate, or will you hug my legs cutely and cry, begging me to let you out?" Hearing this, Mingin calmly said, "I want to ask you a question." Boss Rabbit replied, "If it's the final answer, I'm afraid Rabbit has no way to tell you. Originally, the problem of missing clues appeared because of you. It can't be." He asked, "What must be done for you to spare Dixing?" Hearing the question, it was startled. Mingin smiled and continued, "I understand the game of this world quite well. Such dangerous and terrifying game circles will definitely lead to a situation where very few people dare to take risks." Through the screen, his words were being broadcast. The vast majority of people who love comfort like Dixing will hide behind the scenes and quietly observe. Like watching an attractive murder reality show that they can easily integrate into. A few people devote themselves to the point of life and death in fear, while the vast majority enjoy the privileges and happiness like the organizers. His voice rang, "This way of playing is also very strange, and it's not a good game." The others were focused on the screen. Boss Rabbit angrily asked, "You mean to say that our game is not good?" Mingin smiled and replied, "No, I, on the other hand, extremely like this game. In this game world, how grand the scale is, the game content is also interesting to the point that people are fascinated. Billions of creatures participate in the battle of life and death. This is an unparalleled grand fun, although it is only for you, but if in such an excellent game there appears an abnormality and distortion, then how terrifying is that?" He said seriously, "I love this game, although I don't like this current game, but I sincerely don't hope that such a perfect game will have a terrible crack." Mingin put out his hand and said, "The host of the game, or the game designer, no matter what you say, you will fill this crack, right? Come on, admit that this game is not perfect. Admit that the game mechanism has flaws, and then tell me, I have told the truth, I am the only one who can expose your people, is the person." Hearing this, Boss Rabbit replied, "Our game has no loopholes." Hearing this, Mingin thought to himself, "It has taken the bait. Next, it will definitely say the answer I want to know." He immediately continued, "So, the participants, those people who can achieve certain conditions, will be able to receive things that those who do not participate can never receive. Mingyan spread his hands confidently and said the condition to end the game perfectly, all lose the redemption tickets, and even, can save Di Xing, even the control of Di Xing. The final winner will receive everything they deserve, right? At this time, Boss Rabbit calmly replied, that's right, but I must be able to do everything perfectly. Hearing this, Mingyan asked, so that means every world must complete 100% SSS, perfect without any omissions? It replied, that's right. Obtaining the desired answer, he smiled and said, so, does the reward for the final winner include you letting go of Di Xing? Hearing this, Boss Rabbit thought to himself, this kid said so much, I thought he was just a player who wanted to reach the peak, fighting for personal gain. But his words unexpectedly turned, and the ultimate goal was to force me to say the only method that could save Di Xing, and then find every way to redeem Di Xing back. It thought angrily, clearly everyone is now killing each other. And the snipe and clam fight, why is he not like everyone else? This is impossible. Mingyan asked, including or not? Boss Rabbit replied, including. Among the billion players Di Xing, you are the most special person I have ever met. He smiled and said, a definite answer, then I am relieved. Mingyan picked up the sword, thinking, since the game started, the battles that seemed like players were fighting their best were actually just for their own rankings. Fighting to eventually win, but in fact, even when the game ends, Di Xing is still under the control of the game organizers. No one knows if there will be a second or third game. Facing Boss Rabbit, he thought, maybe the organizers only see Di Xing people as puppets, constantly conducting experiments. Therefore I want to before I die. When Boss Rabbit faces a dying person like me and relaxes his vigilance, I will seduce and force to ask, the method that can save Di Xing, and drive away all these high-level creatures. It spoke, although I acknowledge your guess, there is still one thing I regret to tell you. Boss Rabbit announced, you have failed in this world. The opportunity to complete the game perfectly only comes once. You just guessed the wrong answer. You will never, and cannot become, that only winner. Mingyan replied, I know this, it is indeed true now. Hearing this, Boss Rabbit asked incomprehensibly, now? Mingyan stabbed himself with the sword and smiled, saying, however, within this week, as long as I get your answer, it is enough. Winning and getting the perfect game in Di Xing. Achieving absolute SSS points is indeed a difficult challenge for ordinary players. He thought, but I am the only one who possesses the skill to return after death, the only one with this skill that even the organizer could not have imagined. Is the chess piece that transcends the chessboard. Lying on the ground with the sword piercing his body, Mingyan pointed at Boss Rabbit and said, just wait and see. In the next week, I will succeed. Boss Rabbit was speechless. Skill activated, time restart. Mingyan woke up on a luxurious bed. The time returned to was, the outbreak of the apocalypse, the first day. Sitting up, Mingyan thought, I'm back, what time is it now? Seeing Yu standing next to the bed, he blurted out, Yu. Mingyan determined, so it was at this time. Yu hurriedly explained, I don't misunderstand, I didn't intend to enter your room. I just had a bad dream, so I. Mingyan rubbed her head and replied, it's okay, it's good that you're okay, huh? He said with a smile, it's okay, that's right, let's not go to the archives today, let's go out and take a look, Yi replied, oh, okay. Mingyan gently punched and dealt with the zombies. At the same time, he thought, the task of adding points, killing monsters to gain experience. The current level of zombies is not high. It's really a good time for us to improve our strength. And those players who intend to escape to remote wilderness areas as soon as the apocalypse begins, they will definitely not go far. The system notification rang, you have been promoted to first stage second level, combat power 209 plus 9, received 3 free attribute points, some permissions have been upgraded. The store has opened more items, experience bar 0 out of 2000. A sound attracted Mingyan's attention. A zombie was attacking a girl. Seeing that Mingyan didn't move forward, Yu asked, not saving her? He replied, it's meaningless. I've given her 5 days to prepare, but she still doesn't have the courage to swing her sword. Mingyan added, for people like that, even if you save her, what are you going to do later? Always bring her along. Or save her and then drive her away? Wouldn't that be even more cruel? Our time is very precious. In this game, there will be thousands and tens of thousands of players who must be eliminated. We don't have the opportunity to save each and every one. Yu still wanted to persuade, but Mingyan interrupted her, turned and left, saying, no need to say anything more. 111. Mingyan turned his face back and added, besides a few fixed people, others are meaningless. Hearing this, Yu thought, a few fixed people, then am I among them? Mingyan suggested, I'd bought the map of the apocalypse area in advance. Let's go to another hospital and see. Yu followed behind and replied, oh okay. Suddenly, an arm grabbed Mingyan's hand. The man with long hair said, at this time, why are you still running around on the street? Luckily I discovered you. Leading Mingyan and Yu into the supermarket, he said, you guys stay in this small supermarket first. This place can be considered safe for the time being. There were also a group of people sheltering in the supermarket. Kai Shuang asked, what exactly is going on? Clearly everything was still very normal before. The young man said, the apocalypse written in novels, isn't it? How can it be? Seeing this, Mingyan thought, so we were mistaken by the kind boss as ordinary people standing at the door and pulled into this place. Suddenly, a zombie rushed over to attack him. Mingyan gently swung his stick to attack the zombie. The system notification rang, damage 600, critical hit, piercing damage. Seeing this scene, Kai Shuang was startled and screamed, ah. He explained, okay, it was originally just a misunderstanding. We don't need protection anymore. Let's leave here now. Yu noticed something. She shook her head and signaled to Mingyan. He also noticed it. Mingyan thought, did Yu discover something valuable there? At this time, Kai Shuang came forward to introduce herself. I am Kai Shuang, thank you for saving my life. Seeing this, Mingyan automatically retreated, keeping a distance. At this time, the middle-aged woman spoke, I only went out to buy soy sauce. Who knew I would encounter this kind of thing? What should we do now, stand here and wait? The man with long hair said, it's very safe here now. There is food and drink. It probably won't develop to a very serious level. The country will help us. It's definitely impossible to go out now. Patting Mingyan's shoulder, he praised, young man, you look capable, but the situation is unclear now. You should still stay here and wait for now. He smiled and replied, okay. The man with long hair led Ming into a room and said, I have a few storage rooms here. Although it's a bit cramped, it's still no problem for one person to sleep in. Everyone can sleep separately, Mingyan replied, okay, thank you. At this time, outside the ruined neighborhood, the wandering zombies were everywhere, making growling noises. 131. Mingyan inside the supermarket used the skill, clone. He calculated, I have to complete it perfectly, I need to search for clues, I have to go to dangerous places like laboratories and hospitals. 132. The clone went through the wall. Mingyan thought, release the clone to scout the way first. Suddenly, a knock on the door woke Mingyan from his thoughts. Kai Shuang said happily, I'm cooking noodles, would you like to try some? He replied, no need, I have chocolate, it's enough. She grabbed Mingyan's hand and pulled him away, saying, it's okay, don't be polite, we're overcoming difficulties together. Arriving at the place, Yu and the group were also there. She saw Kai Shuang holding Mingyan's hand, and her expression showed displeasure. Mingyan thought, we don't really need to eat and drink. The digitized body only distinguishes between life points and magic power. There may be a hidden physical strength index, but it can be completed by supplementing high-calorie foods. There is no need to eat 3 meals a day, which will be more convenient for completing tasks. Kai Shuang handed the bowl of noodles to Mingyan and said sincerely, here, eat it while it's hot. Seeing Mingyan receive the bowl of noodles and eat it deliciously made Yu even more angry. The system notification rang, physical strength has been fully restored. Seeing his strange gaze looking at her, Yu turned her face away. Mingyan thought, originally, Yu should have become a missing person at this time. Last week, at this time, she had already mutated. Why hasn't she broken out yet? He grabbed Yu's hand and considered, after entering the archives, black marks only started appearing on Yu's body. So, does this have anything to do with Duo herself? At this time, Yu said resentfully, now you remember to care about me? A red spot appeared on her hand at this time. Yu said strangely, it's okay, it doesn't matter if I die now. Mingyan replied, don't say such things. He explained, death is originally a very scary thing. I don't want you to always have to face it. Mingyan's words made her shy and blush. The man with long hair said, that's right, Everyone can go and get some more food. After all, I have a lot of things here. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman was overjoyed. Boss is really a kind person. The young man was also overjoyed. Thank you. I don't like eating noodles, I just want to eat something else. Mingyan said to Yu, let's go, let's also go and get some energy-rich food. Suddenly he noticed something. Mingyan saw a strange bottle and was surprised. This is... The middle-aged man suddenly appeared behind him and asked, What, are you looking at something? Mingyan secretly pulled out a stick of candy, thinking, it seems I have to temporarily give up this clue. Then he smiled and replied, I dropped something. The man with long hair said happily, Oh, just take it as you please, don't be shy, there are many things anyway. Mingyan thought to himself, this small supermarket looks ordinary, but it's really not as simple as it seems. The system announcement sounded, Game World, current number of players 403,459,186. Time passed, and an hour later, Mingyan was lying on the bed, thinking that the boss was too strict, and maybe he should give up on that bottle for the time being. A voice suddenly sounded from outside the door, Are you asleep, Dugu? Mingyan thought, is that the girl named Kai Shuang? Kai Shuang continued, Hey, are you asleep? He didn't reply, thinking to himself, it seems she'll be understanding and know not to bother others. She pushed the door open and said, Then I'm coming in. Kai Shuang walked in with a knife in her hand. Mingyan felt strange, thinking, I locked the door, so how could it be pushed open? She stabbed the knife towards Mingyan. He stopped Kai Shuang's hand, surprising her. As expected, you're also a player? You want to kill me? Is it a player's mission? Seeing the stab become more forceful, Mingyan thought, her strength has increased, that's a special skill. He gently dodged and asked, Why do you want to kill me? Isn't this world a survival game? Why is there such a mission? Mingyan pointed directly at Kai Shuang's face and reminded, Are you going to talk or not? This is your last chance. Seeing that she had no intention of answering, he shot out a burst of qi, piercing Kai Shuang's head. The system notification sounded, HP minus 480, critical damage, penetrating wound. Mingyan picked up the knife, and its information appeared, received equipment, inverted eagle dagger. Inverted eagle dagger, green grade, looks very delicate. Suitable for various assassinations, attack power, 3 to 8, if it's a critical hit, it will double, durability, 9 out of 10, equipment requirement, one-handed weapon. Strength requirement of 3 or more, special attribute, bodies pierced by it will gradually lose the will to resist, it will become the most beautiful flower of death. Looking at Kai Shuang's corpse, he thought, there's no notification about receiving experience after defeating her. It can be confirmed that she was definitely a player. Since things have come to this, I might as well just take the bottle that I couldn't get earlier. Mingyan touched the strange bottle, and the system notification sounded, obtained clue 4, strange bottle, received 10-star exploration points, clue has been recorded in the clues section. Can be viewed at any time. Smelling the scent emanating from the bottle, he thought, this smell is a bit like detergent, isn't it? 171.at this time, the system announcement sounded, clue I, clue 4, a connection appears, forming hypothesis I, hypothesis 1, this bottle seems to have some connection to the purple liquid from before. Suddenly, a sound attracted Mingyan's attention. He recognized the source of the sound, it was coming from the mother's room. Mingyan opened the door a crack to look into the room. He was surprised to see that the middle-aged woman had turned into a zombie. At this moment, the long-haired man appeared behind him. I told you, don't look around. Seeing the zombie child lunging towards Mingyan. Faced with this situation, he thought, I can't be careless anymore, this time I have to be extra cautious. Suddenly, a sword pierced through the middle-aged man's head. The person wielding the sword was Yu. Seeing this, he was surprised. Yu. She shouted a reminder, Su Mingyan, be careful. The zombie child bit Mingyan's hand. He quickly cast a skill to eliminate it, HP minus 500, critical hit, eliminated mutated zombie, EXP plus 300. The system announcement sounded, debuff, initial zombie poison, poison after being bitten by a zombie, but it hasn't spread throughout the body. Yu was worried. He took out the strange bottle. Without hesitation, Mingyan drank the liquid from the bottle, debuff, initial zombie poison. Seeing this, he thought, the debuff is still there, which means the liquid in this bottle has no effect. Or is it? In Yu's hand was a bottle of purple liquid. Mingin hurriedly said, "It's okay. Help me first, chop here, control the force just right, can you do it?" Yu was surprised, cutting off a limb to survive, not everyone can endure this pain. She suddenly remembered and said, "Vaccine, that's right, fungal bacteria." He interrupted, "It's useless. According to my speculation, that's not the type of vaccine that can resist zombie poison. We've thought too simply, there's definitely more than one type of vaccine." Yu said worriedly, "But you'll lose too much blood." Mingin urged, "Chop." Yu swung the sword, and Mingin painfully gritted his teeth and endured, HP minus 300, limb severed, excessive blood loss. Su Mingin was now rapidly recovering health after the collision just now, and his condition was quite unstable. HP minus 30, heavy bleeding, HP plus 30, initial health recovery, HP minus 30, heavy bleeding. He looked up and constantly pondered, a blood bottle in the store costs 10 points per bottle, recovering 30 health every 2 seconds, for a total recovery time of 10 seconds. With a 1-minute cooldown. Looking at the pile of empty bottles on the ground, he reflected, after continuously using several blood bottles, I finally managed to recover this nearly depleted health bar. The debuff, initial zombie poison, has also disappeared. It seems that cutting off my hand to survive really worked. Yu turned to him worriedly and asked Su Mingin, "How are you feeling now?" He just nodded and replied, "I can't hold the steel sword tightly for the time being. Maybe I should change to another weapon." Suddenly, a man shouted loudly, This. Seeing him fall to the ground foaming at the mouth, Yu was astonished. He's scared into fainting? However, the man was a little abnormal, and she hurriedly called out, "Wait, this is..." Su Mingin, quickly look at the brother's body. He was still writhing and making strange movements, clearly he hadn't been bitten. Without hesitation, Su Mingin stabbed the man through the head. "I can roughly understand." He held the paper in his hand and said, "Too much has happened tonight, let's rest for a while, and when it's light, we'll go here." Yu asked in surprise, "X City Central Hospital?" Su Mingin nodded in response, "I want to confirm some of my speculations." Although she didn't understand much, she still agreed, "Okay." He picked up the fingernail and observed it. "You received item, broken red fingernail, it looks like a pretty good forging material." Su Mingin sat down and looked over the zombie corpses on the floor. "You received clue, mushrooms on the zombie corpses. All white, large individual, many flower-shaped cracks on the surface of the cap. Received 10 exploration points. Clue has been recorded in the clues bar, can be viewed at any time." The system announced continuously, Clue 2 and Clue 3 are linked, forming the second speculation, Speculation 2, the shapes of the two types of mushrooms from the dead and from the zombies are completely different. Could this be related to the vaccine? Over here, Yu immediately asked Su Mingin, "You must have watched our game live streams before, right?" So? She looked at the screen in front of her. "Some players who are killed and eliminated from the game will transform into netizens on the forum in their small space, wandering through the live streams to collect information. Currently, a post titled, Pinned, Hot, in the Hall of Fame, a post discussing the experts who are rampaging in the apocalypse has climbed to the top 1 hot search. Su Mingin also focused and read them. The poster conducted an analysis of the feedback rate, popularity, the existing data and skills that can be grasped, and continuously updates information about the experts participating in the game. Pinned, Hot, Hall of Fame, discussing the experts raging in the apocalypse. The order is just an arrangement, and not a real ranking. Number 1 AINI, a country, 24 years old. Currently his real identity is the young master of a wealthy family in the top 500 in the world. His skill is controlling fire. This is definitely one of the strongest skills currently. Whether facing bandits or zombies, he is no match. He follows a violent style, robbing players and killing zombies. His current level may be level 3, close combat is also very strong. His strength is at least 10 points, he has some close bodyguards around him who are temporarily bribed. His live stream room is always in the top 10, with his strength. It is no problem to be in the top 3, although the specific value is unclear. His combat power is probably around 250, combined with his daily speaking attitude. I guess the first player who spoke at the opening ceremony, the one who made everyone exclaim, might be him. Rating, based on current performance, the highest score. Yu suddenly discovered, the first ranking is a person named AINID from a country. Look above, there's also an intelligence analysis related to him. Su Mingyan stroked his chin thoughtfully. LV Shu. She shouted again, Su Mingyan, I saw your ranking, preliminary selection, number 100 Su Mingyan. He looked at it with a bored expression. So this is how I'm described. Su Mingyan frowned and looked at them. The number 1 player? Is that me? Anyway, the person at the top of the current ranking is a person named AINI, even if I tell the truth. No one would believe me. Let them compete. He suddenly turned back and urged Yu, are you ready? We're getting ready to go. On the way, she kept asking questions. Su Mingyan, I've always thought that clearing the level isn't actually that difficult, right? He explained, that's right. In fact, clearing this first world is really very simple. Su Mingyan calmly explained, they gave us 4 days to prepare. Players can prepare a lot of food and run to safe places. Like the supermarket behind us, close the door, and you can stay inside for 10 days. Suddenly zombies rushed out from somewhere. However, with just one strike, they can easily be cut through. If it continues like this, they won't become stronger. Yu heard this and was excited. You're right. Su Mingyan observed from a distance, the hospital is in the northeast corner of the city. It will take a day to get there. Yu and I have been walking for a day. And our levels have both increased to level 3. I've also added 3 attribute points and spirit. But then Yu reminded, Su Mingyan, the chocolate bar, it's gone. He suddenly asked, you ate all of it in the backpack too? Su Mingyan frowned and considered, the player's backpack has a space of 1 cubic meter, in Yu's backpack. Besides the sword, it's all chocolate and snacks. Clearly it was filled before leaving the supermarket, and now it's already. He had no choice but to indulge her. Let's go, there's a small supermarket ahead. Stepping inside, Su Mingyan looked around. It seems that the first floor only has daily necessities. We have to go up to the second floor and see. At the same time, another zombie rushed out. He was still planning to turn around and slash it, but a sword pierced through it 1 step ahead. Just as this storm was put out, a new one came crashing down, the one who killed the zombies, friend or foe. Second floor of the supermarket, a burly man used his sword to eliminate the zombie. Rest assured, everyone is safe. He approached and greeted, hello, I am Yang Changshu, a soldier, currently searching for supplies with my teammates. He looked at him with some curiosity. 1 hand? In this world, it's impossible to be injured to that extent. He must have been disabled before the game started. Su Mingyan stared at Yang Changshu. He grabbed his hand and sighed. He lost 1 hand and still survived until now. It must have been difficult. Su Mingyan happily greeted back. Hello, I am Su Mingyan, an ordinary student. Yang Changshu confidently affirmed, it's okay, there will be no danger in the future. We have built a shelter at the old address of the 7 Colors Kindergarten in X City. Just stay inside and past 10 days, there will be no problem. He lightly patted him and hinted, the problem of supplies and security, just leave it to us, the ones who can fight. However, Su Mingyan immediately refused. Thank you, but we will leave immediately. Yu then pointed and asked, up there, is there anything? He hurriedly explained, does the supermarket have 3 floors? We couldn't find the way up, it might be a staircase that's locked. All the families who lost loved ones here have been cleaned up by us, and it's also evening and convenient. Everyone should just follow us back, the more the merrier, everyone can help each other. Suddenly, a zombie rushed over crazily. Careful behind you, mutated zombie. Yang Changshu slashed with his sword, but the zombie dodged it. It's over, it's over. It immediately reached out its hand to grab him. He deliberately surmised, damn it, since I'm trapped anyway, I might as well fight these families who lost loved ones. Unexpectedly, Yu rushed forward and slashed at the zombie. HP minus 562, critical damage, sharp, dark suppression. A young man shouted and ran over. Brother Yang, a man is in the back, panicking, Captain. He looked at his bleeding arm. Brother Yang, how is it, zombie blood? Yang Changshu looked at the wound and calmly replied, the wound is on my hand, it's too late to amputate it, I can't be saved anymore. The young man teared up. From the first day, I fell into the hands of bandits, living like death. If it wasn't for Brother Yang opening the door like hell and pulling me behind him, I might have lost my life long ago. In our team, Brother Yang is the guiding light, the spiritual leader of the shelter. If he suddenly... He reassured him and even instructed, it's okay, after I finish cleaning up these supplies, I will end everything myself. I have a map of the area here, it's getting dark. Everyone take it and quickly go back, everyone at the shelter is still waiting. A man also approached Yang Changshu and said, Captain, it's okay, there's still a chance, we're almost to the central hospital, there's definitely a clue to solve the zombie toxin there. Today, Old Qin was injured and is also being isolated and observed at the shelter, he hasn't turned into a zombie yet. Suddenly he shouted loudly, a man, there is. He ordered, now, immediately take the supplies and return to the shelter. This is just a mutated zombie after evolution. I may also become a mutated zombie. I can't become everyone's time bomb. This is an order, take the 2 students and immediately return. She tearfully sobbed, understood. Su Mingyan approached and asked, scratched? Yang Changshu turned back and replied, I'm very sorry. I shouldn't have underestimated you before, thank you for your help. But I can't be saved anymore. He then handed over a bottle of medicine and said, drink it. He wondered, is it a vaccine? He replied, not sure. A man angrily questioned, not sure? What do you mean? What exactly is it? Unexpectedly, Yu raised her sword to threaten her. If I guess correctly, then it's right. If I guess wrong, then. Without saying anything, Yang Changshu snatched the bottle of medicine and drank it. If I guess wrong, then what? He just smiled and pleaded, if I turn into a mutant, then let this little girl kill me, that sword is quite fast. Quickly Yang Changshu coughed up blood, Captain, Brother Yang. But then he immediately felt, on my body, the characteristics tending towards zombies have disappeared. A man happily rushed over to hug Yang Changshu and cried, it's okay, it's okay. He bowed and thanked him profusely, thank you for saving my life. I don't know how to thank you enough later. He interrupted, it's okay, you've also confirmed my prediction. The 2 of them asked in surprise, that is the zombie antidote. That's right, Old Qin and them can be saved, just need a small sip. A man was excited, thank you, little brother, you are really a good person, that antidote, anyway, you and the little girl are not infected. Can you let us take it back? After all, the antidote can still be found, but our friend's, Old Qin, has been in a very bad state since this morning, he's about to turn into a zombie. At this moment, Yang Changshu shouted reproachfully, a man! She retorted loudly, Old Qin is also our comrade, do you still want us to kill him with our own hands? Moreover, Old Qin was one of the first people to build the base. And he's also a PhD in chemistry, his skills are not bad, he has contributed a lot to finding clues, as long as he's here, the vaccine still has hope. Then a man desperately pleaded with Su Mingyan, little brother will you agree? Can you give us the antidote so we can save our comrades who have lived and died together? But his face was sad and he replied, I can't. The 2 of them didn't understand and kept shouting and forcing him, why? Clearly we can find more, we can find it together with you later, but now life is the most important. Yang Changshu, we are fighting against death to gain time. In the previous period when money was extremely scarce, Brother Yang could still go without food all day to give it to the people in the temporary shelter. Why can't you give in a little? Clearly vaccines can be found. Yang Changshu pretended to dissuade them, you guys, but in his mind, he kept thinking like the other 2, a man shouldn't force these 2 students, but the one who is about to die is Old Qin. I also don't have the right to advise others to give up their lives. A man cried helplessly, why, everyone clearly wants to live. I know this is very despicable, I also don't want to force you like this, but I don't want to let my comrades die. At this time, people were competing to comment, Star City refugees, the military song is too pitiful, clearly he is very strong, yet he is willing to give up the mission to find supplies to protect? Everyone in the shelter, the streamer doesn't even move a finger, social swallow, is perfect completion so important, haven't you already completed the upgrade mission? For a little bit of points, you're not even willing to save people, difficult water. I have seen through the nature of this streamer long ago, seeing a girl die on the street. He doesn't move at all, he is really a selfish and unfeeling person. A man stubbornly forced, why is that? Clearly we can also give up the upgrade mission to protect the people, yet you are so young and only care about those points. Is that perfect completion point so important in your eyes? He frowned seriously, important. Only when we complete everything perfectly can we redeem the earth. She lowered her head and sobbed, isn't it just for that reward? Suddenly a man saw Su Mingyan glaring at her, She was shocked. Based on what, is he looking at me like that, as if I did something wrong? A man gnashed her teeth angrily. Really, too selfish, you are so young, you have never lost a comrade, clearly you don't understand anything. Old Chin is clearly such a good person. She touched the weapon behind her and approached him. If words can't make him give up, then forcing to take the antidote is the way, anyway, in the end. Just make up for him a little, this is the apocalypse, taking action is also normal. Yang Chanshu suddenly called out from the side, a man! And she rushed quickly to Su Mingyan to force him. Why don't you give the antidote to us? Clearly we can help you find it. But before she could do anything, she was rushed by Yi Yu and used her sword to cut off one of her arms. She immediately warned, dare to say one more word, this sword will take your life. He hurriedly supported her and shook her, a man. The other person went crazy and rushed over with a stick. Why did it turn out like this? We just want to save people, I'll kill you. This time, he was stopped by Yang Changshu's heavy punch. He seriously bowed his head and apologized to the two of them. I'm sorry, it's we who didn't know the limits, didn't know to be grateful, and used this disgusting way to force you. This is our fault. I, Yang Chanshu, have been saved by you once. This life is yours, you can use it however you want. He didn't even bother to pay attention to them and coldly turned his back and left. Go find a way to save this girl, if you want to live, want to earn points for all of humanity. Then there are blood bottles and hemostatic bandages in the store, it's still not too late. The screen continued with endless comments, Star City victims, the military song is too pitiful, clearly he is very strong, but he is willing to give up the mission to find supplies to protect everyone. In the shelter, the streamer doesn't even bother to lift a finger, social banquet, is perfect completion so important, haven't you already completed the upgrade mission? For a little bit of points, you're not even willing to save people. Difficult water. I have seen through the nature of this streamer long ago, seeing a girl die on the street. He doesn't move at all, he is really a selfish and unfeeling person. You uncomfortably said turn off the live stream, it's all a suffocating atmosphere. However, Su Mingyan shook his head and smiled meaningfully. I opened the live stream, besides earning more points, there are other reasons, the first is to expand my influence. So everyone can see me. In his mind at this time, he had calculations. The second is to gradually change everyone's thinking, lead them according to the concept of adventure, instead of just observing. The third is to consider the order on the enemy planet. As a student suddenly rising strongly, it is best that I record the entire journey of my crossing so that everyone can clearly understand the ins and outs. This will also be beneficial on my path of development later. Su Mingyan then asked Yu, have you ever heard of the spotlight effect? The despair of a group brings greater despair, but currently, everyone is in such a situation. He then explained to her, humanity has fallen into chaos, all communication has been completely cut off, even relatives cannot be found, and in a chaotic group. For a leader to stand out, in addition to basic abilities, there is also another factor, which is the spotlight. Su Mingyan looked up at the street lamp and sighed. Under the spotlight, everyone's eyes are facing the same direction, from which a center point is naturally formed. At that point, all the leader's words will be clearly conveyed, and the will and thoughts of the masses will also be naturally guided by crowd psychology and dependency psychology. He knew what he needed to do. If you want to lead this despairing group, make them move towards a common goal, then you must establish a clear and firm goal. Hearing this, Yu looked in surprise. Su Mingyan seems to be deliberately showing a very excited expression. What he said seems to be to deceive someone. Who is he trying to deceive? Su Mingyan continued to add, based on the above theory, in the world game, if everyone is said to be lost ships in the ocean, I hope that I can become a clear lighthouse in their eyes. A solid goal in the sea. She straightforwardly believed that he will do it. World's top 5 hottest live stream, AI. AI used his bare hands to take down a group of zombies. His face was without the slightest interest, bland. Joylia behind him followed and praised, AI, you are really absolutely beautiful today. She continued to ask, AI, are you going to the central hospital today? He coldly replied, I have predicted the final result. Joylia also announced the news that, as far as I know, no player has guessed the answer yet, but this month has perfectly cleared the level. Let's quickly go to the hospital to get the clues so that AI can become the first to achieve that, of course. Reading the comments, He immediately asked, AI. Today someone said they would become the first, who is that? The others quickly replied, it is a player from Long Country, Su Mingin, that person in the preliminary selection, the one who lost an arm. Haven't heard of this person. Joylia heard and sighed, is that the cold guy? Really very cool, I also like that kind of guy. AI saw this and was annoyed. If it was LV Shu from Long Country saying these words, it could be understood, but this person called Su Mingin, it's best to pray that he doesn't die in the hands of the failures. The screen displayed more and more, Sword Heart, really is amazing, really is cool. When I see AI, I feel very at ease. Humanity will definitely have the chance to earn enough points. Water, maybe that student has the strength, don't try to ridicule so much. Daichi, the first player AI hasn't spoken yet, he has to refute, the first player. I never said I was the first player. She was surprised, AI, so you are not that person, I thought the person who spoke at the opening ceremony was you. AI denied, that person does have a quite similar way of thinking to me. But it's definitely not me. His eyes were sharp and declared that, I really agree with what that person said, but that doesn't mean he is much better than me. Joylia was still probing, AI. Are you not the first player? The people arguing on the forum will definitely cry. AI confidently affirmed, it's okay, AI, combat power 270, no matter who the first player was before, in the future it can only be me. Central Hospital. The zombies here were quickly eliminated with just one move. World temperature number 4, LV Shu's broadcast room. He was cold and detached as he fought alone. Could LV Shu be the legendary first player? But looking at the way that person spoke earlier, it doesn't seem very similar. He shone his light forward. If all the strong people could compete together, that would be great. People who are about to die and still worry about this are really too selfless. Suddenly there was a light behind him. Someone's there. LV Shu, be careful. LV Shu turned his head to look, so it's him. The system announced, updating supervisor mission. Supervisors are existences specifically targeting players. No need to focus on resolving doubts. The system will assign targets to be eliminated and provide coordinates. Rewards will be received for eliminating the corresponding players. Eliminate target, Su Mingin, code B3030. Nearest coordinates have been determined. Please supervisor eliminate the target within this world cycle. He frowned uncomfortably. Why, the target I have to hunt down is him. The screen flashed red. Notice, failure in the supervisor mission may lead to unimaginable consequences. It is best not to have a lucky mentality. Sorry. I also have reasons that I absolutely cannot back down from. A mantis suddenly rushed up to attack the person in front of it. Su Mingin fell to the ground. Oh my god, I just lost focus for a moment, and I'm already dead. That's really cruel. Internal strife in Long Country, oh my god. To the point of killing each other, LV Shu is too vicious, but there's nothing I can do. LV Shu is clearly stronger than that kid on the preliminary list. LV Shu silently looked at him. Although I didn't hear the elimination notification, maybe he's just playing dead, but I still can't understand it. What's going on? To be attacked like that and not make a sound, doesn't he feel pain? It's so strange that it makes my hair stand on end. At this time he said, I heard the Damaku talk about your words. You said you would win to the end. But sorry, I also have a mission. I have to kill you. Outside the central hospital, there was a sudden tremor. You hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Su Mingin glanced and said the clone was killed. There are enemies inside. Seeing this, she stood up and took up her sword. I'll go kill him. He quickly stopped her. Don't rush. That knife is very painful. The trouble I caused, I will solve it myself. Su Mingin also held out a bottle of medicine. Before entering the hospital, drink this. The virus from the mushrooms will lurk in the human body. Its vaccine must be cultured on a living body. That's the origin of this colorless medicine. You ate the monkey head mushroom biscuit and were infected with the virus. You need to use this antidote. He also added, and the virus from the zombies needs to use the bottle of purple liquid to detoxify, like when detoxifying young Chanshu. Seeing that she was still stunned, Su Mingin had to say sternly, don't understand? It's okay, just leave it all to me. Central Hospital, he turned his head and instructed, we'll go to the intensive care unit on the 3rd floor first. Yu nodded and followed. I'll go with you. Unexpectedly, eerie laughter came from this place. He noticed the red streaks on the wall. Without hesitation, Su Mingyan quickly pulled her away. The building is about to collapse, you run first. Yu panicked and urged, hurry up and follow me. At this moment, Su Mingyan tried to use his strength to jump up. But it wasn't enough to reach, he swayed, it's over. In the nick of time, Yu managed to grab his hand. She tried to pull Su Mingyan up Yu. But everything around them had collapsed. Yu at this moment shouted, Su Mingyan, survive. One of Su Mingyan's hands had grabbed onto the wall. And she accepted sacrificing herself to save him, Yu. But a giant moth flew over and caught Yu, don't worry. LV Shu coldly stood there looking at the two people, she can survive. My butterfly just happened to be below, and caught her. Then he looked at him and wondered, Su Mingyan, what do you have on you that's causing the hospital to react so much? There was nothing like this when I came up. Clearly you're being targeted by the entire hospital. Su Mingyan looked up in surprise. Could it be because of the purple liquid in my backpack? LV Shu then explained, I saved her to apologize to you. I attacked you before, just to complete my mission. A life for a life, now I have saved her once, can you forgive me? Then Su Mingyan carried Yu on his shoulder and left. He suddenly asked, are you going to the third floor? It's very dangerous there, it's related to the last clue to clear the level, if you just want to complete the basic mission. Then you don't need to go there. He turned around to look at LV Shu, don't you want to clear the level perfectly? He simply replied, I want to, but I don't feel it's worth it, just for a little bit of points to risk my life to face the highest difficulty, I might lose my life. LV Shu also promised Su Mingyan, we are both people from Long Country with names on the leaderboard, even if you are only on the reserve list, but your skills are very interesting. If you don't mind, after I explore the second floor, I can take you out of here safely. Hearing this, he nodded in agreement, I understand, what is it? At this time, Su Mingyan shook her continuously you. Calling and calling but she won't wake up, I don't know how the fall just now affected her. LV Shu kept dissuading him, hey, you're courting death. But Su Mingyan was determined to go up, he could only stand there and watch, he really didn't understand what he was thinking, clearly his hand couldn't even hold the weapon properly anymore. He carried Yu on his back and just walked on. A soft voice kept ringing out, Big Brother. In front of him was a zombie who could talk, Big Brother, you came to the third floor of the hospital to find the last clue, right? You really are persistent. He coldly replied to it, state your conditions. She was excited and recounted, Duo used to like to play chess very much, but there was never anyone to play with, Big Brother, Duo wants to see you play chess with other players. Using your own lives as chess pieces, can you agree to Duo? The notification appeared continuously, you have entered the third floor of the central hospital, automatically activated the perfect route, branch dungeon, world chessboard. Reward for clearing the branch dungeon, the last clue, Duo's file, opens up the path to perfect clearance, assessment and final reward will be based on the performance in the match. The power difference between the two sides is determined, up to SS grade can be achieved, perfection level, current combat power, individual 240, total team combat power 240. She also hinted, Duo believes that Big Brother will be very strong even if he is alone, right? Suddenly the clothes on Su Mingyan changed, he had been designated as the king, red faction, the rules of the game will be announced later. The space at this time transformed into a giant chessboard, dungeon, world chessboard, applies a PvP combat mechanism between player teams. The opponent will be randomly selected from 50,000 parallel dungeons, searching for a player team entering the third floor entering the hospital from 50,000 parallel ports. AI and I returned after scouting the situation, and jumped down before he could land and spoke up, no need to run, the little red girl downstairs is probably the final boss, just kill her directly. In addition, there were many other people listening attentively. Hubert held a notebook in his hand, while observing the surroundings and seriously said, in order to avoid accidents, just follow the normal procedure. First go to the third floor of the hospital. Get all the necessary clues. I have completely understood the essence of this mysterious world. He yawned tiredly. His attitude was very calm. Leave the decoding to you, Hubert, it's too boring. I thought it would be more interesting. I didn't expect the apocalypse to be so simple. Joelia slowly stepped out, smiled softly and gently advised in a sarcastic tone, you can't use your standards to judge others, dear AI and I. After all, not everyone is as strong as you. AI raised his hand and the surroundings immediately lit up with a fiery aura. He tilted his head slightly with a very serious attitude. Hurry up, Joelia. I don't want others to take it first. I heard that Mizushima Kawaso is about to collect all the clues in the hospital. I don't want to be overtaken by her. Suddenly a strange laugh rang out. AI frowned with an expression of disgust, pretending to be mysterious. Duo covered her mouth and showed a dangerous and charming smile. Big brother, big sister, the two of you don't look like the people that Duo sees in other ports. You look really amazing. Facing the little girl, he still calmly smiled. Do you need you to tell me that? Duo with a sinister smile and bright eyes raised her hand with interest and said, too amazing, so it's even more delicious. Come on and play chess. You amazing brothers and sisters. The surrounding scene suddenly changed. The black sky appeared full of glittering stars. It covered the little girl. Entered the perfect route, world chessboard. Current combat power, individual, 291, total squad combat power, 868, progress of perfect clearance, 60%. And he stood on the opposite side of Duo and asked in confusion, branch dungeon? The little girl clenched her hands and tensed up. Her face became pale. Director Papa really likes to play chess, even if he always says that Duo doesn't understand. And doesn't teach me. Duo is always very good, doesn't go out, and doesn't talk to anyone. Duo has only wanted to play chess since getting off the operating table. Even if I finally don't understand the rules, and there's no one to play with Duo. Then Duo raised her head with a proud smile and cold eyes, and said decisively, but now it's all no longer important. The little girl walked cheerfully with a freestyle, brother, sister, let's play a game of chess, even if it's not playing with Duo, but you can play with others. Using your own lives as chess pieces. Everyone's faces remained unchanged in the face of Duo's strange behavior. Match successful. Our team, AI, Joelia, Hubert, Hans, Selt, total combat power 868. Enemy team, Su Mingin, Yu is unable to act. Total strategy 240. Please appoint positions for the members of your squad. AI glanced at the system announcement and thought, positions that can be selected, knight, guard, tower, bishop, queen, Su Mingin. I remember this is a person who spoke loudly on the preliminary list, saying that he wanted to go to the end among the long country players. I didn't expect him to be paired with this guy. It seems I can teach him a lesson. At this time, the entire place where everyone was standing was an enlarged chessboard. Now we will start explaining the rules of the chess game. The chess pieces with enormous sizes were neatly arranged in the correct positions. The world chessboard is divided into two factions, red and blue, based on the number of members currently in the team. One person can be chosen as the king, and the others will become chess pieces subject to the king's orders. The strength of the chess pieces is equivalent to their actual combat power. The attack mode of both sides is in turns. Each turn can only move one chess piece. You can command the chess piece to move forward, and when entering the attack range, you can order the chess piece to attack the opponent. The black king emerged towering in the very center. The king is the focus. Once it is eliminated, no matter how much health the other members have, the game will immediately fail. A black knight appeared right next to it. The knight has increased attack power. The attack range is close but can move far. However, the knight cannot pass over the opponent's chess pieces to attack directly. Along with it was the appearance of pawns floating in the sky. The guard has a close attack range and a close movement distance. When in the attack range, the guard can attack any chess piece. In the middle of the twinkling starry sky, the chess rook appeared. The tower has a long attack range. The tower can attack any of the opponent's chess pieces, but cannot bypass the queen to directly attack the king. The bishop stood firm like a silent protector. The bishop is a healing profession. When moving, the bishop can heal any teammate. Finally, the huge queen had an important role. The queen has a long attack range and a wide range of movement. The queen's attack is a magic attack, but her damage is lower than any chess piece. The queen has the sacrifice skill, actively sacrificing herself to provide all kinds of enhancements to any chess piece in her team. This skill can only be used once in each match. He clenched his fist standing in a square on the chessboard of fate. Each turn of moving, attacking or using the chess piece's skills will take an action. All chess pieces must follow the arrangement of the king. They only have the right to act, and no right to refuse. AI smiled lightly. His face showed confidence and ease, but inside he was secretly calculating his moves. In a temporary lineup like this, assigning positions like this will definitely make people compete for the position of king, to the point of bloodshed, because no one wants to put their lives in the hands of others. But my team is different, because I can easily win everyone's trust and I am confident that I can lead them to victory. There were only 2 chess pieces, white and black, left on the chessboard, while the others had been defeated and lay scattered. In addition, there are 2 special rules. 1. When there are only 2 kings left on the chessboard, all rules according to the law will be cancelled, and the 2 sides will start fighting directly. 2. When the situation of the match on the chessboard falls into a stalemate, a hidden rule will be revealed. AI waved his hand, creating a stream of light, and announced, appointed Hubert as bishop, appointed Joelia as queen, appointed Hans as knight, appointed Selt as tower. He faced Minin and affirmed with certainty, it will be an easy victory, Joelia. He carried you on his back with an unchanging expression. It seems you are very confident. Joelia stepped forward to stand beside AI and quickly laughed out loud. The boy from Long Country, you are very brave. Your live stream room may not have many people. They didn't remind you, so you don't know what kind of team you are facing. She raised her eyebrows, showing contempt for the opponent. Joelia even warned, however, I personally admire your courage in cutting off your arm, and I also quite like your style. If you surrender now and admit your previous words, I may consider having an in-depth conversation with you. Seeing this, he gave her a wink and reminded her. Joelia slapped her hands and narrowed her eyes, laughing in a coquettish manner. Joelia, okay, I won't say any more. It seems that dear AI has an opinion. She winked and reached out to blow a kiss. Then good luck. I hope you will have an impressive performance in front of millions of viewers. Minin stood upright with her on his back. From the live stream room of His Highness AI, this boy named Su Mingyan looks harmless, but he dared to step onto the 3rd floor of the hospital. Maybe before starting the match, he didn't know what kind of team he would encounter. How could he coincidentally encounter a world-class team, one person against an entire team? Minin CA can't even finish assigning the positions. It's so unfair. He has really worked very hard. He frowned and observed everything and secretly calculated. I am being watched by so many people. This scene is really exactly like when I was at the opening ceremony. Maybe I should learn to get used to these eyes. Then Minin gently supported Yu and laid her down on the ground, in front of the eyes of billions of people, suddenly standing under the spotlight of the world. I faced AI, who is recognized as the #1 player. It seems that in a moment, I was suddenly pushed into a situation that attracted the attention of thousands of people like this. Then he stood up, looked at them with cold eyes. Then, let's start next. AI frowned and pointed at Minin, full of discomfort and anger. Su Mingyan's attitude is too confident. It makes me feel both obvious and extremely absurd. What exactly is going on? A loud voice rang out. Hans, step forward. Knight Hans, move forward. Minin raised the sword in his hand high into the sky and shouted, understood. Many more clones of him appeared around him. The clones become guards. Minin frowned and observed everything in his heart and secretly calculated. Frankly speaking, if we face each other head-on, with the difference in numbers, I almost can't win, but I have discovered an important rule on the chessboard, the stalemate point. If I can force that stalemate point to appear, then that will be my only chance to win. Seeing this, he praised him. Clones, an interesting skill, but it's just one more slash. Without saying much, Minin then called out, ordering his army, guards, attack the enemy's knight. Very quickly, he was face to face with Hans. Beside him, Minin still didn't forget to analyze the game. This game is in turns. Just now I made the move to move. Now it's his turn. Although I can't perform any actions including moving and attacking, but I can still block the opponent's attack. There is absolutely no need to be afraid. He unleashed a powerful blow towards the opponent. Health points minus 520, blocked, combat power suppressed. Seeing this, he was very surprised and gritted his teeth, thinking, how could it be? If I hadn't blocked that blow just now, the damage would definitely exceed 1,000. Enough to kill me twice. Even AI's flames have never reached this level. Who exactly is the opponent? Hans heard the shout from behind, ordering him to turn around. Knight turned back. On AI's face at this moment, a trace of worry had appeared. A chess piece being destroyed means really dying. I can't leave Hans alone there. The situation of the two sides is currently very stalemate when observed from a global perspective. Dude, I'm not mistaken, blocking the blows still lost 500 health points. If I break through the defense, then I think I have witnessed the highest single target damage ever. The skill is too strong. His Highness AI and I won't lose, right? Don't worry, no matter how strong the opponent is, there are only two people, moreover the girl is still unconscious, Su Mingyan alone can't win. He observed the opponent in front of him and couldn't help but doubt Min'en's strength. He is really only ranked 100th on the preliminary list. How much has he been hiding? It seems I have seriously misjudged the opponent's combat power. Moreover, the degree of difference is very large. His side also simultaneously clearly determined the level of his skills. This is an epic red level skill. In terms of level, it is on par with AI's ability to control fire. Even stronger because this is a skill that can evolve in an orthodox way. The combat power of the clone is directly related to the spirit points, and currently my spirit is up to 16 points. Gradually Min'en gave a clearer analysis of that power. In other words, my real strength has never been myself, but a complete clone, stronger than the main body and not afraid of death. It's just that due to limitations in spirit, I can't attack a person with the clone at the same time. Then he continued to order his clone to do the mission. Guard, move forward. AI and I stood with his arms crossed. His face also became gloomy, as if he was brewing some conspiracy. As long as the opponent's king is killed, we can win, in other words. I don't need to care about his clone with abnormal combat power. The guard can attack anyone. But the biggest weakness of the guard is that the speed of action is too slow. It will take at least a few more turns to reach in front of me. He frowned and waved his hand to continue giving instructions. The tower, directly attack the enemy's king. The tower is the only chess piece that can attack the opponent on the spot without moving. Selt received the order and released a powerful blue power, the tower Selt. Min'en was surrounded by a red shield, easily resisting the opponent's attack. Health points minus 120, magic resistance. My spirit attribute is up to 16 points. So the damage of this blow is not as high as I imagined? AI and I observed the situation. Drops of sweat also began to appear on his face. Su Mingyan has never added constitution points. His actual amount of blood is probably only about 500. Moreover, there is no bishop to heal him. I only need 5 turns to win. This time it was Min'en's turn to make the next move. Guard, clone, guard, move forward. At the same time, he was also secretly analyzing the rules of the game revolving around the king. This game at first glance seems like every chess piece is important. But in fact it is just a game of killing the king. If you want to use one person's strength to face many chess pieces, directly threaten the opponent's king. I can only choose the guard. Beside him was the strong support from the queen, knight and rook, because the queen is a magic system attack, and my clone does not have long-range magic skills. As for the knight and the tower, both cannot jump over the opponent's chess pieces to directly attack the king. If AI and I is determined enough, ignore his teammates and attack straight. Then by choosing these two types of chess pieces, I will have absolutely no chance of winning. Min'en's eyes also became sharp and he was really serious in this life and death game. If I appoint the clone to be the healing chess piece bishop, then it can only passively take the blow. Each healing will cost a turn, making me unable to attack the opponent, so, the guard is my only chance to win. The image of AI and I and Min'en facing each other like two real kings, I remember it was written in the special rules, when the situation falls into a stalemate. A hidden rule will be activated. What I need to do is force this hidden rule that can save my life to appear, and before that, I won't let the opponent discover my true purpose. Meanwhile Selt on AI's side released a blue power, the tower, attacked the enemy's king. That blow directly aimed at him and fired. Health points minus 120, magic resistance. King Su Mingyan, health points remaining 260. Min'en's clone moved forward according to his instructions. Guard, move forward. AI and I was not willing to lose and ordered his army to respond. The tower, attack the enemy's king. Once again Min'en had to endure the magic attack from the enemy. The critical hit has a low probability, but once it appears, it will cause more damage. Coincidentally, this blow appeared with a critical hit, and his blood was only 130 points left. As long as the opponent attacks one more time, once another critical hit appears, then he will lose. However, he still stood upright without appearing a little damaged. Has my live stream room turned into a mess? There are people supporting me, and there are fans of the AI and I team who have come to scold me, but I also understand the mentality of these viewers. Men in fighting, no matter what the outcome, we will always support you. Blood is only 130 left. It seems I can only block 1 or 2 more blows, and there is still a whole team on the other side. It's hopeless, it's over. I thought the challenger was very strong. Enough is enough. The problem is the matchmaking mechanism. Why keep clinging to people? People outside are observing the battle on the chessboard tensely, on the same front as us, use the ability to analyze logistics to support advanced players. So everyone will enter a positive cycle, but there will definitely be a situation where those hiding in the background may change due to psychological imbalance. They will naturally fear those who are smarter, stronger and more adaptable to the dungeon. Minnan did not feel discouraged and showed a slight smile, just like now, like watching a play, like chasing idols, like watching movies and predicting endings. Praising the people they love, attacking the people they don't like. He smirked as if he understood all the conspiracies in front of him. Anyway, these people have become viewers. They, in addition to using justice and moral judgment, are also unlimited weapons to contain the strong players, so, as an increasingly large majority, they will find ways to suppress and divide the obvious minorities who are also saving them. The organizers have dragged everyone into this police state like in the dark forest, to disintegrate humanity. Once again Minnan raised his sword high and shouted, "Guard, move forward." The clone instantly approached the enemy, causing him to panic and worry. Bishop Hubert. Hubert observed the situation in front of him, while secretly analyzing and calculating. I don't have a sword. I can't block the opponent's attack in the next turn. Su Mingyan's attack command will cause the clone to cut off my head. Su Mingyan's amount of blood is obviously only 130 points left. As long as he endures one more magic attack from the tower, he will die. AI and I felt very worried seeing this, in contrast to the darkening of his eyes, but the next move of the tower is not a critical hit. He immediately shouted loudly, ordering. Hubert also retreated. We are in a 5-on-1 situation. We have a complete advantage. No need to sacrifice Hubert. If someone else has to die, then it's okay, but only Julia and Hubert are not allowed. Bishop, retreat. Minnan's clone took another step closer to Julia and AI and I. Guard, move forward. He frowned and fearfully called out, causing her to retreat a few steps. Queen Julia, the queen, retreat. Minnan's eyes became even colder and darker and continued to order, guard. At this time, his clone was standing opposite AI and I at a very close distance. Move forward. He crossed his arms with a very confident expression. Su Mingyan, do you think you can win me like this? No, the winner must be me, King AI and I, as long as the tower's next strike is a critical hit. I am confident that I will survive the next attack of the clone. Then AI and I pointed forward and ordered decisively, this is a game that I will definitely win. It has always been like this. Everything is in my hands. The tower, attack the enemy king. Once again Selt released a magic power towards Minnan. Tower Selt. Then, a critical hit appeared. Critical hit. But he still stood still in place without any signs of dodging, causing all the people observing outside to feel worried. It's over. Is it that heaven is not allowing Minnan to win? I feel like Su Mingyan is being targeted by the organizers. Another unreasonable team-up mechanism. And then a critical hit that fell from the sky. Is this 2 consecutive critical hits? Suddenly, a new footstep appeared on the chessboard. Yu had woken up and stepped forward to block in front of Minnan. The system immediately announced, teammate Yu joins the battle, taking on the role of queen. AI and I frowned and showed great worry. What the hell? The tower has a long attack range, can attack any chess piece of the opponent, but can't pass the queen to directly attack the king. It will prioritize attacking the queen. She created a large shield and successfully blocked the attack towards him. Queen Yu, health point -300. He observed Yu and also saw small wounds starting to appear on her face. He thought, Yu took over the queen, blocked an attack from the tower for me. But Yu didn't add any attribute points. Her spirit is only 5 points, almost no magic resistance. Minnan asked her. After stopping the attack, Yu turned around and smiled slightly. Are you awake? Now, my situation and yours are the same. He nodded in agreement with her point of view. Both have health that a single strike can kill. He observed the two people smiling at each other innocently and was very confused. What are these two laughing at? Is there anything to laugh at? Damn it, she was clearly unconscious. Based on what did she suddenly wake up and enter the battle? Minen's clone somehow swung a powerful blow with internal force towards AI. The guard is still attacking the enemy king. The sudden blow caught him off guard and he was hit directly. King AI. This isn't my turn, I can't attack, I can only try my best to resist. AI was struck and flames erupted. His arm was completely severed. Damn it, the game that I thought was simple and boring, how did it develop to this extent? His face showed extreme pain and discomfort. Health point -445, flame weakened, limbs severed, heavy bleeding, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Hubert and Julia saw this and turned back and called out in unison, AI. AI hugged one of his arms, sweat poured out profusely, while the people outside observed and ridiculed him. AI is crying, he looks so weak. I remember when Su Mingyan broke his arm. He looked much better than him. Is it necessary? Why is it so painful? She turned back and hurriedly reassured AI, it's okay, after it's over, you can completely recover and regain your spirits. Tears of fear and pain poured out from the corners of his eyes. Actually, I had heard about Su Mingyan's arm-breaking video before, but I heard that his expression almost didn't change. He even looked directly at his arm. Although it was bloody, he calmly tied a hemostatic bandage on it, which made me think that he didn't feel pain, but now looking back, Su Mingyan is really a madman. AI gritted his teeth and brushed aside the pain and continued to order the tower. Damn it, now I just want to quickly end this tormenting battle. His face was wrinkled with pain, tears fell on his cheeks, gritting his teeth and hissing, attack, it hurts, attack. Minen's eyes were sharp and calculating, seriously analyzing the strategy in secret. The clone hasn't completely killed AI, and the opponent's tower is still there. The tower can't pass over the queen to attack the king, which means, if he wants to kill me, he must kill you first. He calmly stood facing AI, who was hugging his severed arm in pain, although AI's condition may not be able to withstand the next attack from the clone. But after Yu is killed by the tower, it's my turn. I will be able to order the clone to attack AI and win the final victory. But there is a premise that Yu will be killed. No matter what, the fact that the queen will die can't be avoided. He frowned and was about to say something and was now really afraid for his own life. Wait. No, if I order the attack right now, the opponent's queen will definitely die. But I am also very likely not to escape the fate of being beheaded by a sword afterwards. AI asked Mingyan, who was standing opposite him very nervously. Who exactly are you? I don't believe I am only facing an ordinary long country student. His face was very calm, raising his gaze to a further distance. The game created a number of identities for everyone. When participating in this game, everyone is willing to be the weak. No one has the ability or will to break it. They once hated this rule, but hope to benefit from it. Now it seems, the person who craves the title of number one like AI has become someone like this. He bit his teeth and endured the pain and ordered the king retreat. Minen's secretly breathed a sigh of relief as if he had just relieved himself of a burden. Yu is safe. On one side, he ordered his clone, and on the other side, AI tried to retreat from the attack. The guard moved forward, the clone guard, King AI, the king retreat. He stood opposite Minen's clone on the chessboard looking very nervous. Just like that, one side didn't dare to get close for fear of the tower attacking, and the other side didn't dare to give up running away for fear of enduring another blow. Both sides fell into a stalemate. All the people in the live stream room were silent. They realized the very heavy meaning hidden behind this seemingly humorous situation. He continued to order the guards. Yu turned her head and spoke up. Guard, move forward. Su Mingyan, I respect all your decisions. You can't stop here until 15 days have passed for the guard to stand still, for the tower to attack me, kill me, sacrifice me, and slaughter the enemy's king. You must continue to move forward until you completely conquer it. Her eyes contained absolute trust for Mingyan. He is the number one player. He can't stop here. Yu's words successfully pushed the emotions of the game to the highest point. When Yu's words were uttered, the entire live stream room immediately exploded. Excitement, understanding, unbelievable, screams, countless words, thoughts from all over the world intersected, collided, making this moment extremely lively. He secretly made an evaluation and commented on her. Yu also has the qualifications to complete the game perfectly to the end, to become the lighthouse of mankind. She is intelligent, excellent at swordsmanship, and most importantly, she has the same ambition as me. The final wish will not deviate. Minnan said a short sentence to Yu. Wait for the hidden rules. Boss Rabbit suddenly appeared in the middle of the chessboard out of nowhere. Oh my, what's going on that's attracting all the viewers here? It turned to Minnan and spoke in a mocking tone. Oh my, so it's our lovely number 1 player fighting to the death with people. No wonder, it turns out that both sides are extraordinary characters. Boss Rabbit smiled with sharp teeth, repeating a sentence. So exciting, the current number 1 player and the uncrowned king are desperately pulling him off the gold throne. So exciting, the current number 1 player and the uncrowned king are desperately pulling him off the gold throne. It stood before the dazzling light with red eyes and roared, I understand, such a wonderful game must be a back-and-forth battle, a crazy collision of top intelligence and power. Why did it fall into such a difficult situation? Such a stalemate is really not beautiful at all. Boss Rabbit narrowed its eyes and issued a new rule. Therefore, according to the original rules, when the stalemate can no longer continue, the hidden rules of the world chessboard will be revealed. The hidden rules of the world chessboard appear. Hans and Hubert were covered by a blue energy. When the situation falls into a stalemate that cannot continue, any living chess piece can choose to sacrifice themselves or directly attack the opponent's king, or not block any attacks from the enemy. The chess pieces of both sides blazed with red and blue flames colliding fiercely, while the people watching became extremely lively. This rule, isn't this forcing both sides to sacrifice their teammates? No, this is actually a very realistic rule. What to do now? Su Ningen is the number 1 player. No way. AI and I felt a little uneasy and called out to Hans. Hans. His body had long been covered by a blue light. Knight Hans. He frowned and made a decision to order, sacrifice Knight Hans and directly attack the king of the opposing side. Hans tensed his body, causing the blue flame to burn larger. Minnan and the clones silently looked at him, radiating a brilliant light. He shouted loudly, ordering the clone, sacrifice the clone, block Hans. I didn't expect there to be such a rule. Then the two energies, red and blue, plunged straight into each other in the main hall, causing the ground to shake. AI and I continued to order the attack for Selt, sacrifice Tower Selt, and directly attack the king of the opposing side. Before, I only thought that Su Ningen was just an ordinary player in the reserve list. Even if I defeated him, there would be nothing great. There was absolutely no need to risk the lives of my teammates. Immediately he rushed away, leaving a streak of blue light. He frowned, observing and thought. But when I was forced to a dead end, knowing that the Su Ningen in front of me was the top player on the leaderboard, then the desire to survive completely exploded in my mind. Now, if I have to sacrifice my teammates, I will not hesitate at all. At this time, Minnan's side was also tensely calculating. Magic power is full again. Currently my spirit is 16 points. Magic power is 100 plus 16 minus 5 times 10, which is 210 points. One clone costs 80 magic power. I can create 2 more clones. He angrily raised his hand and shouted loudly. A stream of fire energy shot away. Sacrifice the clone, block Selt. The two sides collided with each other, creating a powerful explosion. The feeling of pain spread throughout the body, becoming stronger and stronger. Not only the physical but also the mental. Constantly controlling and creating clones exactly like himself in a short period of time, using such a painful way to commit suicide. I am also torturing myself. AI and I frowned and mumbled softly. His face became thoughtful. Hubert. Hubert gently took off his glasses, the corners of his lips curved with meaning, and said softly, Bishop Hubert, may you win. He reluctantly ordered him to attack, when Bishop Hubert directly attacks the king of the opposing side. Then Hubert tensed his body and launched a blue fire arc. Minnan shouted, ordering the clone to continue the attack. When clone, block Hubert, this is the last clone that I can summon. The two sides collided, creating an explosion with great power. He felt the pain begin to appear. It hurts. In a moment, I feel like a whale about to sink to the bottom of the sea. Boundless pain spreads throughout my body. Julia radiated a brilliant blue light. Her gentle eyes looked at AI and I. AI and I, dear AI and I, do you want to win? He bit his teeth, tearfully, his tense face covered in sweat, when Queen Julia As soon as AI finished speaking, she rushed away, leaving a blue streak, directly attacked the king of the opposing side. Yu glanced at Minin, who was on guard, reminding, "It's your turn, Minin, everyone is looking at you, give the order." Her eyes burned with a fierce flame. "Sacrifice me, burn me, and let me become the last moment to help you win." Falling from above is a ray of light. Yu thought, the most brilliant people always like to pursue the best choice. However, the consequences of pursuing the optimal choice are often undesirable. And often it is these good desires that lead them into hell on earth. Minin stood in the middle of the dazzling light, his eyes as sharp as a blade flashed. Min deep level 1. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. She saw this and exclaimed in panic, "Su Minin." The mysterious time vortex and pale blue light spread throughout the space, the resurrection of death. Minin's vision at this time only had Yu's powerful back. Yu becomes the queen. He stared at her and thought, "I revived with a random storage mechanism, completely not knowing what point in time I will return to after death, but this time I revived. The fixed time point is that Yu has become the queen." Minin frowned, his face showed a thoughtful expression. "If I let Yu stand behind me, the magic attack will still target her. If I stall for time to recover energy until I can release the third clone, there will still be a time limit. If I let the clone not continue to chase AI and switch to attacking the tower, then I will die in the next second." Still a loss. Sweat poured out on his cheeks, and he secretly worried, perhaps this is the key to the plot, causing time to stop at this storage point. This storage point is completely unfavorable to me. Minin looked towards Julia, who was radiating a blue flame. The blue light that Julia has transformed into is about to come. If I don't take action, it will almost be too late. Then Yu turned to him and spoke, "It's okay, in the future, you will meet a completely new me." She placed her hand on Minin's shoulder and smiled. "It's okay, death is not the real end, but just the experience of a process." Yu placed a sword in his hand and instructed. Her words made Minin stunned and speechless. "Waiting until I return to the main god space, become an observer. In the next world, I will still choose to participate in the dungeon, hoping to help you once again. It seems that I am walking on a path with endless possibilities. But each path leads to an ending that Yu must die." His mood fell, his eyes darkened, and he thought, "I have revived many times, trying to find a breakthrough point, but still haven't seen any chance. Will everything really end here?" Yu reached out and gently lifted Minin's face. "Do you remember, I have always been taciturn, with a solitary personality, with only swords in my eyes. But before, you always liked to take me to play new games." Recalling the image of a type of game, she continued, "Minin, those pixel games are very difficult. I can't defeat the monsters that move randomly." Recalling when the two of them were playing games together, those 10-person melee games were too difficult. I could only consider myself under the tower, watching you rampage everywhere. You had felt very happy. Those flying games were also very difficult. I always fell to my death, but every time, I saw you gently land and save me. And also those 12-person intelligence games where we tricked each other. I was not good at talking, always suspected, but believing in you was never wrong." Her words were very touching. Then Yu wiped the tearful tears from the corners of her eyes. "I have always been taciturn, with a solitary personality, with only swords in my eyes. But before, you always liked to take me to play new games that bet on life, of course, are the same." Yu again placed her hands on Minin's cheeks and looked directly into his eyes. "I want you to win. From the beginning I was poisoned, you used the antidote to save me. So now I will return you once and must continue to move forward." Seeing her say that, Minin fell into contemplation. "That's right, I must win. I have no way back. On this chessboard, this is a game of certain death, even if I give up here. You as the queen will also die when the battle fails." Then he picked up the sword and pointed it straight ahead. "Reviving upon death doesn't mean absolute invincibility. This is not cheating to help me rampage in the world game, but an unavoidable responsibility. For others, death means everything ends, is liberation. But for me, there has never been such a thing called liberation." Yu pointed to the sword and left a sentence before leaving. "Good luck at the start." Then her body blazed with red flames, stepped forward and rushed away. "My number one player." Yu hovered in the air, radiating a powerful energy. "Victory, number one player." Minin tightly gripped the sword, trying to endure that power. Su Mingyan was covered in light all over his head and face. The light came from her. From this moment, The previous test has become a nightmare that imprisons him. The fanatical believer pursues perfection, and in the dark cycle without light, he is knighted by her. The power pulls him out of the same depravity, to become an eternal and unchangeable lighthouse. Then the streams of red power converged into his body, received the sacrifice of Queen Yu, all attributes temporarily increased, received a temporary skill. Mental interference blue level 1, received a temporary skill, swordsmanship level 9, current strategy 600 plus, current amount of blood 135. Min tensed his body to resist the power that was rushing towards him. He gritted his teeth, his eyes icy, reached out and supported, health point -75, combat power suppression, spiritual resistance, breaking the move. Min and AI and I looked at each other intently and seriously. King AI and I remaining amount of blood 95, King Su Mingyan, remaining amount of blood 60. Then one person swung a sword and one person created an energy ball towards the opponent. When there are only kings left on both sides, all the rules no longer exist. Only a direct confrontation remains. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to release a blue power. Having come to this point, there is nothing to be afraid of. I am a ranged attacker, he is close combat. I can definitely kill him first. Min also immediately swung a sword to block it. AI and I frowned, his eyes burned with cold blue light, raised his fist and growled, "Damn it, if ranged attacks don't hit, then let's see what close combat can do." The blue flame burned more and more intensely, covering his entire body. Cross my flame, endure the pain of being burned all over under this flame, no matter how much pain you can endure. The thin sword in your hand will be melted into molten iron. I have poured all my magic power into my flame. Even with innate resistance, it is difficult to endure. I don't believe he still dares to step in. AI's flame flared up fiercely when standing in front of Min in advance. In the middle of the cold space, he drew his sword, his eyes burned, shatter the flame. He saw this and his face showed full of worry. He actually used his own hand to protect the blade in the flame. It's not good. If this continues, I will. Then Min held the sword and stabbed straight into AI and I. Health point -1280, combat was suppressed, critical wound. His face turned pale, his eyes widened. I lost, I was wrong, I shouldn't have treated him as an ordinary opponent. He is not human, he is someone without compassion. Without normal emotions, without knowing pain, risking his life without fear of death, a madman. AI's vision narrowed to only see him with red eyes and a sky-high killing intent. Min stood silently in the bright universe, his cold eyes looked towards the blazing horizon. Having passed the world chessboard, I am calculating the assessment based on performance. The system announced, the assessment has been recorded in the final world assessment. Rewards will be given uniformly after the world ends. You received the last clue. Perfect level, duo's file bag, true, the clue has been recorded in the clues section. Can be checked at any time. Received equipment, Aurora ring. An item is a huge circle with many exquisite patterns is shown. Aurora ring, purple level, guidance, this is the brightest future, and also the gentlest curse. Luck plus 3 levels, highest not exceeding A, spirit plus 5, durability 5 out of 5, equipment requirement, none, special skill, divine brilliance, 5% of your health can be converted into 1 point of spirit. The lowest amount of blood must not be lower than 5%. The conversion rate will change according to the level increase. The system continued to announce, ding dong, you have upgraded to a player, first stage 5, received honor, first player, true first player, you have received the scepter of the world. Received 40 honor points, detected damage to the body, repairing you. The light covered Su Mingyan, repair completed. His game clothes had disappeared. Su Mingyan looked down at his hand that still had the wound. My hands have really recovered. The system guided him to the library. The last clue, perfect level, duo's file bag, true. A sword appeared. The system introduced the item, snow loon, blue level, can grow, guidance, false and true, broken dreams are useless, attack power, 18 to 36. Durability, 25 out of 25, equipment requirement, single-handed weapon, strength requirement above level 2, special attribute, cuts off all arrogant snow of evil. The creatures infected by her frost will never have reincarnation in the next life, carries ice attribute, dark suppression attribute, kills all dark system creatures that can evolve. Due to being repaired by the game company, its attributes have been increased a lot. The sword fell to the ground. Su Mingyan looked at it with curiosity. He used his coat to tightly wrap the sword. Then he put the sword on his back. Su Mingyan continued to learn more. He picked up the file and thought, as expected, is that so? The system popped up, string of clues, guess the connection, you have received the final deduction, perfect clear, completion degree 90%. He was thinking and walking downstairs, I should go to the record room in the basement of the central hospital, find Don Don to complete the final deduction. At the foot of the stairs, LV Shu was still waiting for him. You're back? You were up there for a long time. I've searched all of the second floor. Seeing Su Mingyan's appearance, he couldn't help but ponder, wait. His broken arm has grown back, and also, the comatose girl who should have been carried on his back has been replaced by a long sword. Bag. Even so, LV Shu still spoke up and asked, do you need me to take you back? There are a lot of zombies appearing on the first floor again. Su Mingyan still maintained a cold attitude towards him. Thank you for your good intentions, but you once attacked me. To prevent another attack, it's better for you not to follow me. After saying that, he turned to leave. At this time, the people on the forum, after seeing the developments of both of them, enthusiastically commented, the number one player. Sorry for laughing at you before, may you be safe, even if death isn't really death, you can choose to die in an absolutely real situation, it's really rare. She is the true uncrowned king, she is forever my lighthouse, there is still light on the other side, may you be full of hope, win every battle, number one player. The number one player of Long Country, must lead humanity to continue, must make us proud. Su Mingyan was walking while being wary of the area below, under the light, the eyes of everyone are looking in one direction, naturally forming a center point. His eyes also became more serious. If we want to lead this group of despair, so that they all move forward for a common goal, then we must build a clear and firm goal. If everyone is said to be lost ships in the sea, I hope I can become their lighthouse. LV Shu chased after him from behind. Can you really become the lighthouse of humanity? Outside, at the Central Hong Kong Hospital, Su Mingyan's tired cough. Su Mingyan stood exhausted outside the hospital. He thought, my current spirit point is 27. All 6 attribute points that were freed up when I advanced to first stage 5 were allocated to spirit. He started calculating the strategy in his head. Clone level 1. The clone's combat power reaches 245. Normal combat power, plus 27 times 5 equals 380, even if it is LV Shu with the strongest combat power that I currently know, his average combat power is only about 300. At this time, the zombies just happened to rush over, and the points for taking them down were being added quickly, EXP plus 50, EXP plus 50. Su Mingyan's clone used the battle axe to directly fight the zombies. The clone has a combat power of 380, carrying the fire prevention charm, moving unimpeded in the hospital. No monster can block the clone, from the first floor to the 5th floor, and from the 5th floor back to the 1st floor. He leisurely crossed his arms and closed his eyes. From beginning to end, Su Mingyan stood silently in place, closed his eyes and cleaned up large waves of zombies. You have cleared the Central Hong Kong Hospital. Ding dong, you have upgraded to a player, first stage 6. Suddenly a voice called out, Su Mingyan. Yang Changxi came over, muttering, that's Su, great god Su. He coldly replied, I'm not a great god or anything. He scratched his head in confusion. Then, Su Mingyan, doubts arose in Yang Changxi's heart about himself. I don't know why, clearly Su Mingyan is even shorter than me. But I'm a little afraid to look directly at him. His eyes are a bit like the military officer who punished his subordinates to run 30 laps when I first entered the army. He regained his composure and smiled at Su Mingyan. That, although saying this is very offensive, but the person who has passed through the Central Hospital, that purple antidote, is it? He didn't hesitate and threw the antidote he needed to Yang Changxiu. He was a little surprised that he would give it to him so easily. Su Mingyan didn't say a word and turned to leave. The atmosphere of moral kidnapping and targeting each other from before was gone. I only opened my mouth, and he threw such a precious antidote directly to me, without a trace of reluctance. Yang Changxiu's face panicked. Wait, does this mean that he has completely solved the world's problem, so he doesn't need these things anymore, or, beside him, there is no one else who needs this bottle of antidote? Su Mingyan calmly strode forward, and around him were all grunts. He observed the zombies surrounding him. Su Mingyan stood in front of a house and guessed, there must be someone inside, otherwise the rolling door couldn't be closed. I can think of the record room of the hospital possibly having information. Other players can also think of it. Maybe someone came here, and because of limited strength, they couldn't escape and were locked in this room. He fell into his train of thought, the person inside, whether they are dead or alive, I don't know, the chances are slim. After all, inside are the corpses of the director and the director's wife. The first time I entered, I triggered the final reasoning, die inside. Suddenly a voice came from inside the house, outside, is there someone? It was a woman's voice. Su Mingyan spoke up and replied, there is. The voice inside the house said happily, yes, the zombies outside, have you killed them? I've been locked in here for a long time. Thank you, can I open the door? He agreed without any hesitation, open it. The rolling door was gradually pushed up. Su Mingyan still had many doubts, she is still alive, could it be that the woman inside didn't trigger the final reasoning, didn't meet Duo? Inside Yuru stepped out happily, Su. She showed him the inside of the house, there is nothing in the room, I've been here for a few days. Suddenly, handprints appeared everywhere inside. Duo looked at Su Mingyan with a sinister smile, brother, you look very different today, brother, you finally came, I heard a lot of people talk about you. The two stood side by side facing each other, like in the basement last time. Duo recounted her story in a simple way, and then, opened her innocent big eyes and looked at him. Duo continued to ask him questions, brother has come here, so answer Duo the question that has troubled Duo for a long time, then, the mushroom girl, in the end, will be who? After Duo finished speaking, the system popped up a notification, you have received the last clue, Duo's file bag, true, all clues automatically relate, no need to guess or prove. Yuru witnessed the event and felt confused, what's going on, the room I've been in for so long. Suddenly a scary little girl popped out. Su Mingyan spoke up and replied, before I once thought that the mushroom girl must be Duo herself, she was held back by the virus, transformed into a monster, taking the people of the entire city as her mushroom cultivation machine. He began to explain after carefully researching, but then, I found two different antidotes, purple and colorless. The purple solution can heal the zombie poison in Yang Changshu. The colorless solution can heal the mushrooms in Yu. Su Mingyan smartly guessed, I think, the reason why the apocalypse broke out is not just the mushroom virus, right? The system updated the information, linked clues. Formed speculation 1, there is not only one type of virus, and there is not only one corresponding vaccine. Duo asked the next question, you're right, brother, but why is there not just one type of vaccine? Su Mingyan quickly replied, the hidden virus from the mushroom will lurk in the human body, its vaccine must be on the zombie, and then cultivated into a colorless solution. If Yu ate the mushroom biscuit and didn't drink that colorless liquid, then she would gradually turn into a zombie. When he finished the question, Duo would ask the next question, then, when the apocalypse broke out, why didn't Big Sister turn into a zombie? Duo was enjoying the answers from him. If I guess correctly, it must be related to sun exposure, right? The system announced, linked clues, formed speculation 2. The mushroom virus will be suppressed by sunlight. Su Mingyan continued, the colorless bottle can cure the mushroom virus, but it cannot cure the zombie virus, and that purple bottle must be the perfect vaccine that can cure everything, including zombie poison and mushroom virus. Duo admired and exclaimed, Big Brother is really smart. He still calmly continued, the purple antidote like a magic medicine can cure the zombie virus, but it cannot be produced in large quantities. If I guess correctly, that purple liquid must be your blood, right? Hearing this, Duo was a little angry. How can my blood be purple? Su Mingyan cited the image of Duo on the paper. Because of this, taking out the clue, Duo's file bag, true. The picture clearly showed the two states of Duo, when alive, after death. He put the paper in front of Duo. The perfect antidote can save everything. To keep people away from the risk of being infected, is taken from your body. Right, because of some experience of yours, you have resistance to this type of virus. Duo was still silent. Su Mingyan said his speculations, and the director, for everyone, put you on the operating table, collecting it from your body with a scalpel. He bluntly pointed out, he is the true mushroom girl. The system showed, Linked clues, formed speculation 4, Duo's father, the director himself, is the little girl picking mushrooms. Yuru was so surprised that she covered her mouth. Again, it's like this, she thought. I never thought, the demon-like girl in my eyes, in the story, is the most innocent victim. Duo suddenly fell silent in the face of Su Ming and speculations. He continued, you didn't die from domestic violence, but died on the operating table, died in the hands of your biological father, died because of his desire to rescue the people, right? Yura, standing behind Hurley, spoke, but she is also a victim after all. He coldly replied, that is a way of speaking aimed at the past. Now, she is reborn in the most primitive crime. Is the most perfect perpetrator. Su Mingyan explained that, I still remember that the image I saw when I died, the director and the director's wife should have possessed the most perfect vaccine. But they turned into zombies in the basement of the hospital. They wanted to use Duo's blood to save everyone, but obviously it didn't succeed. The vaccine wasn't successfully researched. Duo's purple blood spread throughout the clinics, unable to be widely used by humans. In his heart he thought, even the director and the director's wife were turned into what they didn't want to become by the person I took action against. Linked clues. Formed speculation 5, the cause of Duo's death was caused by the director. Duo excitedly said, very accurate, big brother, my parents killed me, correspondingly, I also killed them, this is very fair, I don't feel guilty. Su Mingyan then replied, that's right, you are right, it's all the fault of Boss Rabbit. Hearing this, Yura felt indignant, too cruel, clearly she is a biological daughter, why did it come to this step? Su Mingyan explained about the director's crime, for salvation, for the world, even sacrificing his daughter is fine. The director himself did not take away his daughter's right to life. But the expectations of everyone forced him to do so. He bore the deepest and heaviest crime, even taking out the most perfect antidote could not save. He continued, only standing from the perspective of moral ethics and morality, she feels sorry and tearful for the victims from the bottom of her heart, she feels that this is sin. But in fact, the sacrifice of one person, in exchange for the progress of everyone, this type of thing, is not related to right or wrong. She was worried, but not letting Yura speak, he interrupted. What she saw was a situation where both sides failed. Su Mingyan looked towards Duo and continued, but what if the director succeeded? The world would not be like it is now, countless people would be alive, all full of vitality. And there would be no more lives lost. Then he turned to look at Yura. If the person standing in front of you now is not the pitiful Duo, but a little girl coming out of another apocalypse losing everything, gasping for breath, who should have had a happy and joyful life under the sun, would you still sympathize with and have good intentions from the bottom of your heart towards Duo? A new player appears. At the same time, on the Hall of Fame, Mizushima Shion Kong is able to stand by with any. LV Shu quickly collected all the clues, avoiding the chessboard level that could cause her to fail, and is going straight to the central hospital. What she is proud of is not direct combat power but the intelligence that is praised by the audience as you. She thought, although I don't know why, the viewers always seem to be very anxious. Comments appeared when seeing Mizushima Shion Kong, Mizushima Shion Kolen. She stepped up the stairs with anger. I have found 2 different types of antidote, and also distinguished and experimented with their effects, but about the cause of Duo's death. There is a lack of, unable to progress, Mizushima Shion Kong scolded, damn it. Mizushima Shion Kong frankly said, I can roughly guess who you are talking about. Recently it seems that every surviving player has seen his story on the comments. The number 1 player, it's over, the comments continue to appear, it's over. That man has deduced to 90%, it seems he is still saying his philosophical story. But I feel it's too late. The arrogant girl replied to the commenters, I am not interested in this reputation, and I am even less interested in being noticed every move by TIVN viewers at all times. I am not the type who likes to exist under the spotlight, and I am not willing to become a perfect bright star in the eyes of others. She was secretly happy in her heart. Very good, based on the clues in his hand, the most likely guess has gradually formed in my mind. I am about to win. The system announced, ding dong, congratulations, player Su Mingyan has become the first player to have 100% perfect progression, honor on his body. Glory crowns, TIVN creatures cheer for him. Mizushima Shion Kong angrily stomped her foot, damn it, Why is it like this? Clearly only a little bit was missing, really only a little bit. On Su Ming'an's side, a few minutes ago, he was explaining clearly to Yu, therefore, arguing for this type of thing is originally a meaningless thing. This type of thing, there is no right or wrong that can be said. Su Ming'an became serious, but in fact the director himself also had his own intentions. He fed Duo the precious perfect antidote, but he didn't have time to drink it himself, and was infected into a zombie. He originally planned to let Duo never be infected by the virus after the experiment was over, but unexpectedly she couldn't hold on, and instead turned into a monster controlled by the zombie. Looking at Duo in front of him, his heart couldn't help but feel sour. Everyone is sacrificing, in this matter. Perhaps everyone is wrong, but from a global perspective, it seems that each of them is not wrong. Duo's parents failed, so they seem to be wrong. But if Duo's parents succeeded, then who would care about a girl who was sacrificed to save countless people? He secretly thought, the balance of life. This is not balanced to say, the system showed, the reasoning is correct, the progress of the final reasoning, 100%. The progress of the reasoning is 100%, the final reasoning has been formed. The mushroom girl should be a lovely little girl, complete the final reasoning. Duo then spoke. So, this is what you think, brother. I thought, you were kind-hearted, you would at least sympathize with me a little. Su Ming'an still looked indifferent. Sympathy is useless. Duo smiled and praised him. But, the reasoning is very perfect. Congratulations, brother, on the peaceful path. You have perfectly cleared the level. Items then appeared. Received item, Duo's doll, red level, one-time item, give it to a person who is about to die and they will become a companion, forever, a ban. The next item was introduced. Received medicine, Duo's DNA medicine, Duo's DNA medicine. Bring this medicine back to the research center, and a zombie vaccine that can be widely used can be produced. The system continued to announce. Received honor, baptism. The number 1 player did not fail to live up to everyone's expectations. Blessing you, crown of glory. Received 50 honor points. Su Ming'an asked curiously. Upload. The system spoke. Congratulations, player. Su Ming'an has become the first player to have 100% perfect progression. Honor on his body. Glory crowns. Ti Van creatures cheer for him. He looked at the residence opposite lighthouse. So that's it. At this time, LV Shu was walking and thinking, I will forever like kindness, standing in the light on the side of the person under the spotlight, in order to pursue or become such a person. I will forever like helping people, eliminating evil, and maintaining justice. LV Shu was immersed in his own thoughts. Although I don't agree with some of Su Ming'an's statements, I still feel that maybe he is the person I am looking for. Silent. Yura silently observed Duo. Duo had now returned to the form of a lovely little girl. She hurriedly called out, Wait a bit, brother. Duo gave him a purple test tube. It is the reward for reasoning out everything. You can take this thing, the perfect antidote. Su Ming'an was satisfied and received it. The past is over. Duo offered, but brother, if there are still people you want to save, you can use this. He suddenly remembered you, and then calmly replied, There aren't any more. Su Ming'an turned to leave, leaving Yura not knowing what to do at this time. Duo spoke to her. This big sister, the game is divided into 50,000 city parallel copies that are exactly the same, but in one city, only one perfect clearance can exist. You have no more chance. Yura felt embarrassed but also nodded. I know, thank you. Then she spoke and called, Su Ming'an, wait for me. Suddenly she discovered something behind her. Flames that appeared out of nowhere were burning this room. The little girl stood in the flames smiling and waving goodbye to them. A voice shouted, Duo. Duo was surprised when someone called her. The little girl quickly turned around. The little girl saw her relatives lying beside her. Dad. Duo quickly ran to Mom. The little girl's eyes were filled with tears. She hurriedly went to them. The flames grew larger and larger, burning the pain and memories there. First world, end of the world, cannot be redeemed, successfully achieved. Su Ming'an stood silently watching the flames. Cannot be redeemed. The most innocent girl became the deepest evil. The girl exposed the secrets hidden under the name of saving lives. But will she really be saved? The ending has been saved. After the world ends, the points will be uniformly settled. He held 2 test tubes in his hand. DNA materials. as long as these DNA materials are brought to the research center of this city, and a zombie vaccine that can be widely used is researched. From now on, no one will have to be afraid because of zombies anymore. Su Mingyan stood watching the information from the system board, perhaps because I had the clues about the central hospital from the beginning, directly entered the perfect T ending. I haven't touched the other two routes, perhaps in the future copies, I can try to go through multiple different ending routes. Suddenly a voice called out, "Hey." Yura smiled and thanked him. "Well, thank you for saving me. I don't know how to repay you, and I don't know what you lack." Su Mingyan pointed to below her body. Yura blushed. "This kid, what is he talking about?" She shook her head repeatedly. No, you're still too young, absolutely not." Su Mingyan seriously asked, "Does holding a gun have anything to do with age?" At this time she shyly looked at him. "Ah, so, he wants this pistol." Yura hurriedly gave him the gun. "Here, for you." Item Introduction, Remington RP9, Green Level, Attack Power, 4 to 18, Durability, 9 out of 15, 9mm bullets, Magazine Capacity, 8 out of 18, Equipment Requirement. Have Skills, Basic Gun Level 1 or higher, none, Can't Use, Special Attribute, none. Yura said that. I shot a few times when facing zombies before, the effect is quite good, you can try it. Su Mingyan checked the gun and asked, "What is your gun skill level?" She replied, "Level 3, I had it before the game started, I practiced shooting in the real world, this gun only needs level 1 to use, it's very simple." Suddenly he looked silently at Yura. The commenters became excited. Quickly teach, she is waiting for you to teach, seize the opportunity, Sister Ru. Oh my god, it turns out that great god Su doesn't know how to use guns. No wonder he didn't fix that broken gun. Yura was a little suspicious of the person in front of her. I suddenly remembered. From the beginning Su Mingyan told me that he was just an ordinary student. Where is he ordinary? Although it's a bit much to say he doesn't know how to use guns. She spoke shyly. "Hey, how about I teach you how to use it?" Yura confidently made a shooting action. "I'll teach you the shooting stance. This is fixed shooting, you need to stand with your feet apart, about shoulder width or a little wider than shoulder width. And the toes naturally open, then slightly towards the left rear." She carefully instructed. "There is also another type of shooting that is searching with a pistol, that is, shooting in motion. This can be a bit difficult, you need to hold the gun with your right hand first. The action is the same as the one-handed shooting pose, the left palm faces back, mushroom around the gun protection ring, pull the gun to the left rear." Then she turned to look at Su Mingyan behind her. "These are just the basic stances, and in order to accurately hit the target, especially a moving target, you need a lot of practice. You can practice here, don't be discouraged, missing shots is normal." Immediately after that he performed the action right away. The zombie nearby was shot through the head by the bullet. The system continued to display, understood basic gun law, pistol, level 1, has unlocked equipment, combat power, 245 plus 12, personal normal state combat index. Yura couldn't help but be surprised. Perhaps geniuses really exist in this world. Continuous comments erupted. "Where are the people who said the streamer was a student? Stand up, this is definitely a character coming out of a hidden family." Right. This, is it luck too strong? Su Mingyan is so cool, why do I keep feeling like this office worker is clinging to Brother Minin? After learning, Su Mingyan thought, now I have 30 spirit points. Locking the target has become extremely simple. Indeed, shooting needs to get used to the feeling of the hand. This shot can be considered quite lucky. He quickly turned around to leave. "Well, the gratitude has been repaid, goodbye." Yura hurriedly called him back. Wait. She couldn't help but feel reluctant in her heart. I suddenly have a little regret. Now the situation of the end of the world is becoming more and more dangerous, without a gun, and also in the most dangerous city center. With my little melee skill, I'm afraid I won't be able to live until the end of the world. Seeing her attitude, he said, "Follow me?" Okay. They went to another place. It was a few minutes later. Yura stood on one side and secretly observed him. I've heard the description from the Danmaku. The forum speculates that Su Mingyan's clone's combat power may have reached about 400. Almost 2.5 times mine. After all, his clone can take away almost all of AINE's blood with a slash with 300 combat power. The atmosphere continued to be quiet. Yura stammered, I. He quickly remembered and placed his hand on the bench next to him. sorry, I forgot about you. You can sit here and wait until the world ends, if you want to repay me. Please pay attention not to let anyone get close to me. Yura sat down embarrassedly. At first, all the zombies around the park disappeared. It seems that it was due to his clone taking action. Scene change. At the same time, a temporary shelter built from a kindergarten. The people here were all rescued by Yang Changji's team, and those who were bitten by zombies were locked in each room to live or die on their own. A quarrel broke out inside the base. Can we really survive? Why, what is the reason we have to endure this hardship? The two of them were happy to hear the sound coming. Someone is coming. It's old Yang. Old Yang and them have brought back supplies. Yang Changshu returned with bags of essential items. They brought back supplies. Finally, there's something to eat. Uncle is back. Mom, Dad, is there food? He gave the bag of items to a random person and instructed, distribute the items to everyone, still according to the old rules, without distinguishing age or gender. Divided equally according to the number of people. The woman holding the child in her arms shouted in horror, Chief Yang, my fan is really too hungry. This little bit of food is really not enough to share. Please, let the child eat a little more. He hurried over to see the situation. Sister, please stand up. The supermarkets that can be entered have been looted, and some supermarkets are full of zombies and can't be entered. There's only a little bit like this. Everyone doesn't have enough to eat. There can't be any exceptions. The person next to him went over and yelled at Yang Changshu. I can't stand this life anymore. I can't even eat enough. I don't know where my parents went. I really don't want to play this game anymore. But I don't want to die. How can I get out of here? I don't want to play anymore. I just want to be a spectator. The little girl also stepped forward and looked at him aggrievedly. Uncle, my mother is isolated in that small room. When can my mother come out? Seeing their situation, he felt a deep despair inside. People flocked to his side. Even though dying is not really the end, these people still don't want to experience death, whether it's dying of hunger or suicide. It's better to live on than to die neatly. As long as they survive these 15 days, they may be given the right to choose to be spectators, and not enter the next world. The desire to survive exists in all circumstances. He handed out a tube of antidote, hurriedly reassuring them. Everyone don't panic, first calm down. Our team will go out to collect supplies every day, and will definitely help everyone survive. Everyone look, we have made great progress. We have just received the perfect antidote that can cure the zombie virus from the generous first player, as long as we continue to research based on it. I believe that in the future everyone will no longer be afraid of zombies. In Yang Changshu's heart, he couldn't help but worry. Currently, the most important thing is to stabilize people's hearts, make everyone believe in me. Everything still has hope. The future is right in front of us. Suddenly their eyes looking at him changed. What's going on? Everyone's eyes looking at me have changed. Everyone continued to question Yang Changshu. Moreover, it seems to be carrying desire and greed. Then, who will this only dose of antidote be given to? He started sweating. Let my Ashiong use it. He was the first to be isolated. He must be very uncomfortable. Two girls came over and hurriedly said, her Ashiong turned into a zombie on the second day after being infected, and was finally eliminated to the point where the corpse was not intact. Save my brother Long. He was injured to save people. He should be allowed to live. Yang Changshu's face darkened. He coldly replied, Uncle, can my mother be released? Can that small bottle save my mother? This bottle, the antidote, I will give it to old Qin. A woman came over crying and grabbed his hand. He is about to not make it. He is a PhD in chemistry. From the beginning he researched medicine. Let him continue. Maybe there is still hope. I hope everyone doesn't rush. Even if they die they can still be spectators. What other opportunities are there? What kind of bullshit game of aliens? May the Buddha bless you. How can the dead be resurrected? The people kept rushing Yang Changshu. I plowed the fields, herded cattle hard all my life. I've never heard of this. These aliens definitely want us to die. He calmly replied, staying here all the time is not the way. Why not take advantage of the little strength you have left to get some food? Yang Changshu hurriedly called the two young men who were carrying supplies. You people. He suddenly thought, that's right, my ability is really limited. Even if I do my best, I can't save everyone. Suddenly someone behind him used a stick to attack Yang Changshu unexpectedly. He suddenly turned around. You people. Yang Changshu raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. everyone calmed down. A man excitedly raised the antidote. Great, great, the only antidote is finally mine. Very quickly a shoe was thrown, hitting the hand holding the antidote. That person quickly grabbed the antidote tube. It was Su Mingyan who appeared. He wanted to ask him, "Do you think these people are worth saving?" Yang Changshu still spoke up to defend them. "They are just at the end of their rope. The essence is still citizens who need to be protected. I am a soldier, as long as they accept protection. I have an obligation to protect them." Su Mingyan returned the tube of medicine to him. "This is your answer, okay?" He continuously opened his mouth. "I will help you watch this place, you go." Yang Changshu quickly turned around. "I don't know what to say to you anyway, thank you, time is tight, I'll go save old Qin first." He was running in surprise. The zombies around the shelter have all been eliminated. Now the surrounding area has become the safest place. Did Su Mingyan do it? Is this the responsibility that the title, first player, carries? Everyone was constantly scolding Su Mingyan at this time. "The number one player. You are the number one player, right? I have heard about your exploits. Yang Changshu and them are not capable enough. But you must be able to, right? You can enter those supermarkets. Help us survive, right? That's right. You can easily seize everything that is left in City X. If you are willing to become the protector of this shelter." Su Mingyan calmly replied, "The zombies at the door have been cleaned up. As long as you have enough courage to hold a weapon, you don't need to rely on the shelter. You can survive on your own. You want to survive so much, and you also wanted to leave here just now. You probably don't need to stay in the shelter anymore." The woman who had made things difficult for Yang Changshu before came over smiling. No, 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 how can it be the same, kid? I've heard about it. I've heard that you are very good. Better than anyone, but we really don't have any strength anymore. As long as you bring us some food, we can hold on." They heard and continued, that's right, it's still very dangerous outside. If it wasn't to the point of utter despair, who would want to go out? Everyone is from Long Country. In this period of turmoil, we must help each other. Everyone was crowding each other to speak. Also, kid, that purple antidote of yours, is it still there? That's right. And also my Ashiong, and also Brother Long, the same goes for me. They're powerless, please, in terms of, I beg you, kid, just a little bit of antidote, just a little. Su Mingyan seriously asked, "Who can stab a knife into their own palm? I will give the life-saving antidote to that person. After all, you have bet your life. It must not be difficult to stab through your hand." The woman became angry. "You're crazy. It's clear that just giving us the antidote is enough. Why do you have to do this? No, this condition is really too preferential." Su Mingyan still maintained a cold attitude. "You said that. The person infected with zombie poison is your life, is the person you cherish the most. Just stabbing through your hand to save a person. Isn't it too cheap? You don't have to pay too much. This condition really makes me envious to tears." He continuously questioned them. "If you can't even do this, then in the future surviving in the crisis, who can continue to protect you? Obtaining the antidote is very precious. I can't share a portion for everyone. You can completely consider this as a competition, to prove that you are worthy of living." She excitedly went to the knife that was thrown out just now. "That name, the number one player, is nothing at all. He is crazy, really crazy." The sharp knife hit her eyes. Old Qin put his arm around Yang Changshu, panting, "This is the antidote that the number one player gave us?" Old spoke to him as they walked. "He is really a good person. It's clearly such a precious thing. But he didn't demand any reward. He is really a good comrade. It is because there are people who are both strong and compassionate, both capable and kind like that, our future has hope." 3. Yang Changshu heard this and replied, "That's right, he is a very good person." In his heart he thought, although the situation at the beginning was quite embarrassing, but my actions are the clearest expression of the spirit of dedication. Old Qin asked again and continued, "I heard that he is still a university student. It's really rare. Clearly he is still just a child, and he has already obtained this kind of awareness." Something suddenly attracted the attention of the two people. Before their eyes was a scene of Su Mingyan holding an axe. In front of him was another young man kneeling and begging with a knife stuck through his palm. "I stabbed it. I stabbed it. I beg you, quickly give me the antidote." Old Qin asked Su Mingyan in surprise, What are you doing?" He calmly turned his head and replied, "Someone suddenly wanted to attack me to rob the antidote, so I had to kill the chicken to scare the monkey a little, self-defense." Old was a little flustered and pointed at the young man. Then what about him? Su Mingyan looked at him. The necessary proof to get the antidote. Who are the relatives of this man? Let his relatives drink some of the antidote. Yang Changshu, who was supporting Old Qin on this side, frowned and wondered. This is the condition you offered. Stabbing through the palm can get the antidote. Why are you doing this? Su Mingyan's face remained unchanged. He indifferently replied, there should have been such a selection, in the initial world, because the quantity is limited. Countless tests must be organized, so that the precious opportunities only fall into the hands of a few people. This person has done it, so he deserves to get what he wants. After saying that, he turned his head and asked him, did I do anything wrong? Yang Changshu was a little nervous at this time, but there is no need to do it to this extent. Su Mingyan spread his hands and stood explaining, if they don't even dare to do this, then even if they are protected and continue to live, sooner or later they will have to face an even more desperate situation. After finishing, he turned to look at Yang Changshu. Moreover, if you don't do this, how do you plan to distribute the antidote? Divide it equally? Do you think that always dividing equally is right? Have you forgotten the mistake just now? Su Mingyan frowned and explained a lot. Yang Changji, humans are herd animals. Once panic occurs, it will spread quickly in the group like a contagious disease. In these times, the wisdom and independence of individuals will be weakened to the extreme, making them more easily swept away by the crowd. The despair of the entire group will only lead to greater despair. Finally, he concluded, if we are not able to make everyone avoid panic in this world, then eliminate the disturbing factors. Yang Changshu heard and broke out in cold sweat. You are too ruthless. Perhaps you think doing this is right, but we are people who love peace. We can't let this game change our worldview. I remember before, when you were with the girl named Yu, you were not like this. What made you change into this way? Su Mingyan glanced at him and smiled slightly. His smile made Yang Changshu stunned. He didn't say anything more. The next second he stepped forward and carried the sword. The zombies around here have been cleaned up by me. Do whatever you want to do. Carrying the sword on his shoulder and walking out the door, Su Mingyan thought, if these people don't even dare to kill chickens to scare monkeys, and only cling to the order before the game started, then no matter how much effort I spend to save each person, I can't save everyone. A person, if they abandon even their last hope, don't dare to affirm their value and importance, then what is the future waiting for them? Even after walking outside, he was still contemplating. Most people are only accustomed to not thinking, and gradually become blind, when a group of people are trying to move towards a goal. Those who turn their heads or turn in another direction will become different. He smiled. My words and actions just now are very consistent with the image of a passionate young man who only values the strong, a pure gamer. This character has been built up. Su Mingyan had left that shelter. Even though he had completed the clearance perfectly, he still didn't choose to return early. In the apocalypse, he stayed for exactly 15 days. Almost cleaning up the entire city center of the port, the zombies who saw him avoided him far away. During that time, Su Mingyan had met many survivors. They called him the number one player. At first it was all admiration and wanting to associate, but gradually he didn't know why. That admiration turned into fear. They would hide on one side, observe him eliminate the zombies, and then come out of the darkness. Su Mingyan had paid attention to the comments on the screen. The popularity of the live stream room had reached millions. Every second a large paragraph of text flashed by. He realized that the attitude of the audience and the players towards him was completely different. The players towards him were either respectful or estranged. While the attitude of the audience was extremely close and even rude, there were not a few people who publicly said he was their husband or similar words, and he had understood the meaning inside. Because away from the world of adventure, these viewers did not feel threatened, and even produced a feeling of being in love with himself. Because the distance is getting bigger and bigger, when the distance is big enough, they will become people from another world. Viewers can comfortably express their fantasies, no longer seeing themselves as human beings, but as an entity that is worshipped, virtualized, like a virtual lover or a belief. After eliminating the last zombie in the surrounding area, Su Mingyan didn't pay attention to the clone anymore, but opened his eyes. Ting, you have upgraded to a player level 1, 7th stage. Yura smiled brightly and asked Su Mingyan, you're finally done. You've been sitting here for 5 days, and there's no one around, I've noticed. He smiled secretly after hearing her say that. In fact, during this whole time, I also napped a little, but I didn't say it. She probably doesn't know, right? He looked pensively at Yura. I have been controlling the clone for 5 days. Su Mingyan was completely defenseless while controlling the clone, but he trusted in my care. Which made me a little touched, I don't know why. Su Mingyan sighed in relief. Thanks to the high spirit points and perseverance that I have been able to persevere until now, this is necessary. I must use the time. In the condition of soaring combat power, to quickly expand the benefits. Suddenly Yura said, it's been hard, eat something. Su Mingyan nodded. He thought, I have used all my strength in controlling the clone. My real body has fallen into a state of chaos. My physical strength has been reduced to the lowest level because I haven't replenished food for a long time. I am as weak as paper, it is even difficult to stand up. He still smiled thoughtfully, but it's okay, I only need to seize every opportunity to increase my strength, and that is enough. Suddenly he thought of Yang Chanshu. In fact, I respect people like Yang Chanshu very much, but I can't become that kind of person. Su Mingyan seriously thought, because the number 1 player should be the strongest person, not a top star, and not someone who is admired by everyone for their kindness. He smirked proudly. I can only, under the condition of not affecting the growth of my own strength, do some small things, such as upgrading and cleaning up the challenges in the shelter. But my top goal must be to become strong, and when the final victory, before the final victory comes, I must become selfish. Yura sitting next to him spoke again. Actually, I know about your affairs roughly from the comments in my live stream. You are really very powerful, very powerful. I feel so lucky to have met you. She said a lot to him. Don't blame yourself too much. Yu Yu's affair is not your fault. My father once said, a person with great responsibility will have great pressure. They see you as the number 1 player, as the savior. But I don't think anyone is forced to be perfect. You bear too many eyes, but in the end you are still just a child. Then she gently nudged his shoulder. You see, just like when I first met you, you introduced yourself as an ordinary student with nothing special. Now, I have seen that you are a very powerful student. That's all. Su Mingyan was embarrassed. He stammered, I. Suddenly someone stepped forward, causing both of them to be very surprised. He seemed to know this person. That person was, as the Danmaku said, the peak player of the world. An extremely dangerous existence. LV Shu. LV Shu, with a mantis on his shoulder, with his hands in his pockets, walked forward coldly. Don't be nervous. He walked in front of Su Mingyan. Su Mingyan, the number 1 player. I was only attracted to your theories and actions. He indifferently, so what? Immediately LV Shu started to explain. I decided to follow you. I like people who always carry a future in their hearts. I like you. I think you deserve to become my light. I decided to give up the mission of the supervisor. I don't want to kill the person I want to follow for a mission. Before Su Mingyan could react, Yuru on this side misunderstood LV Shu's meaning. She was shocked. This LV Shu said he likes Su Mingyan. Then she turned to look at him and thought, wait, how can that be? LV Shu definitely didn't say it in the sense that I'm thinking wrong. It's really just respect. At this time Su Mingyan spoke, although I don't know what you are thinking, but you understand that it's okay. LV Shu brought out an egg and gave it to him. This is my gift. Su Mingyan took the egg. In the moment he received it, the system appeared the words, received item Spirit Beast Egg. Su Mingyan looked intently at the egg and said, thank you. The system appeared a footnote, Spirit Beast Egg, unknown. This is a Spirit Beast Egg that Beast Master LV Shu cultivated with great effort. Please wait patiently for a period of time. Perhaps it will grow up and become a fighting assistant. A cool breeze gently brushed past. In the air there was a faint smell of blood. After that, Su Mingyan said goodbye to the two of them and went to the research center of the whole city. Duo's reagents had been delivered to the surviving adults at the research center from before. They were rushing to research the vaccine, perhaps before long. Humans could truly see the blue sky and white clouds. A researcher learned about Su Mingyan's identity, and led everyone to thank him. The two researchers bowed to him. Perhaps in the future, you can see many beautiful scenes, many magical worlds, and become humans with different identities. He continued, but I hope, no matter what corner of the universe you go to, you can still maintain your original intention. I hope your efforts to save the world will receive a worthy reward. Su Mingyan stood listening attentively to him expressing himself. Although we don't know each other deeply, I feel that, as long as it is a place you set foot on, there will definitely be light. After finishing, he bowed again, not forgetting to say to the others, "Now everyone, salute the Savior who has saved us." The person next to him followed, "We wish you, smooth and safe." The golden sun was shining brightly, myriad flowers bloomed, the footsteps of the traveler of the world, now officially set off. The system began to display a notification. The world's countdown is complete, welcome players back. Streams of golden light covered the space, checking the state of damage to the body. The body is intact, there are no obvious wounds, no external or internal injuries. But the physical strength is severely depleted, proceeding to restore you. Finally it displayed a notification, restoration completed. Note, the player's state of mind cannot be restored, please adjust yourself. Following that it began to comment on Su Ming'en's process. The first world, the end of the world has been completed, calculating the assessment, congratulations, completed the game perfectly. After that was the arrangement of his ranking and score, assessment ranking, SS perfect, world ranking, 1 out of 258,452,390, number of players remaining when the world ended. Perfect clearance, received 150 assessment points, received additional combat points, 45 points, received additional discharge points, 5 times 4 equals 20 points. His points continue to be listed, starting live streaming, according to the total popularity of the live stream room, received live stream points, 80 points, finally it concluded the final number. Total received, 295 points, accompanied by that it also displayed a message, received discharge assessment, the admiration of Boss Rabbit, although I don't know how you discovered the secret to completing the game perfectly, but I am very much looking forward to your failure, the lighthouse of humanity, sir. Just as the process was over, a voice rang out, "Number 1 player, the enemy of humanity, Su Ming'en." The voice hadn't stopped. We remember, we have never revealed anything about the perfect clearance. He turned his head back. In his heart he thought, as expected it has come. I had realized early on, in fact my performance on the world chessboard was a bit clear. Looking at the red eyes on the side, Su Ming'en secretly calculated, recovering after death is my only advantage. I absolutely can't let it be revealed, although I also don't know whether this is malice from another nameless existence or not. But as a human being, what can be done, can only be to devote all my strength in this circle. Boss Rabbit appeared from the darkness. It asked Su Ming'en, "How did you know this information? Answer me, number 1 player." Only then did he speak, the secret of perfect clearance. Saying it like that, I guess I was right, indeed, completing the game perfectly 100% will definitely have a final reward. Mr. Rabbit was skeptical, guessing, like this, you are indeed very suitable to be a player. Su Ming'en began to explain how he guessed, judging from the structure of the game, setting up a perfect completion must be meaningful, not just the 30 extra points. Right. So, I guess that perhaps in the end, there will be a big reward waiting for me. After speaking, he fell into contemplation again. It's almost an exact replay. The difference is that I'm not the dying Su Ming'en in the hospital basement, and Boss Rabbit is no longer wary of me. From that death, I noticed that Boss Rabbit seemed very eager to conceal the fact that the person who perfectly completes the game can receive all the rewards. Boss Rabbit's reaction is always passive, only because he has to admit that our game has no loopholes, and finally confirms my prediction about the final reward. Su Ming'en looked at Mr. Rabbit. He was still pondering, but in fact, the reward for perfectly completing the game is very clear. This mechanism is enough to force Boss Rabbit to answer. And surely many people will think about this mechanism in the future. Perhaps it will no longer be a secret, but there is a limit that I absolutely cannot touch. A limit that I discovered when recovering after death. Only then did it reply to him, "So, as the number 1 player, as the strongest player, what do you hope the final reward will be?" Its voice sounded completely harmless. But I knew that hidden inside was a deep malice. Su Ming'en said to it with a firm expression, "I still hope for those things. As the strongest, I naturally hope that when I return to daikixing in the future, I will also be the strongest." He smiled, a smile with a hint of challenge. "I want to have control over daikixing. I wonder if the great organization can accept my request." Su Ming'en was satisfied with his request. He recalled the past. I can't redeem daikixing. That day, before dying in the basement, when I mentioned this possibility, Rabbit Laoban's eyes carried a destructive meaning as he looked at me as if I were already dead. Looking at Mr. Rabbit's anger, he continued to assess, admitting that perfect clearance can achieve everything is still within the acceptable range of Laoban Rabbit. But when I said the request to redeem Daikixing, it was as if I had touched a trigger point. I suspect that if I hadn't actively turned back at that time, perhaps I wouldn't have survived. But suddenly he thought, however, as a Daikixing person, a wish that truly conforms to personal desires, with the smaller goal of dominating Daikixing, such a request might be accepted by Rabbit Laoban. If I were to say wishes like redeeming Daikixing, completely pushing the organization out, creating such a clear opposition, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to stand here peacefully. Mr. Rabbit replied calmly, so that's it. If that's your wish, then be bold and fulfill it. We don't mind letting the strongest player become our representative on Daikixing. Su Mingyan frowned after hearing this. A representative, this term is really a bit interesting. I already knew that the purpose of these high-level beings is certainly not just a simple game. Before that, I must conceal my true purpose. Memories of the past flooded back again. I don't know if the word laws is a limiting factor for high-level beings, but in that death in the underground basement, I confirmed that even high-level beings must have things they need to abide by, such as, a perfect clearer will be able to achieve everything they want, including saving Daikixing. Su Mingyan was a little nervous. Based on the situation at that time, Rabbit Laoban was very serious at that time. After admitting the former, he also admitted the latter. Then, when I achieve the final victory, can I say my true wish? Currently, all of this is just speculation, and it is not yet known whether it can be realized. Next, I need to continue probing for more information. Immediately afterwards he stepped forward. Thank you to the great organization. As someone who can dominate Daikixing, I will definitely try to go to the end. Not failing the expectations you have for me. Mr. Rabbit pointed at him. Around its finger were golden circular halos. Joss issued an order, you go back. After that sentence, the space was instantly covered in golden light, and under his feet was also a circle of light. It seems that the organization is very busy and doesn't want to talk to me anymore. Then, the next goal is to continue winning until the end. He looked around dejectedly. A person only needs to be strong to a certain extent, then no matter how noble or not the reason is, there will be a crowd following in their footsteps forward. I am already the best performer among everyone, and can obtain the qualification to have a short conversation with the organization. Su Mingyan began to calculate again. No matter how deviant my actions are now, considered conservative or foolish by others, loving a world, loving one's own land, actually doesn't need any reason at all. To prevent Daikixing from becoming an experiment for extraterrestrials is also to save myself. He recited the points he had obtained, adding the exploration points in the game and the honor points. My current total points are 395 points. At this time, the system displayed a notification. Next, the skill acquisition phase will begin. A transaction appeared on the screen. Detecting that the player has perfectly cleared the game with SSS level, the skill level is determined to be the highest. The chance of receiving high-level skills will be greatly increased. Note, players can own a maximum of 3 skills. If there is an opportunity to draw more skills in the future, you need to replace the skills you already own. Each skill draw costs 150 points. Do you want to draw? Su Mingyan did not hesitate to agree. He pressed the button. Yes. As soon as he finished operating, the skills appeared. Received rare potential skill, purple level, space, can evolve, space LV1, skill introduction, skill has the potential to control extremely large. Can expand the scope of application through upgrading, LV1 effect, short space movement, consumes magic power, 120 points, after using 2 space movements, need to wait 1 hour to be able to use. Again. He crossed his arms and continued to observe. Skills of red level and above need to consume players with the same level of skill potential to upgrade, only applicable in the competitive world. Combat power, personal status, 260 plus 50, only for reference, remaining points, 245 points. It is recommended that you save some points, because before the second world opens, the professional system will be opened. Just when he thought that was all, suddenly a light appeared. The system explained, because you have completed it perfectly, you will receive an additional reward. The source of the world, no level, use all your strength to collect it, you will discover the irresistible attraction of the laws. Su Mingyan reached out to absorb it. Light, this is what I must pursue in every world. He tightly grasped the streams of light seeping into his palm. Just then, a symbol appeared on the back of Su Mingyan's hand. He looked at it. This thing is not in the guidance level, only after the end of the first world. This may mean that the guidance level is not counted into the perfect completion progress. The system further popularized, the first world has ended, the second world will open after 3 days according to the time speed in the main God space. A gate was opened, the main God space, the main God world, has opened, players and viewers can leave their personal space and communicate in the large square in the main God world. Exchange points and items. The system seriously reminded, note, giving away for free and large-scale trading are not allowed, it is necessary to maintain the stability of points and item prices. Otherwise the system will apply severe penalties. He strode towards the space gate. The World Forum has opened. During the 3 days of rest, adventure players can log into the World Forum. The World Rankings have opened. Please open the system panel to view it yourself. As soon as the system left, Su Mingyan found himself in a room. This is the personal room that the system provided? There is a bed, tables and chairs, no windows. There is bright light on the ceiling, and everything can be seen very clearly. Su Mingyan did something on the virtual screen. He thought, I have entered Yeye's account into the personal panel to search for and send a friend request. I need to confirm if she is still here. Even if she has become a viewer. After finishing, fatigue struck, he flopped down on the bed and closed his eyes. I'm so sleepy. The experiences in the apocalyptic world have made me too tired. Suddenly Su Mingyan's subconscious fell into a pitch-black space, and sentences began to ring out. Why save? Why endure meaningless words? You can play with time. Infinitely reset everything. As long as you reset, no one will remember how you treated them, no one will remember the gratitude and love you gave. You can constantly change the timeline. Play with anyone's emotions, explore their behavior and reactions. The voice continued to ring out. They will assume that they are independent, led by you, acting like puppets according to the feedback you already know. You can personally save people from the bridge about to collapse, watching them be extremely grateful to you, and you can also personally arrange for them to be in the house that will collapse, watching them die without being able to close their eyes, personally giving them life, personally bringing them to death. At that time, you are the destiny of everyone. He gradually drifted towards the only speck of light in the space. The voice still hadn't stopped. The expressions they will reveal when facing an action, the reactions they will create. You will get bored with them. No matter who it is, as far as you are concerned, they can be controlled. You can please them, befriend anyone, buy stocks to make a lot of money. Live in luxurious villas, enjoy delicious food, read every interesting manga and novel. A light enveloped him, and they will always smile at you, knowing nothing about your previous actions, even if you have tortured, killed them, creating a happy ending. And then constantly resetting that period of time to enjoy happiness. Wouldn't that be great? Go forward, what to do? Stop, number 1 player. He gradually sank in that space, abandoning the power to stop time like a god, becoming an ordinary person, living, aging, getting sick, dying. Is there any meaning? Don't save anymore. Humans can't understand you. Humans won't be grateful to you. They can't see the bones discarded in your loop, nor can they see your struggles and immersion between life and death. Suddenly Su Mingyan woke up with a start, his eyes wide with surprise. He sat on the bed panting, a nightmare, an incomprehensible dream. Su Mingyan frowned. He pondered, don't think like that. Holding power beyond the ordinary can easily turn a person into a monster, but I can't be like that. After a while, lines of text appeared on the system screen. World Forum Discussion Area, things to know about Lu Shu, the entire process of recording emotions through live broadcast. The power system of Noor, bold hypotheses about his identity, rational analysis of how Annie can reemerge and rise in the second world. Dear player Su Mingyan, welcome to log into the World Forum. Su Mingyan stood in front of the screen, operating and saying, after all the adventure players returned, the forum became more lively. Now, looking at it, the forum is full of all kinds of sensational titles. The World Forum even has separate areas for different gods, like the Super Talk topics on the forum, where all the articles revolve around one person. He gloomily assessed, "What a chaotic scene, the number one player area. The top is a bunch of challenge letters to the top players, including a challenge letter from Annie declaring that he will fight. Again, all aimed at me." Suddenly the words appeared on the screen, "In theory, the lighthouse of the number one player, personal thoughts." Su Mingyan was a little surprised. In theory. The lighthouse of the number one player, personal thoughts. At this time, a paragraph of text explaining the words appeared on the system screen. In theory, the lighthouse of the number one player, personal thoughts. It is said that if you put the word lighthouse in the title, there is a chance to attract Su Mingyan's attention, even if the possibility of being seen is very low. "I will use all my strength to shout, 'Su Mingyan, you are my lighthouse, hope, and the whole world. I am your most loyal fan, my hand will always chase after you.'" He angrily turned it off immediately. Damn it, I was really attracted to it by the title. A moment later, his attention fell on another line of text, "Pursue or give up. Thoughts on the successor to humanity's lighthouse." The explanatory text appeared on the screen, accompanied by an edited photo of Su Mingyan and a blonde girl. "Pursue or give up. Thoughts on the successor to humanity's lighthouse." This is an article recording the love story between me and Su Mingyan. Today is the third day we have been in love. Even if I have to cross a world, I will always love him. Suddenly, Lu Shu's post appeared out of nowhere. After reading it, Su Mingyan couldn't help but frown and sneer. Lu Shu, a person who claims to be an unspeakable person, wrote a 10,000-word article praising me? Moreover, he used assiduous and persistent twice. Suddenly he noticed an item at the bottom of the screen. There is an answer in the friends section. Immediately Su Mingyan became excited. "It's her," she replied to me. But in response to his eager anticipation was the line of text, "System announcement. Because player Yaya is not seated, the friend request has failed because there was no response within 24 hours. After reading it, Su Mingyan couldn't help but be disappointed. He thought to himself in frustration, "Where on earth did Yaya go? It is clear that the sacrifice on the chessboard will be resurrected. So why didn't she reply to the message?" He started tinkering on the screen again. Could it be that, in the game world, besides the identity and rules of the players, there is something else? Su Mingyan opened a player ranking arranged by the system. World ranking, comprehensive evaluation. Su Mingyan, combat power, 310, player ranked first, perfect clearance 1. Noer, combat power, 485, perfect clearance 1. Mizushima Kawasora, combat power, 395, perfect clearance 1. Lu Shu, combat power, 400. Arthur, combat power, 395. Adolf, combat power, 379. Iris, combat power, 360, perfect clearance 1. Wang Wanning, combat power, 398, perfect clearance 1. Jesse, combat power, 378. Edward, combat power, 397, perfect clearance 1. Note, the rankings will be refreshed after each world subboard ends, and will not change in real time. After observing, he silently assessed, the world ranking given by this system is much more reliable than the reputation ranking given by the players themselves. It is clear that it not only takes into account combat power, otherwise, with a combat power of 310, it is impossible for me to rank higher than a group with a combat power of over 400. In fact, my true combat power lies in all the clones. Suddenly remembering something, Su Mingyan turned to get off the bed. That's right, the game system said before that the main god space has been opened. He walked to the door, and the system's announcement appeared again. You are about to enter the main god square, server cluster 37198, due to the large number of players and viewers. The system automatically divides the main god square into 50,000 places. Each square can accommodate 20,000 players. Do you want to be anonymous and hide your appearance? Su Mingyan replied without hesitation, yes. Stepping through the door was a different space. Su Mingyan, equipped with a black cloak, entered a new space. This is the place called the main god world? The place looks like a small city combining Eastern and Western styles. The abandoned houses on the street have both the style of Longxia ancient towns with black tiles and white walls, and the style of Western fantasy towns with gorgeous colors. He became the number one player. Su Mingyan stood and observed, then thought to himself, the players who are eliminated, in addition to watching the live forum, can also rent houses here and become idle players. Number 1 player, they can also forge props, refine potions, create auxiliary weapons, and even open bookstores and cafes. And then sell them after the adventurer's return, to earn points. The audience can finally become a useful logistics player, instead of just criticizing others on the forum all day long. But not pleased for long, he frowned. However, this will also cause potential dangers. Su Mingyan looked down at the vast city ahead, that is, fewer and fewer people will be willing to accept the risk of life and death in the game. People always like comfort. It seems that the organization wants the audience to immerse themselves in this happy state until death. As soon as he entered this city, shouts echoed noisily, receive all kinds of equipment and forged items, what's the price? Number 1 player, sell the light green bladed weapon. You can get points to exchange, sell all the props here. I have survived in the first world for 15 days, and I don't intend to continue anymore. I want to sell all the equipment on my body. 250 points for the whole package. Others chimed in, receive forum comments, 1 point for each post, do it at any time, no joining fee, if you want to earn some pocket money in your spare time. Privately inbox me, is there anyone who wants to improve their editing and speaking skills on the forum? This is a lecture class on various PS and PR skills. No coercion, if you want to learn, quickly join group Q885. Walking to where a girl was sitting, Su Mingyan put on the mask he was equipped with. He approached where she was displaying weapons, just right, I have long wanted to have a weapon of my own. The girl saw him, and suddenly jumped back in shock. She stepped forward to take off his mask, and Su Mingyan quickly spoke, I just came to buy something. The girl smiled warmly after hearing this, pointing to the weapons you buy, please buy no, all the swords in this stall are given to you. She shyly proposed to Su Mingyan, can we take a photo together, you just need to stand here, so I can take a screenshot on the system function. He was suspicious. Why is she so excited? Could it be that she recognized me through my voice? But it's a good thing she didn't scream. Later he spoke, I have calculated it. The price is about 40 points, you touch to confirm it, I'll transfer it to you. The words also appeared on the screen, a transaction invitation has been sent. The girl was extremely excited, yes, okay. The system also announced to him, transaction successful, points minus 40, obtained equipment, almond sword, blood dragon dagger. Obtained props, Haning stone, moonlight stone. The sword appeared on the screen, almond sword, green level, damage, can grow, this is his last great sword, attack power 5 to 13, durability 10 out of 20. Equipment requirements, one-handed weapon, requires strength of 4 points or more special attributes. A damaged long sword born in the apocalyptic world, it once radiated light with endless light. Waiting for the repair of the great man. Then the other items also appeared one by one, blood dragon dagger, white level, a simple dagger, almost unusable in combat, Haning stone, moonlight stone are props for forging. If given to a blacksmith character, it is much better than treating it as a bullet. Su Mingyan put the items into the item bag on one side, and did not forget to remind the girl, the photo, you can keep it for yourself, don't post them on the forum, at least at the moment. The girl immediately agreed, okay. After finishing, he continued to move, walking and thinking about something. Players mainly sell things like zombie bones, and remnants of medicine, which can be used to support forging and refining. Medicine, and there are also many people selling weapons, but basically they want to exchange. Like exchanging knives for staves, staves for daggers, countless such transactions. Su Mingyan turned in another direction, but the real precious items, not even one can be seen. I don't know when, the main god space will open a place, something like an auction house. Realizing something, he was a little suspicious. He looked at the vendors on both sides of the road, wait, why, every time I pass by a stall, the vendors look at me, and then suddenly stand up. With the mask and cloak covering my whole body. There shouldn't be any problems, right? These people can't recognize me just by looking at the fingers I'm revealing, right? Su Mingyan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Moreover, besides me, there are many people who are also hiding their appearances. I'm not that outstanding, it's impossible. Standing in front of the attention of the crowd, he felt a little unnatural. They rushed towards him, Holy shit, it's player number 1. Another person was also excited. Holy crap, it's real. A little girl stepped out from somewhere and hugged him tightly. She said happily, I touched it. I won't wash my hands for the rest of my life, Su Mingyan. I will always pursue the same belief as you. He denied it calmly on the surface. You guys have mistaken me for someone else. But in his heart he was a little confused. What point did I finally reveal? But his denial did not appease the crowd, but made them even more excited. Oh my god, it's Mingyan, it's so obvious. Although when watching the live broadcast, it felt very scary. But up close it's not scary at all. I just want to be petted and pampered. Su Mingyan was speechless. He didn't know what to do for a moment. The crowd still hadn't stopped. The chance to meet Su Mingyan is only 1 in 50,000. It feels like all the luck in my life has been used up. He was still trying to figure out the reason why people could easily recognize him. Except for my fingers, my whole body is covered. How can everyone recognize me? Where is the problem after all? Another person pointed towards him. His next sentence also answered his question. Holy crap, isn't that player number 1? It's so obvious. There's such a big thing hanging on his head. Only then did Su Mingyan realize, so it turns out that I've been wearing this big thing, shaking from this end of the square to the other end. The crowd began to approach Su Mingyan. They reached out to touch him. Su Mingyan stepped back. He separated out another version and warned them, stop, take another step, I will kill you. After seeing the clone, they became even more excited. This clone looks exactly the same as the real one. The life-size version looks so cool, it's really cute. Can I take this clone home? I couldn't see it clearly when watching the live stream, but now that I see it directly, there's really no sense of threat at all. Witnessing the scene before him, Su Mingyan was a little speechless. Why, these people are clearly still in a game of life and death, but they still maintain such a die-hard entertainment attitude. Daikixing is still being controlled by high-dimensional space creatures. Everyone is in such a dangerous situation. What are they happy about? He looked around, silently calculating. I have carefully read the rules. The main god world is not allowed to take action. I have to think of a way to withdraw. Su Mingyan conjured an axe for the clone. Thanks to it, his clone stepped forward to use the axe to break the rabbit statue. But when the axe was swung, it was stopped by some force. Mr. Rabbit appeared. He stood on top of the statue and spoke, hey, that's too much. The players below who saw it were all stunned. Mr. Rabbit looked towards Su Mingyan. So it turns out to be the adorable player number 1, but the matter of cruelly destroying someone's graceful body, even if you are the adorable player number 1, you can't do that. He immediately confronted him. The rules don't say that you can't destroy the statue. Mr. Rabbit heard this and waved his hand, and the system displayed a notification. New rules added. In the main god space, it is strictly forbidden to destroy the organization's statues. He said smugly, it's added now. In the future no one will be able to do bad things to my great statue anymore. Seeing this, Su Mingyan thought in confusion. In this way, the rules of the main god world can be changed. So what about the rules in the game's subboards? Mr. Rabbit pointed towards him. My dear adorable player number 1 is really good at grasping loopholes in the rules. Then, I'll go first. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a final word. Dear player number 1, please continue to happily face your enthusiastic fans. Suddenly Mr. Rabbit remembered something. Wait, what about this matter of being anonymous? Aren't you going to take responsibility at all? He continued, it's clearly because dear Mingyan was negligent first. But you want to blame the adorable rabbit. The rabbit is so cute. How can you blame the rabbit? Su Mingyan then spoke. But this is a mistake in the description, right? It clearly says anonymous state, but it gives such an obvious title. Doesn't that reveal everything? Mr. Rabbit was still stubborn. There's nothing wrong with the description. Dear Mingyan didn't pay attention. Sons should pay attention to their image when going out. Don't even have time to look in the mirror in the corner? He immediately retorted, that's not very right. Usually providing anonymity and ID means not revealing identity. Mr. Rabbit crossed his arms. He said smugly, that's right. It's just that you didn't pay attention to the title on your head. But the effect originally used to conceal the identity has already lost its effect. Su Mingyan asked incomprehensibly, then what is the meaning of this kind of anonymity? Is it just to make us guess? He immediately confirmed, that's right. Then he frowned. When working, you must think comprehensively, don't casually blame the rabbit. Su Mingyan seized the opportunity. Is that so? You admitted it. He pretended to ask Mr. Rabbit innocently, "What? If the main God space says everything in half, and there are always unexpected variables in the rules, then it is really difficult for players to believe in the rules they see." He heard this and replied uncomfortably, "Games need rules, and the main God space is the place to set all the initial rules." He continued to attack. "I remember the system said that this is a place to rest, not to compete. If even the place where the original rules are set loses the integrity of the rules, then this place seems no different from the normal world. It has completely lost its original majesty, right, manager of the main God space, Boss Rabbit?" And his words aroused the crowd. Mr. Rabbit was embarrassed by his words. He stepped back a few steps. "Don't confuse the concepts. It is indeed a place of rest where people must always be vigilant." Suddenly a light surrounded Su Mingyan. A second later, he appeared in the room. "As expected, I've returned to my personal space." The words appeared on the screen. "Do you want to erase the title?" Su Mingyan did not rush to answer. He thought silently. "Through this exploration, I have understood that those seemingly omnipotent high-dimensional space creatures also have rules that they are forced to abide by. So, can this rule become a breakthrough point for me to escape the chessboard?" Next, Su Mingyan stayed in his personal space for 2 days, constantly collecting all kinds of information on the forum, without leaving again. The previous conversation with Boss Rabbit once again caused a major shock, and everyone actively discussed the topic. I didn't expect it to be possible to bargain with the organization. Some lines of text appeared on the system screen one after another, counting down the end of the rest period. "Checking your identity, adventure player, identity confirmed. The World Chat channel has been closed to you, the World Forum has been closed to you, the personal space has been closed to you." It was still in the process of processing, activating the professional system, reviewing the player's experience in the first world, analyzing your current strength. Then it displayed a notification: 3 professional directions have been selected for you, please choose one of them, accompanied by a reminder: please note that the profession itself does not distinguish between strong and weak, but depends on the player's level of application and skill coordination. You can continue to improve your profession in the future gameplay. The professions were gradually announced. First, Judge, a strong attack type, focusing on destruction, enhancing thinking indexes, using the expansiveness of annihilation to attack. Next was Savior, mental system, magic resistance, enhancing mental attributes, enhancing the ability to control space magic, using space to control enemies. Attacks bring about magic breaking effects. Mental resistance is greatly increased. Finally, Light Transmitter, support system, enhancement, has the ability to impose states, eliminate negative effects, forcibly maintain the optimal mental state. Break through the limits of mental attributes. The ability to control clones is greatly increased. Su Mingyan propped his chin and looked at the options on the screen. The system really understands my needs. These 3 professions, especially the third one with forcibly maintaining the optimal mental state, is really a gospel for me. Maintaining the clone is almost mental torture for me every minute and every second. If I could have this kind of skill, then I wouldn't have needed the presence of you by my side that day." Suddenly a notification appeared that surprised him. "Discovering that you have perfectly completed the first world, you have received the right to choose a hidden profession. You can spend 200 points to choose a hidden profession. Do you want to choose? Please note that the hidden profession is not absolutely superior to the ordinary profession. On the contrary, its advantages and disadvantages are extremely obvious, so serious that players must pay special attention. Please consider carefully before choosing." Su Mingyan pondered. Such a big loophole, but it cost a sky-high price of 200 points. If it weren't for someone with abundant points like me, I'm afraid I would have to sell all my assets to buy it. Such a big bet, I'm afraid it would make many perfectly completed players flinch. A moment later he made a decision. Yes. Su Mingyan fell into contemplation again. I was already used to walking on the edge of a knife. It doesn't matter if I take a little more risk. I've decided to do everything to the extreme. So let's challenge it to the end. The words appeared on the screen. Confirm again. Are you sure you want to choose a hidden profession? Once selected, it cannot be changed. He did not hesitate to press the button. Sure. After he finished operating, a notification appeared. Received profession, White Judge. Changes began to take place. some attributes have changed. The initial skill clone disappeared, white judge, hidden profession, dual-faceted type, combining extreme spirit and extreme power. The clone skill has evolved, attribute point distribution has changed. Details of his changes began to appear on the screen. Attribute point distribution has changed. Mingyi clone level 1, the core move of the profession, skill description. Create a clone with a certain degree of autonomous intelligence. The main body can fully sense the 5 senses of the clone and issue commands in real time, current state. Main body has been formatted into the shadow state. Clone has been formatted into the light state, shadow state. Extremely high spirit attribute growth. The growth of other attributes is greatly reduced. The state can be stabilized by collecting the malice of the world, light state. Spirit attribute growth is greatly reduced. Other attributes are greatly increased. The state can be stabilized by collecting the goodwill of the world. Note, if one side dies, the other side can resurrect the other after a period of time. A price must be paid. Details will be unlocked later. After resurrection, the attributes of light and shadow can only be exchanged only when the main body and the clone are killed together. The player is considered completely dead. However, if one side dies, the spirit will be severely damaged, which can easily lead to mental collapse and death. Su Mingyan watched thoughtfully. Before, as long as the main body died, everything was over, so he had to protect the main body in order to control the clone. Now, even if the main body dies, as long as the clone still exists, the main body can still be resurrected. Only if both me and the clone are killed within a certain period of time. Will I truly die completely? He stood in front of the screen and thought to himself, it is indeed a very domineering life-saving skill, but it is also clearly stated above that death can easily cause mental collapse. It seems that I can't treat the clone as a tool and let it die casually like before. The key point is that the clone seems to have a certain degree of autonomous intelligence. No longer a machine that only knows how to obey orders like before. In this way, both the main body and the clone can act simultaneously. It is indeed a huge enhancement. In an instant, information about him also appeared. First, personal file, real name, Su Mingyan, code B3030, level 1st stage 7th level, title, the first person to pass the novice stage. Player number 1, crowning moment, profession, white judge, hidden profession, equipment, rough defense armor white, green 4-leaf clover bracelet, white dagger. Purple Aurora ring, green Remington RP9 gun, green Yarman sword, life 300 is just a reference number, does not represent a fixed value, magic power 100 plus 2035. Recovery speed 7 per minute, stamina 3, shadow state, strength 3, shadow state, agility 3, shadow state, spirit 40, shadow state, extremely high growth. The power of magic system skills is greatly enhanced. Charm A, luck B+, increased by the 4-leaf clover bracelet and the Aurora ring. Points 5, combat power, 400 main bodies normal combat state. 450 clones normal combat state. Next was skills, space skill level 1, purple level, a skill with great development potential. The usage can be expanded through upgrading, short-range space teleportation. Magic consumption 120 points. After using it twice, you must wait 1 hour to recover. Mixed annihilation level 1, blue level. Any place the fingertip touches can be fused by mixed annihilation energy. The power depends on the amount of magic power spent. Mingyi clone level 1, the core skill of the profession, creating a clone. The clone has the ability to think independently. But the main body can still sense the clone's 5 senses and issue immediate commands. Current state. The main body is fixed in the shadow state. The clone is fixed in the light state. Note, this skill has an extremely high risk of death and mental collapse. Basic magic gun level 1, mental resistance level 4/2. Then came, clone, life 500 plus 30 times 15 is just a reference number, does not represent a fixed value, magic power 100, recovery speed 5 points per minute. Stamina 15, light state, strength 15, light state, agility 15, light state, spirit 4, light state, melee proficiency level 1, default light state, knife weapon proficiency level 1. Default light state, swordsmanship proficiency level 1, default light state. Su Mingyan read and calculated in his heart, 300 health. This is really a level of health that dies with a touch. In the shadow state, I am as fragile as a piece of paper. This profession is indeed very strong, but the shortcomings are also too obvious. Both states are so extreme that they are dangerous. And the spirit is easy to fall into instability. It is really very dangerous. Finally, the update announcement appeared. After the end of the second world copy, White Sun Floating City, the main god space will be officially fully opened. Players who prefer an entertainment style can choose to become forging masters, potion masters, magic circle masters, inscription masters, and other auxiliary professions, and can also open their own small shops in the square. The main god squares of different servers will be divided into residential areas according to nationality. The main god squares with high rankings will be divided into military political areas or private areas. The guild and team systems are about to be unlocked, and the guild base area is also coming soon, so stay tuned. The system also statistically tallied the parameters related to this world, the second world, the science fiction world White Sun Floating City, global competition copy game. The number of participating players is 256,730,853 people. The science fiction world will be copied into 25,673,085 identical copies. Each copy will have 8 to 12 players participating in the game. Because the player has entered the game for the second time, they will automatically learn the common communication language. This skill will disappear after the world ends. A notification appeared on the screen. The world begins. He looked suspiciously at the building in front of him. This place is, Su Mingyan speculated, a hospital. The system's announcement appeared. Dear players, now is the waiting time to enter the arena. Players will appear in their original appearance, and can quickly communicate. After 10 minutes, you will be assigned different identities and appearances, and the copy will officially begin. Su Mingyan curiously looked around. Besides me, there are a total of 9 other players here? Suddenly a person walked up to him. He stammered, "PLA, player number 1. Whispers began to rise. It seems to be real. The photos on the forum are spreading like a flood. I can recognize him even with my eyes closed." The person next to him replied, "So aren't there hundreds of millions of people watching us now? Oh my God!" The other person continued, "He really looks very young. I heard he's only 18 years old. I thought the live stream used a college filter." Another person calculated, "Why don't you try to make some connections?" The person next to him immediately stopped him. "Have you seen the cut-up live stream videos of him on the forum? They're spreading like crazy. I'm really afraid of the scene of being stabbed in the palm of my hand with a dagger." He insisted, "It could also be a rather extreme situation. After all, the spoils can't really be divided equally. I think this person is okay." A person walked up to Su Mingyan. "Hey, player number 1, hello, I have always admired your courage. They say you are just lucky, but I think, the way you defeated Annie really looks too cool." He replied calmly, "Yeah?" The other person scratched his head shyly. He thought to himself, maybe player number 1's personality is like this, a little cold, but being able to get a response from him, I am already very satisfied. At this time, Noel appeared out of nowhere, and all the attention was focused on him. Comments jumped constantly on the screen. "Oh my God, it's him, it's him. Oh my God, it's Noel, to meet again with such a small probability, it's really a meeting of the century." Quietly screenshotting, "This battle will definitely be great." The person who saw Noel appear recalled in his heart, "It's him, Noel, the second-ranked person on the world rankings." The forum once argued fiercely about who is stronger between Noel and Su Mingyan, and almost overturned the table, but the final vote still leaned towards Noel, although only slightly winning. After all, in terms of direct strength, Su Mingyan's body is too weak. Everyone thinks that as long as you don't pay attention to his clone, it will be easy to defeat him. Noel walked up to him. "Hello, I have always heard of your name." Su Mingyan replied calmly, "Hello?" The other person was also rendered speechless by him. Su Mingyan's attitude towards Noel seems no different from his previous attitude towards me. It seems that it is not that I am not approachable, but that Su Mingyan's personality is really like that. Noel reached out to shake hands with him, but Su Mingyan paid attention to something else. There was also a mark on Noel's hand. He thought to himself, The mark on the back of his hand means that he has also excellently completed the challenge in the previous world. Su Mingyan spoke, "You are Noel?" Noel heard this and replied, Yes. He frowned and speculated, what does Su Mingyan mean by asking like this? Could it be that he is going to start a fight, fighting for the position of world number 1? Number 2 with me? Or is he preparing for a life and death battle here? That's right, after all, fighting for the positions of number 1 and number 2 in a life and death battle. To determine who is the strongest in the world is something that everyone likes to watch. But after hearing Su Mingyan's question, he was a little stunned. He crossed his arms and asked Noel, "What do you think about what I said before?" Noel recovered and replied, "What? The lighthouse? I think, if you continue to win like this, perhaps a spiritual leader will appear, like a role model to lead everyone." In his heart, he felt a little strange. I originally thought that the person at the top of the world rankings, suddenly honored so high, would definitely have a fierce battle with me when he met me here, fighting for the title of strongest, but he doesn't seem to have any competitive spirit with me. Looking at Su Mingyan's serious expression, Noel pondered, on the contrary, I feel inexplicably that in Su Mingyan's eyes looking at me, there seems to be a little admiration. Obviously his ranking is higher than mine, so what is he admiring? But it's really better to have someone like him at the top of the rankings than those impatient types who would just rush up to fight me like bulls as soon as they saw me. He secretly guessed, is it because he met an opponent of equal strength, so he is so happy? Really, he is indeed a pure gamer. Sure enough, this is the attitude of a strong person. Noel thought thoughtfully. For some reason, I suddenly recalled the very controversial description of Su Mingyan on the World Forum, a sentence that once attracted a lot of attention. When a person is about to become a savior, his feeling is no different from the feeling of being pushed onto the execution platform. He continued to assess Su Mingyan. Anyone who brings benefits to humanity, gives them faith, and has the ability and will that is superior to all, can be considered a god. That is a meaning, formed from the background of the era and the specific social relationship to confirm the rationality of some morals and collective behaviors. Humans are products of being attached to that meaning. It is a collection of wills, a belief, that humans cannot lack. In the most desperate moments of the final world, people need its existence even more. He seemed to be attracted by him, although it can't be said that player number 1 can be called a savior, but a person who attracts all the attention of the entire world will definitely be quite different from those before. After all, there are too many people watching him. The waiting time ended, and white light transmitted, and 10 people immediately changed their appearances. They were assigned to the identities in the copy. The system called out, and then displayed the words, "You have received the basic background of the second world." He speculated, it seems that this time our identity is mental patience. Looking at the screen in front of him, Su Mingyan couldn't help but be surprised. I thought that this time I was just an ordinary patient, but I didn't expect to have such a big identity. The leader of the resistance army. So if I am caught, won't the whole city collapse? The script immediately appeared on the screen. You pretend to be a mental patient, sneaking into this hospital. The purpose is to meet a resistance agent, Guan Ka, who is infiltrating the White City, and obtain the secret chip in her hand. Use all your strength to lead your army to destroy the White Bear, seize the core energy source, in order to change the endless tragic fate of this world. The tasks of the other players were also announced. The basic tasks of all players: survival, surviving until the 5th day. Perfect clearance requirements: destroying the White Bear, seizing the core energy source. Note, among the 10 players, 1 person received the identity of the leader of the resistance army, 1 person received the identity of the White Bear's assistant, and the remaining 8 people have the identity of ordinary residents. Su Mingyan supported his hand on the bed and pondered, this identity of the leader of the resistance army, the benefits are great, but the risks are also not small. The benefit is that I initially have an army that will listen to my commands. Suddenly he frowned. The disadvantage is that I am the resistance army, naturally opposing this city. If my identity is revealed, I may be hunted down by the robot army. And how to contact my army is also a big problem. Finally he made a decision. Perhaps the only way is to find a way to approach the agent Guan Na. Immediately he teleported to the file room. This ability is indeed very useful. I remember there was an article on the forum saying that the ability to move in space is an extremely valuable skill. According to statistics, the proportion of players who possess it is only 7%. Holding a file in his hand, he was a little amazed. It is written on this that the rich get healthy bodies, and the poor use their humble lives to serve humanity. Walking around, Su Mingyan made a judgment. These documents are all related to the exchange of healthy human bodies with wealthy people, those who are 70 to 80 years old. Each organ in the body has an exchange, and some organs of one person are even traded with many different customers. The prices are slightly different, but they are all very expensive. He picked up another file. It seems that this is not a mental hospital, but in essence a place for criminal transactions, where doctors take the organs of drowsy mental patients and sell them to wealthy people who want to prolong their lives. If players do not discover this document in time, they will surely be taken to the operating table and die soon. Suddenly a sound arose, attracting his attention, the sound of footsteps. A second later, a space transfer portal appeared. In an instant, Su Mingyan was back in the hospital room. A doctor peered in and said to him, "Number 0297, come outside for a moment." He thought to himself, first, let's just follow their plan and see what they ultimately want. Su Mingyan followed the doctor out. He led him to the parking garage, and standing in front of a car he thought, I thought I'd be taken to the operating table to have my organs harvested. I didn't expect the doctor to lead me outside. The doctor pushed him roughly into the car. Number 0297, get in. 10 minutes later, the car had arrived at its destination. Outside, someone ordered Su Mingyan, number 0297, get out of the car. He stepped out of the car, surrounded by several tall and strong men. He wondered, so many guards, is this because they're afraid I'll escape? A woman with orange hair, using a fan to cover half of her face, spoke as soon as she saw him get out. He's so handsome. Besides his heart, I also want his eyes. They're as black as pearls. I like that color. The man beside her smiled. As long as someone pays the price, any organ can be transplanted. His freedom and life are under the hospital's control. You know. We have many other organ donors. They have eyes of different colors. You can take your time choosing. Guan Na smiled sinisterly. Before the surgery, can I take a closer look at him? I like those eyes. The man immediately agreed, of course. He ordered the men, on behalf of Our Lady, take number 0297 over there. Su Mingyan turned around and said to the men in black, wait, I can walk myself. The woman replied, all right, come with me. Entering a room, she suggested, Doctor, can you leave the room? She used her fan to lift his chin. I want to touch him a little. The man gave a dangerous smile, of course, my lady. However, to prevent the patient from going crazy and harming you, we need to give him a sedative. After saying that, he took out a syringe and injected him. Instantly, he lost all strength and slid down. Su Mingyan secretly guessed, is this woman deliberately trying to mislead the doctors and guards? Does that mean she is? Just as he expected, a second later, Guan Na said, leader. Su Mingyan smiled smugly. As expected, she is the resistance agent Guan Na who infiltrated White City. This approach, as a buyer and supplier of organs, will certainly not arouse suspicion. Suddenly, she picked up a knife and cut her hand, causing him to freeze. Guan Na took out a chip. Seeing it, he was surprised. This is the secret chip I have to get from Guan Na's hands? A second later, she stepped forward, cut his hand, and reminded him, this is a rare place without surveillance, leader. Please endure the pain. After I implant the chip, you must quickly return to the resistance and read the contents of the chip. She also devised a plan for his escape. Later, go through that window. Below there is a one-person disc car and a small road. Su Mingyan wondered, what about you? Guan Na meticulously sewed up the cut on his hand while replying, I have been hidden in White City for 5 years, recording all the information about the city that I, along with previous generations, have collected on this chip. My mission is complete. You are only temporarily pretending to be a mental patient. Once your identity is checked, it will be exposed. If you escape, I can't hide it. The doctors and guards will definitely report this. The leader of White City, Bai Xiong, will not let me go. She injected him with an antidote to the sedative and continued, I will set a big fire to burn this place down, killing everyone who knows about this, to buy you time to escape. The iron doors around have all been closed. They can't escape. Only your secret passage is the way out. After she finished, the system notification rang. Received main quest. Perfect breakthrough. Phase 1. Return the chip to the resistance. Quest hint. Head towards 39th Street in the outer city. A second later, Su Mingyan jumped outside. Guan Na's voice echoed out, "Take care, leader." He hesitated. Guan Na. After going a short distance, he heard a shout from inside the building, "Hurry, leader! You are now carrying the chip, the result of countless lives sacrificed." Guan Na's voice rang out, "The flame of revolution has been lit, and you are the hope after that flame." An explosion followed. Su Mingyan looked back at the aftermath. He assessed, is this the price a resistance must pay to fight against an era? Those who are willing to sacrifice for the revolution are all people of great righteousness. Arriving at a certain place, he stepped down from the disc car. The disc car is out of fuel. Next I have to walk. Su Mingyan walked past two homeless people sitting in a corner. He approached a posted notice, recruitment order. As long as you send your daughters to the inner city to undergo reformation, each family will receive a generous reward. After reading it, he tore it down, disgusting. Su Mingyan thought to himself, those who accept reformation into childbearing machines are all neither human nor ghost. Selling their loved ones for money is no different from being a devil. He created a clone of himself, Mingyi clone, level 1. The clone turned to look at him. "Hello, body." Su Mingyan replied, "How should I address you?" He thought, because the clone has independent thinking ability, his eyes are now completely different from before. The clone replied indifferently, "Don't worry about such things. I am originally you, just a variation that may occur in the infinite future from your personality. You can control me at any time, give any order, even death, and I won't mind. If there must be a name, then call me Ming. I love all that is bright and beautiful in this world." Su Mingyan fell into contemplation after hearing this. It's hard to imagine that my personality could become like this. This clone is clearly identical to me, but his personality is like a knight. Perhaps this is me in a warm state. Su Mingyan took out an item, unrusted iron bar, white rank. He handed it to the clone. "Find Noah, track his actions." Accepting the iron bar, the clone replied, "Understood." Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct, "You don't need to pay too much attention to me. I will report the situation to you. If necessary, you can command me at any time through your mind." Su Mingyan leaned against a pillar, thinking, I've switched the broadcast perspective to the clone's side. I can still see the comments, but the audience will see from the clone's perspective. And they can't see me. Several lines of comments appeared on the screen at that time. This is a clone? We are just the audience, only able to observe Su Mingyan from afar. We are a useless bunch. He observed them and said, "It's not useless. Although you can't become a lighthouse, you still have your own light. In my eyes, you are always shining stars. Never give up on your future, because the victory of the stars will ultimately belong to each of you." Su Mingyan smiled encouragingly. "Don't underestimate yourselves. You are also the future of humanity. Believe in your potential. No one is born the strongest. It's still early. You still have the right to continue to work hard. Thank you for liking me so much, but I think if you like someone, you must love everything about them." Comments on the screen jumped continuously, one after another. "I'm done for. I've fallen for him. He smiled at us. He really is a lighthouse. Isn't it good for the number 1 player to become such a clone? Before, he always pretended to be the number 1 in the world, which was annoying to look at. I officially declare my joining the Lighthouse faction. In the next world, I will become an adventure player. I want to follow in Su Mingyan's footsteps, always searching for the moonlight of my life. Although I am very small, I also want to shine." The clone had met Noel on this side. He walked up to him. "Su Mingyan." He looked at him suspiciously. "I just escaped from the hospital. How can I meet you wandering around here?" Su Mingyan turned to look at Noel. "Noah, did the game also change your appearance? Hello, do you want to cooperate?" Noel smiled and replied, "Of course. Cooperation between the number 1 and number 2 must be an excellent choice." The clone turned to leave. "Let's go. Although this world is disgusting, it is still worth saving. Let's explore the secrets that make it corrupt, heal it, save it." I believe it will become the model we love. Noel was a little nervous. Let's go. The clone, he commented, although he seems closer than the previous #1 player, his words reveal a sense of danger. Noel became serious. The clone said the model we love, not the model the city should have. The knight uses his feelings to chase the light. If only righteousness remains in his heart, then everything within the scope of evil is, to him, an inferior thing that needs to be purged. How terrifying. On the other side, Su Mingyan continued to explore in the alley, suddenly hearing a series of hurried footsteps. 2 men were chasing a blonde girl. Block her. We can't let her escape. Hand this little thing over, and we'll get 50,000. Don't let another guy steal her. The girl caught sight of Su Mingyan and pleaded for help. Please save me. I don't want to be sent for reformation. I am not a resource. He stood in front of Alyssa, blocking her. Don't come any closer. The bald man said fiercely, don't meddle in other people's business. I am her father. I want her to go wherever I want her to go. Su Mingyan frowned unhappily. She is your daughter, but she is also an independent human being. She is not a resource. She doesn't want to be reformed. Didn't you hear that? The person beside him was angry. What the hell do you know, kid? I've raised her for so many years. Am I just going to let her become a worthless item? Su Mingyan put his hand on him. He was uncomfortable. This is my family's business. Don't interfere. Get out of the way. Don't touch me. Even if you smile and talk to me, I won't change my decision. A blue light emitted. Annihilation, Level 1, HP 15600, Combat Power Suppression, Annihilation, Critical Strike. The people who were with him were all in a panic. Quick, run. This bastard is not a normal person. After finishing, he turned to Alyssa and said, it's okay. Now you don't need to go for reformation anymore. Where do you want to go? The pitiful girl said, I have nowhere else to go. Once you leave, people passing by will hand me over to them for money. Seeing that Su Mingyan didn't answer, she began to recount. Why does Dad hit me? Why does Dad pull my hair? Why does Dad scold me for being worthless? Dad wants to hand me over to carry out the so-called Bai Xiong replacement plan. I don't understand. I try to please him, wash his feet, massage his back, but he just tells me to work all day. And then hands me over for money. Am I not his daughter? Why does everyone look at me with contempt, like a resource? She continued, no matter how hard I try, I feel like I was born inferior to my younger brother, just because he is my younger brother. Therefore, when the family is short of money, Dad chooses to hand me over to the inner city, not my younger brother. My bread is always 1 piece less than my younger brother's. My clothes can only be the things my younger brother doesn't need anymore. He gets to go to school, gets to learn everything, while I can only stay at home and do housework, and then be sold off. He couldn't help but feel disgusted after hearing this. Bai Xiong's policy of giving money in exchange for handing over relatives has turned people into pitiful creatures who only know how to follow their desires. He said to the girl, this city is crazy. I will change it. Suddenly Alyssa spoke up. I have met you before. Her words surprised him a little. The girl continued, I live in the outer city. Once, when the resistance was organizing a secret speech underground, I accidentally bumped into them. Alyssa asked Su Mingyan, at that time, I saw that the person speaking on the platform was you. Everyone was listening to your words. You are the leader of the resistance, aren't you? Hearing this, he asked, you are Alyssa? The girl happily replied, yes, I am Alyssa, a free and independent Alyssa. Su Mingyan paused for a moment after hearing this. A free and independent Alyssa. Her self-introduction was truly very special. Alyssa rubbed her chin thoughtfully. She asked him, Big brother, you give me a very familiar feeling. Have we known each other before? Like, known each other very closely? Su Mingyan immediately denied, this is the first time I've met you. In Alyssa's eyes, Su Mingyan was covered in dazzling golden light. He seemed to be like a ray of light. Su Mingyan asked, do you want to come with me? Alyssa hesitated. The girl thought sadly, from a young age, I have always been a burden. And Big Brother is the leader of the revolution. How can I trouble him? Seeing this, he put his hand on her head. I once read in a story that if both your soul and body feel warm when in contact with someone, then that is love. Feeling Su Mingyan. Alyssa exclaimed, This touch is really very warm. She hesitantly asked again, can I really go with you? Su-mingin smiled, come with me. I will take you to the camp where that speech took place. Suddenly, Alyssa lowered her head, sorry. Su-mingin was a little suspicious. Why are you apologizing? The girl said softly, I am adding trouble for you. He asked Alyssa, why do you say that? She replied shyly, I am too selfish. Knowing that I am a burden, I still want to go with you. She continued, everyone says my only value is to be exchanged for money. If I have other dreams, such as wanting to find love, then that is just wishful thinking. Su-mingin said bluntly, they are crazy. Alyssa was now extremely grateful. Thank you, really, thank you. Suddenly, a rainstorm hit. Alyssa turned and ran somewhere. Sorry, please wait a moment. She gave him a different set of clothes. Change into this. It's to prevent catching a cold. This is a set of clothes that a brother in the resistance gave me before. After receiving the clothes, a system notification appeared on the screen. Received item, resistance hat and uniform. This is a set of clothes full of hope. When you change into it, you will no longer be so conspicuous. Just after changing his clothes, Su-mingin was attracted by a voice in the alley. Are you really going to confront Su-mingin and Noah? But they are very likely to be the type of characters with special identities like the leaders of the resistance. They definitely won't let us off. He signaled Alyssa to be quiet. She also understood and nodded. The conversation had not ended, that's right. Why not strike first to gain the upper hand? Someone wants to deal with me. The group noticed the movement and turned back. Who's there? Seeing Su-mingin, they didn't recognize him. He seems to be an NPC. Su-mingin thought to himself, this is the effect of the hat and coat that makes you no longer so conspicuous? Other players directly mistake me for an NPC. This is really good stuff. But it can't be taken out of the instance. It's probably a temporary benefit in the quest to protect Alyssa. One of them spoke up, what now? Should we? He made a gesture of elimination. That person immediately shouted, what are you hesitating for? Strike first to gain the advantage. Seeing this, Su-mingin pulled out his gun, Remington RP9, green rank. The bald man, after observing carefully, was shocked. Wait, big brother, look at the badge on his shoulder. Are you a member of the resistance? He didn't answer but asked him back, I haven't even asked you yet. What are you doing here, being so sneaky? The bald man waved his hand, we want to go find the resistance. The person next to him echoed, big brother, do you know the way? Su-mingin, still pointing his gun, asked, what do you want to do? The two excitedly replied, we want to join the resistance. Su-mingin speculated, the perfect breakthrough quest is to infiltrate the inner city. The resistance is the first choice for players. It seems that these players, after escaping from the hospital, heard rumors that many people on this street want to join the resistance, so they asked me for directions. Thinking this, he turned to leave. Let's go. Just follow me. He had a plan in his heart. It's just as well. I'll lead them to the barracks and arrest them all at once. A white-haired man suddenly stepped forward. Big brother, to be honest with you, before entering the inner city, we have one more thing. We have some grudges with two people here. One is Su-mingin, and the other is Noah. If we meet them, we want to settle things a little. It won't take up too much of your time. Su-mingin continued to act along with them. You have a grudge? It's okay. They began to plot and scheme. Those two are unreasonably strong. If we confront them head-on, we won't have a chance to win. We have to prepare a trap. The bald man smiled. I used to be in the military region. I know how to do it. If everyone contributes some points to me, I can make a few Molotov cocktails. The person next to him chimed in. Before the number one player releases his clone, let's kill him. Without the clone, he's actually very weak. As for that Noah guy, he seems to be a combat type. Just don't let him rush in. We have Molotov cocktails. Su-mingin laughed inwardly. That's a good idea, but do they have to plot right in front of the person involved? Moreover, what are they thinking? Anyone who carefully studies my combat videos would never think that a few small flames could stop me. I used to overcome Amy's flames. Why should I be afraid of the flames they create? The blonde-haired man said smugly, just thinking about our plan makes me feel hot all over. If we really killed the number one player, we'll be the center of the world. His livestream channel has at least hundreds of millions of viewers. I really can't imagine myself participating in this crazy plan, especially since even Annie failed. Su Mingyan turned to him and asked, "You guys, what kind of grudge do you have, to the point that you have to risk your lives to kill Su Mingyan like this?" He only gave a perfunctory answer, "It's generally just a competitive relationship. Big brother, you understand. If we eliminate the strongest person in everyone's eyes, then we will become the strongest people in their eyes. We are in that kind of situation." After hearing this, he frowned. There is a story in the animal world that is similar to humans. Before the tiger on the mountain shows its power, the monkeys always think they can become the overlord. Unless the tiger slaps the monkey to death, they will never know what fear is. Arriving at the underground base, the men followed Su Mingyan and Alyssa inside. "Is this the place?" The people here became excited when they saw him. "The leader is back." "That's great. I cooked a pot of potato soup, just in time to bring it up for the leader." Looking at the people in front of him, he thought, "My charm will be easier to exert in a large setting like this." The white-haired man, witnessing this scene, became suspicious. "Leader, wait, I remember there is a player with an identity, the leader of the resistance." He finally realized, so, the person we have been following all along is actually. Before he could figure it out, Su Mingyan made a move, HP 1387, combat power suppression, disappear, fatal wound. He smiled smugly. "I finally brought these people back to the Resistance's camp. I can catch them all in one fell swoop." A line of text appeared, "Received equipment, high-top leather boots." Following that was a notification from the system, "Killed player in the competitive world, received plus 500 EXP. In shadow state, performing evil acts will receive 1 profession point. Profession points can be used to revive the main body, or clone. Each revival requires 5 points. If there are not enough 5 points, you will die." The remaining 3 men were now extremely surprised. This NPC is actually Su Mingyan. Another person panicked. Close combat with Su Mingyan. Suddenly, someone attacked them from somewhere. That person was a member of the resistance, Ding Yu. She raised her gun and shouted loudly, "Protect the leader." Seeing this, the bald man resisted, flowing water shield. He rejoiced inwardly, "Fortunately, I am a water magic user, and my shield can block bullets." Su Mingyan approached. As soon as he touched the shield, it shattered. Annihilation, level 1. He stammered in fear, "You, don't come here." He was now in a state of despair, calculating his escape route in his heart. "My professional skill, flowing water shield, can create a shield based on the amount of water I store in my backpack. However, under Annihilation, which has dissolution properties, my water shield is completely countered and can't stop it." A second later, he knelt on the ground, begging, "Please spare me. You are the first player, you probably have some compassion, right? Please be generous to small players like us. It's not easy for us to survive. We are all human beings. Why make things difficult for each other?" Su Mingyan said calmly, "That's not what you looked like just now when you wanted to ambush the first player." The bald man immediately turned 180 degrees. He pointed directly at him. "You're just the first player, you don't have any compassion, and you still want to kill players. Selfish. A big shot is actually arguing with ordinary players. You're not worthy at all." He didn't say much to him and immediately attacked. Annihilation, level 1. The screen displayed the line, EXP plus 500. Another person spoke up indignantly, "Damn it, the first player is actually stealing kills. Do you still have any?" Before he could finish speaking, Su Mingyan sent him to his death. The system notification appeared. In shadow state, performing evil acts will receive 3 profession points. Received equipment, bone tooth necklace, bone tooth necklace. Blue rank. A gray-white bone tooth necklace that a cruel leader must wear. Agility plus 3, spirit plus 2, durability 5/5, equipment requirements, none, special attribute. None. He stood looking at those arrogant people who had been defeated, mocking in his heart, "Killing the first player will allow you to become the first player? There's no such easy thing. This is not the first group of provocateurs, nor will it be the last." He frowned, thinking, "The eyes of 10 billion people are focused on me. Demons and monsters are constantly appearing. How can I deal with these people with my extremely limited social experience? This is the road I must take. But there are so many stupid people. Humanity is always full of abundance, and the lowest level of their intelligence is difficult to guess. He accepted his fate. Since I gained the ability to come back after death, I was destined to not be able to return to the peaceful student life as before. Su Mingyan gave the chip to the genius hacker. Young man in the camp, Jiu Qiao. Decoding the chip will take at least 1 or 2 days. In the following time, Su Mingyan planned to kill robots to grind experience. After all, there would be new skills after leveling up to second stage. Lines of comments jumped up on the screen again. Some agreed with Su Mingyan, and some criticized him. Those 4 players just now really made me feel the moral constraints. Fortunately, everyone has the right values and doesn't defend the bad guys. I feel that the first player should be more tolerant. Everyone doesn't have it easy. Isn't it okay to let them go? See, what did I say? As soon as I said that everyone has the right values, some holy mothers jumped out again. I really want to meet the first player. Why did those idiots want to attack the first player? Maybe they think too highly of themselves, thinking that having more people will lead to victory. The deputy leader of the resistance, Winshin, stepped forward. Everyone, this time we went out on a mission and rescued 2 children who were about to be reformed. But unfortunately, we also permanently lost 4 comrades. Loka, Marriage, Raya, and Hoda are dead. Su Mingyan fell silent after hearing this. Every time a comrade dies, the deputy leader will announce their names like this, so that everyone remembers the dead and continues to face a new life. Suddenly, a blonde-haired boy spoke angrily, Loka, my brother Loka is dead. He was my best friend from childhood. Just to save these 2 children? Why do we have to lose Loka? His combat power in the camp is also in the top 2. If we lose more comrades, how can we launch a general attack on Baiqing? Winshin was furious after hearing this. What nonsense are you talking about? Hi. They were about to be dragged away by the mechanical army for reformation. Of course we have to save them. That boy was so angry that he cried. Part of it was because he mourned his brother. We also have relatives and friends. Why do we have to sacrifice for a group of girls? We clearly just need to kill our way into the city. The people around him echoed, that's right. Why should veteran soldiers like them die for some unfamiliar girls? Winshin was cornered. You guys. Another person spoke up. Loka's death is a joy for the camp. Su Mingyan frowned upon witnessing this scene. Not good. Judging from this situation, they are about to fight. If they fight here, this camp may fall apart, not to mention that I have to gather people to kill Bai Xiong in 5 days. The perfect completion will be destroyed in an instant. Eli then spoke, he feels that way is unfair. Su Mingyan asked, right? Winshin immediately agreed, yes, just to save 2 unfamiliar girls, but we lost 4 friends. This is really unfair. Mingyan repeated, fair? He analyzed the situation. Are you putting 2 living people and 4 dead people on the scales of life? I ask you, what is our creed in flame? Winshin said loudly, overthrow the city-state, save those who are unfairly treated. Mingyan praised him, very good. Eli then analyzed further, but if this creed has a fundamental loophole, can we continue to act according to our own will? Indulge ourselves in ignorant emotions, clamoring for injustice, when our creed is to help all those who suffer injustice. You abandon your belief because you are worried about your life. Su Mingyan continued to say loudly, in that case, I will feel afraid that the pioneers will regret the vows they once made, afraid that those who hold the flag will violate their original oath, afraid that my compatriots, my comrades, will be indifferent to those who suffer injustice because they are afraid of death and sacrifice, and will turn from sober people into mediocre people. Eli then said decisively, everyone, what is the purpose of us forming the resistance? It is to do what we want, without fear of sacrifice, without fear of failure. He continued to lecture, his voice captivating, we have the right to take up arms, we can fight for our fate, we can protect those around us. I didn't want to emphasize these things, but I hope everyone understands that what everyone needs is the courage to not be afraid of sacrifice and the attitude of persevering in the struggle forever. Not to retreat because of fear, not to bow their heads because of interests. Eli then continued to teach everyone in the Legion, only the most intense flame and the most unyielding blood can overthrow this sick city, can save the people who are sinking into suffering. We are the sober people in this white city, everyone. He commented, among us, some care about their families, some fight for ideals and honor, some hate the leaders of the White City and want revenge, but if we want to unite as one, to destroy the criminal regime of the White City, we cannot doubt our own beliefs and ideals. Eli then continued, we gather here because we have chosen to fight and unite. We want to change this sick city, bring direction to the ignorant, salvation to those who have sacrificed, and bring freedom and satisfaction to the revolutionaries. We will stop all injustice, save all those who suffer injustice. He said decisively, if we ignore injustice and disregard the victims in order to protect our lives, then how are we different from those in different residents? If I really brought everyone to such a situation, I would feel very guilty. The crowd exclaimed inwardly, the leader doesn't condemn, doesn't doubt, and doesn't contain any anger, but it makes me feel so ashamed that I want to crawl into the ground. Some of them spoke, the leader is clearly just presenting in a calm manner, but his words can touch the depths of my heart. That's right, we are the sober people. If we betray even our original beliefs, then how are we different from the blind dogs of the White City? As soon as he finished speaking, Eli Van immediately clapped his hands, clap, 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 clap. Everyone in the regiment kept apologizing to him. Sorry, I'm sorry, leader, I shouldn't think like that, I'm sorry, leader, please forgive us. Eli Van said slowly, I have never blamed everyone. Everyone has the right to choose their own lives. It's just that life has no measurement, or fairness. There is only light and fire. Everyone, we are fire. The system displayed a notification, you have completely seized control of the resistance, and the resistance members cheered him endlessly. Long live the leader! Long live the leader! We are fire, fire, fire! The system continued to display, the resistance's current win rate is 70%. The original win rate was 60%. Every time the win rate increases by 10%, you will receive 1 Career Evolution Core. You have received Career Evolution Core, Career Evolution Stone, a one-time item. When crushed, you can upgrade 1 Career Core skill. Eli Van thought to himself, I am currently in Shadow state. I prioritize upgrading Shadow. Then he said loudly, Shadow state level 1. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification immediately displayed, you have received a new Shadow state with the passive skill, Toxin Resistance level 1. You can be immune to the toxin skills of creatures with a spirit point lower than you by 20%. He lamented inwardly, at first, I thought that upgrading the profession would increase my attribute points, but who knew I would only receive a passive skill? He thought to himself, currently, my spirit point is 40. 40 multiplied by 30% is 12 points. This means that as long as the opponent's spirit point is lower than 12 points, the toxin skill will not be effective on me. If the level of the passive skill is improved later, I think I can be immune to abnormal states. Fortunately, I heard that there are quite a few professions that are not spirit-based, causing a lot of trouble for players. As he walked, he pondered, the clone on the other side has also integrated with Noah. They have a close and happy relationship. They fight together, and eliminate the mechanical army. Speaking of which, the clone's skill can increase experience even when hanging up, which is really comfortable. Even if I am resting here, the clone can continue to slash and kill the mechanical army. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Come in. Alyssa came in carrying a tray of food and said to him, eat something. Eli Van replied slowly, thank you. The girl continued, your speech just now was amazing. Alyssa asked, do you want to eat something? I saw some noodles and wheat in the camp. I can make it for you. I know how to make many dishes. He replied immediately, that's good. Eli Van reminded her, Alyssa, you don't have to use honorifics. Alyssa asked him earnestly, Are you preparing to go to sleep? Eli Van answered, a little. Hearing this, the girl immediately suggested to him, the older brother in the resistance gave me clothes before. He told me many stories before going to bed. Every time, I slept very well. Do you want me to tell you a story? Eli Van replied simply, okay. Alyssa happily said, then I'll start. Then, she slowly told the story in a gentle voice. Once upon a time, there was a little mermaid. Her golden hair was as bright as the sun, her skin as white as pearls, and her blue eyes as deep as the ocean. Anyone who saw her would feel her beauty. The mermaid lived carefree in the heart of the sea, until one day, the human prince's ship was wrecked in her sea area. She saved the prince, and from then on, she loved that handsome prince. The prince promised to marry her. Alyssa continued. She traded with the witch at the bottom of the sea, exchanging her tail for a pair of human legs. Finally, she could go to the human kingdom to pursue her love. But every step she took was like stepping on a knife, extremely painful. The mermaid met the prince again, and the prince, as promised, married her. However, she later discovered that the prince only married her for the pearls created from her tears. He even wanted to imprison her and cut off her legs. The girl continued, her voice even. She walked on her painful legs, escaped from the capital, and created a tsunami, overthrowing the prince's castle. The prince was swept away in the water, and she became a powerful sea queen. She chopped off the prince's legs and attached them to her own feet. From then on, she no longer felt pain. At the parallel instance, broadcast room number 10, Andre. When Shin lay on the ground and shouted loudly, "I just complained a few words, but you directly opened fire. A person like you is completely unworthy to be our leader." Andre pointed the gun at him, thinking to himself, "Humph, in this parallel instance of 10 people, I have obtained the title of leader of the resistance, and I have long had powerful weapons in my hands. You have guns in your hands, but you can't deal with rebellious NPCs like you? Ha!" He turned back and shouted at the crowd behind him, "Do you see? The result of causing chaos in the camp is like this. I don't have time to comfort you. If you want to survive, then follow me to fight, attack the inner city." Dingyu timidly said, "Leader." Before she could finish speaking, Andre immediately shouted at her, "Shut up. Do you really think you're something? Listen clearly. I am the leader. Anyone who doesn't obey, I will shoot them to death." He thought to himself, "Humph, a bunch of NPCs. I am the leader. No one dares to oppose me. I can kill whoever I want. How can I respect these people? NPCs are just weapons, pawns, or even sacrificial lambs. Only people like me, who travel through the worlds, are the ones who stand above all." The instance started, the second day, 6 a.m. Dingyu said to Elivan, "Leader, you will lead the most powerful army, but the path to enter is also the most dangerous. Please be careful." He replied immediately, "Yeah." A member of the Legion exclaimed in surprise, "Leader, I didn't expect the girl you rescued to know how to use a gun. Some of us can't even shoot as accurately as her." Elivan quietly looked at them. He declared loudly, "Everyone, our mission today is to clean up a path that can attack the inner city. Even if we are fighting for the future, I still hope that everyone can ensure their own safety. Everyone is the hope of flame." Elivan shouted, "If we can survive to the day we usher in the new century, if we can get to that day, I will raise a glass and celebrate with everyone." The crowd immediately responded, "No leaving without getting drunk. No leaving without getting drunk. No leaving without getting drunk." The system displayed comments about him. The first player really has the temperament of a leader. Someone analyzed on the forum, saying that the player was assigned a role, and the player's personality was very suitable. Perhaps Leader Isaac was originally someone like Su Mingyan, suddenly wanting to go down to the field to participate in adventures. So passionate. Even if I were a soldier under the first player, I would always feel very at ease following him. The robot army issued a warning, "Warning, warning, warning, a large number of people with guns have been detected. Immediate purge." Winston called out, "Leader, over here." After Elivan made a move, the system immediately displayed, EXP plus 100, EXP plus 100. He thought to himself, "My skills are analysis, curse, and space displacement. Curse needs an extremely short distance to cast. Humph, it's still faster to chop off heads with a sword. After all, these things are nothing." Alice said to him, "I didn't expect you to hate these robots so much, and even want to personally make the final cut." Hearing this, Elivan thought to himself, "Humph, how could Alice understand the characteristics of us players? Players can only level up by killing monsters." Half an hour later, someone shouted, "Great! All the robots in this neighborhood have been dealt with. Quickly go rescue the injured." Witnessing the messy scene in front of her, Alice exclaimed, "How fierce! This is war! Victory is always built on the bones and blood of compatriots. on the bloody corpses of those who went before. You have to climb so hard to be able to plant that flaming flag. Some comments appeared one after another. My country also experienced such wars. My father was killed by bombs. I witnessed his corpse. I am so lucky to live in a peaceful country. Hayes, I used to feel passionate, but now I realize that war really shouldn't exist. Why do humans have to hurt each other like this? But in order to overthrow this sick city-state, the resistance can only do this. It makes me feel so uncomfortable inside. If I were really in this context, I probably wouldn't be able to stand it. The smell of blood must be very strong. Especially disgusting. The first player's mentality is really good. I'm about to vomit, but he still doesn't change his expression. I think he really has the charm of a leader. What can't a leader do? The real heroes haven't been seen by you yet. Su Mingyan is just a student. You've already praised him so much. Sooner or later he will fall. Glancing at those conflicting comments, Eli Van told himself, that's it. It's better not to pay attention to these comments anymore. Since becoming the first player, I can be infinitely magnified by others with just one sentence, and they will find a point to criticize. Even a great person cannot avoid being scrutinized. Even an adventure player for the progress of humanity will be attacked by keyboard heroes who are crazy about finding reasons. He thought to himself, now is still the early stage of the world game. Many people still think that they are living in the previous world, thinking that saying words without choosing words doesn't cost anything. When the fourth world and the fifth world arrive, the game will be on track. Perhaps the world will undergo earth-shattering changes. Eli Van wondered, but if a human organization like the United Government invites me to participate in the future, invites me to expand my influence, what should I do? If the entire human race convenes a self-rescue conference, inviting all the famous players to become counselors, expressing everyone's views, consolidating everyone's forces, forming a situation of separatist warlords, occupying mountains and calling themselves kings, then what should I do? He asked himself, should I establish a human force myself, build a new association, or... While Eli Van was thinking vaguely, a deafening explosion startled him. There was someone calling him, Su Mingyan, are you Su Mingyan? In front of him were players, Summoning Master, Lu Ming, Support-type player, Qin Zhe. As soon as he saw him, Lu Ming spoke ha ha ha, we two are just ordinary players temporarily paired up. Always cooperating to kill the robot army to level up. Qin Zhe said excitedly, that leader of the resistance, I have always known that you are the first player. I have always admired you very much. Can you give me an autograph? As for Eli Van, he was stunned when he saw them, is a child. Eli Van exclaimed inwardly, his voice surprised, I never thought before that children who haven't yet formed a worldview, even children who can't walk, children who are still in diapers. What will happen to them in this world? In a world that is so cruel and dangerous, will innocent children like blank sheets of paper be raised by this cruel game to become the most vicious people? Or become monsters that destroy with the slightest touch? He wondered. I heard that the United Government and the power organizations of humanity are being built. At the latest, the basic system can be built by the end of the Third World. Will there be armies, welfare institutions, or teachers to teach children by then? Eli Van worriedly thought, how will they comment, evaluate, accept, win over, or even exclude the first player who is too young like me? Lu Ming mocked him, what first player? Just a kid who knows how to play games. What's there to win over? The robot's attack was launched, and Wen Xun immediately shielded him. Leader, retreat. The system quickly displayed, encountered a mini-boss, Armored Guardian, current win rate, 59%. Seeing the robot running towards him, Lu Ming lamented inwardly, I'm just an ordinary player who was lucky enough to choose a hidden profession. I don't even dare to kill chickens normally. I don't have the charm of someone who fights to the death. I only know how to hide behind the eagle. Why is the boss targeting me? Before Lu Ming could escape, the robot quickly rushed over and knocked him down. Lu Ming cried and begged for mercy. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play this game anymore. I'm not going to fight anymore. I want to go home. I want to find my mother. Mom. He looked at Eli Van with pleading eyes. First player, you are the first player. Save me, save me. I beg you to save me. Lu Ming continued to yell, Mom, Mom, I want to go home, wah 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 wah. The robot stabbed him to death without hesitation. Standing and observing the situation from afar, Eli then spoke, It's here. Then he suddenly attacked it from behind, HP 283, attack injured. Seeing this, Wenshin exclaimed, So strong, who is that? Eli then thought to himself, the Ming state has strength, power, and agility as high as 15 points, surpassing almost all players at the current stage. The innate close combat skills make Ming's close combat ability extremely terrifying. My professional skill is that after either the main body or the clone dies and revives, the two will exchange states. He commented objectively, in other words, if the clone dies, I revive the clone, and I will become the Ming state, and the clone will become the shadow state. If I become the Ming state, then I will probably have the close combat intensity of the clone. The robot crazily ran to attack Elivan's clone. The head of the robot transformed into a 5-barreled machine gun, preparing to fire. Seeing this, Elivan changed his move, space displacement. He worried inwardly, at this rate, the clone will definitely die. He hasn't reached the bullet-resistant stage yet. Then Elivan immediately flung his clone out of the danger zone. Finally, he pulled out his gun and shot directly at the head of the robot, causing it to shatter. After defeating the robot, the system announced, You have defeated the robot guard, mini-boss, EXP plus 100. The system continued to display, Mechanical Heart, green rank. This place once contained a youthful heart, full of vitality and pride. She also used to live so passionately. Physical Defense 10, Mental Defense 5, Durability 20/20, Equipment Requirements, Spirit reaches 20 points, Special Attribute, Mental Current, Cooldown time 20 seconds. You can use your mental power to transform into an electric current, attacking enemies, causing stun from 0.5 seconds to 2 seconds and a small amount of damage. The notifications appeared one after another. Crude white protective clothing has been removed, blue mechanical heart has been equipped. Combat power 410, personal state plus 30. Silent. Looking at the notification, Elivan thought to himself, although my spirit points in the shadow state are unbelievably high, I lack effective attack power. Although this skill doesn't introduce damage, at least it has control. Suddenly there was the sound of a group of people arriving. Am I late? Observing the scene in front of him, one of them asked him, Leader, are they? Elivan replied immediately, They are my friends, let's go, continue forward. Then Elivan's clone eliminated all the remaining robots one by one. Some comments about his abilities reappeared. Is the first player so strong? When did this clone skill become so powerful? Is it a profession evolution? I remember the clone used to be just a self-destructing bomb. Who said that Su Mingyan is physically weak? Ming clearly can lift 2 AI and I. Come on, don't drag out my beloved AI Ni's corpse anymore. He is compared every day, and he is about to become a unit of measurement for combat power. At the underground camp, Flame, Twilight, Su Mingyan led the resistance squad back. He had leveled up to level 8 and received an equipment. The system displayed a notification, Crimson Claws, blue rank, attack 15 to 25, durability 20/20, equipment requirements, two-handed weapon, strength requirement 12 or more. Mastering combat skills level 3 or higher, special attribute, claws stained with fresh blood, it can plunder the lives of others to strengthen itself, regardless of whether the other party is good or evil. Seeing this, Mingyan thought to himself, I can't use this weapon for the time being. The requirement of combat skills level 3 is too high, I can only deal with it later. He also received 3 attribute points for both the main body and the clone. First, let's add them to the stamina and agility of the main body. The system reminded him, reminder, can be invalidated under the shadow state. Seeing this, he said to himself, that's it, I can only put all 3 points into spirit. As for the clone, let's just divide 3 points equally between stamina and agility. Suddenly, Mingyan propped his hands against the wall and gasped. He then remembered, come to think of it, I have always felt dizzy for the past 2 days. Everything I see has double images. There is pollution in the body of the White City residents, which will damage the brain. So many people in the White City don't actually die from fighting, but from madness. It seems that the pollution on Elivan's body has also become very serious. He thought to himself, however, After this day, we have initially cleared the defensive forces of this area. Once the chip is successfully decoded, we can launch a full-scale war and attack the inner city. I can still hold on. Finally, Mingyan said to himself, next, let's go see the progress of decoding the chip. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw Alyssa yelling wildly, hey, who, transform. While yelling, she glanced at Mingyan, hey, who? Mingyan found it strange and asked, hey, what are you doing? Alyssa replied shyly, you're here? I picked up a secret scroll, which said that if I make this pose, I can awaken the cells in my body and make me transform. He picked up the book and observed it carefully, and then thought, this seems to be a children's toy scroll, but Alyssa actually thinks it's real. Alyssa continued to yell, transform, transform. Mingyan told her the truth, that's fake. Alyssa brushed it off, I don't believe it, it definitely can. Seeing him turn away, Alyssa immediately called him back, that's right, wait a minute. She held a fresh flower in her hand and said happily to Mingyan, the pollution here is too serious, it's difficult to see flowers in the White City these days. I see that your spirit is getting worse and worse, so I and the rescued girls folded a paper flower and gave it to you, hoping you will be happy. Receiving the flower from Alyssa, he lowered his voice, just call me Su Mingyan. Two girls hiding behind the door suddenly spoke up, it was you who used words with the resistance to resolve the siege for us before. Otherwise, we might have been chased away by the angry people. Big brother, you are a good person, big brother, you will definitely win, you will definitely be happy. Looking at the two girls, Mingyan thought to himself, due to the body being poisoned, my mental state is getting worse and worse. My vision is a little blurry, and I feel like my eyelids can close at any time. Alyssa continued to yell alone, hey, who, transform. Seeing this, Mingyan silently assessed, this little girl Alyssa is such a person, both stubborn and independent. Like she wants to bleed before she stops. Although she is always shy in front of me, it can be seen from today's battle that she is actually a person who does not admit defeat. He continued to comment on Alyssa, however, if she is not strong enough, she would not have the courage to run away from home, but after all, she is still just a child. It is right for her to seem full of longing for fairy tales and toy scrolls. Perhaps no child can resist the temptation of transformation like this. Parallel instance, livestream room, number 3, Edward. A few people around Edward praised him, you are truly a god of time and space control. Under your leadership, we are as unstoppable as a hot knife through butter. Time and ability completely counter the bullets flying over. Some comments immediately appeared, how should I say it? Su Mingyan's skills are inclined towards the middle and late stages of the game. Regardless of whether it is a clone or space. They are all later skills. At the current stage, there is no direct damage. I see that he is also very struggling to kill a robot. The world game is not about two people fighting each other, but also about comparing IQ and strategic ability. He is the number 1 player certified by the organizing committee. How can Edward compare? Edward said softly, his voice arrogant, certified by the organizing committee? That will soon no longer be there. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. A number 1 player who can't even win a continuous battle, just losing one battle is not worthy of the position. He thought to himself, I have gathered the forces that I knew before. These people are connected by blood relations, capital alliances, and family relations. There is no shortage of talents in various fields. How can a student without a background always stand on our heads? I am very much looking forward to the day I see Su Mingyan fall. Moreover, it probably won't be long now. Someone is about to lose patience, right? The instance started on the 3rd day. On this day, the resistance was still clearing the road to attack the city. Su Mingyan almost reached level 9. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to increase, but because of this, Su Mingyan was very much looking forward to the rewards and new skills of the 2nd stage. Witnessing the scene in front of him, Mingyan said to himself, by the afternoon, the route has been cleared, and a full-scale war can be launched at any time. Only waiting for the chip on Kuyan Than's side to complete the decoding. The system replied to him, due to your leadership of the resistance to successfully clear the neighborhood. The current win rate of the resistance is 75%. A person in the regiment reported to him, Leader, we have discovered a relic right in the area bordering the front. Mingyan immediately ordered Relic, go over there and take a look. Ding Yu shouted, it seems to be an old-fashioned villa. Hearing this, he repeated, it seems? Seeing Mingyan's surprise, she explained, oh, leader, I like to recall the history of mankind before White City, the time when humans still had green mountains and green waters, a blue sky, and soft white clouds like cotton candy. Unlike now, the sky is only a gray-black color. Alyssa suddenly interjected, I heard that in the distant past of mankind, people who loved each other could be married, and tragedies like the Little Mermaid would not happen. They would not be like now, only forced to reform childbearing machines. As soon as she finished speaking, Mingyan said decisively, that's why we have to kill Bai Xiong, and change the decay brought about by the regime. Alyssa asked him, why do you always only respond to me? He asked in surprise, you said I respond to your words, isn't that obvious? Hearing this, the girl happily replied, I just feel very happy, you are always so kind to me, I feel very guilty. Seeing this, Mingyan thought to himself, clearly I and she are just normal chat replies. To Alyssa, it's like she has the whole world. When a person's desires and abilities match each other, that person will not feel too much unhappiness. People who have no expectations for the future are very difficult to survive, and Alyssa's small desire is only limited to someone being able to pay attention to her. He said to himself, if the mission reminder was not related to Alyssa, I would not be so good to her. My time is very precious, and I cannot spend it on a stranger for no reason. All the care, all the love she receives, is based on that cold mission reminder. Then Mingyan walked into the old villa. I'm going inside to take a look. As soon as he stepped in, the group following him couldn't help but gasp, wow, what is this, so beautiful? Is this where people lived in the old days? So awesome. The deputy leader looked at the piano and asked Ding Yu, what is this? Ding Yu, do you recognize this? She replied immediately, I don't recognize it. Be careful. This may be a type of heavy weapon. Look at that gap, it may be a cannon control switch. As soon as she finished speaking, Mingyan sat down in the chair next to the piano. Ding Yu immediately warned him, leader, be careful, that may be a reforming weapon. Mingyan replied calmly, it's okay, this is a musical instrument, it's a piano. While running his hand over the piano keys, he explained, this is a tool for relieving the mood of people in the old days. The system then displayed a notification, Ding Yu's goodwill has increased. Wenshin's goodwill has increased, goodwill increased. Some comments directly appeared after seeing him play the piano. Why does this person have so many talents, and he even knows how to play the piano? But this is definitely still within the scope of an ordinary student. If he suddenly has some epiphany, then I won't believe that he is an ordinary student anymore. Reasonable suspicion Mingyan is playing the piano just to win goodwill, and not pretending. In his eyes, there is only passing the level, While playing the piano, Mingyan thought to himself, I have practiced the piano for 10 years, but due to some family reasons, the piano gradually drifted away from me. I didn't expect that the first time I played the piano after growing up would be in the game world. When I saw this piano, I felt that this was a good opportunity to win goodwill. It seems that my guess was not wrong. The system continued to notify, Ding, due to your timely comforting the people's hearts after the war, and arousing everyone's hope for the future, the current win rate of the resistance is 80%. Every time it increases by 10%, you will receive a Profession Evolution Medal. You have received a Profession Evolution Core, Profession Evolution Gem. A one-time item. Crushing it can upgrade a core skill of the profession once. Grabbing the stone, Mingyan said softly, Shadow State Level 1. The system continued to display, received new passive skills Shadow State, Abnormal Resistance Level 2. For Warlock and Curse skills, you have a 20% chance to resist. He silently analyzed, before it was Toxin Resistance, and now it is Abnormal Curse Resistance. Does this profession really want to cultivate me in the direction of free control? Perhaps there is also Fire Immunity, Ice Immunity, and Lightning Immunity in the back. When my profession level increases, maybe I can easily swim in all kinds of skills of mages and warlocks. And I heard that the player who is currently called the strongest in combat, the player from Kellen, Edward, possesses time and spirit skills. Remembering some players, Mingyan thought, the third player, Shui Dao Chuan Kong, is a mental illusion profession, which can create all kinds of illusions. The 8th player. Lone Wei, a yin spirit profession, is good at controlling spiritual sound attacks. While running his hands on playing the piano, he commented, "The most powerful players in the top tier seem to be developing in the direction of mental systems. And mental systems are also known as the most difficult professions to deal with, and my profession development direction is to be immune to all mental system attacks. Even magic systems, simply completely suppressing these people." Suddenly Nord spoke, "The piano sounds good, let's go together, first player." Mingen asked in surprise, "Is something the matter?" The boy who just appeared happily said to him, "These days, I have completely realized the power of your skills. The clone's skill is indeed very strong, not only is it not afraid of death, controlling in parallel, but also can stand guard at night. You have always been wary of me, so I want to clarify this matter with you." Mingen was stunned. "Huh?" Seeing this, Nord explained further, "A parallel instance can only have one perfect completion, right? I won't compete with you. I'm just for adventure and searching for the so-called stimulation." He silently waited. Regardless of whether Nord is telling the truth or not, I am not afraid of him making a move." Seeing Mingen silent, Nord turned to leave. Let's go to another place to take a look." As soon as they stepped out of the villa, what caught their eyes was an old woman selling goods sitting on the sidewalk. Nord instructed him, "Su Mingen, wait for me outside for a while." Then both Nord and the old woman chatted and laughed happily. Nord returned to meet Mingen. 10 minutes later, "Have you been waiting long, Su Mingen?" He recounted the conversation with the old woman. Just now was a blind old woman. Her son is also blind, and so is her daughter. Her daughter's eyes could not see anything. One day, she ran into a machine army and was shot to death. Nord continued, "Her son went to find his sister. He hadn't gone a few steps when it got dark. The boy slipped on the ice and fell into the river and drowned. On the second day, his son's body floated up from the river, but no one dared to report the bad news to her. My voice is very similar to her son's, so I pretended to be her son just now, telling her that I was back, and I would have to go to work far away in the future, telling her that she didn't have to worry." Taking out the flashlight in his hand, he continued, "She said this is the best flashlight in her store, giving it to me, so that I turn it on when it gets dark in the future. So that even if my eyes can't see, others can see that my hand has light, and I won't run into anyone. But she doesn't know that even if they see the light, some people won't make way for others. They always like collisions and conflicts, always like to use bullets and fists to solve everything." Nord commented himself, "Incidents similar to that blind old woman are countless on this land. This is just a very normal thing. If I didn't come, sooner or later the old woman would know the tragic news about the death of her son. She is completely unable to withstand such a tragic thing. She will die, and the whole family will fall into a tragic end." Hearing this, Mingen said to himself, "People are waiting for a savior who can save White City from disaster and make the world a better place." Nord lowered his voice, "So, Su Mingen, will the resistance be their savior?" On the 4th day after the instance opened, the resistance had a very strong momentum. The uprising took place with the momentum of a fire burning across the grassland. They marched powerfully in the sound of victory songs, clearing the layout of the machine army. That night, Su Mingen received the news that the chip was successfully decoded. There was the location of a secret base in the chip. Bai Xiong would come to the base every month. As long as Bai Xiong was ambushed, the machine army would fall into hibernation, and the resistance could successfully attack the inner city. Mingen stood in front of the resistance, and shouted loudly, "Let everyone have a good rest tonight, and tomorrow we will officially start the war." Then he said to himself, "The moment of decisive battle is coming soon." Suddenly he turned his attention to something below. It was an old teddy bear lying on the ground. Mingen said softly, "Why does it look so familiar?" Wenshin replied immediately, "This is what the traitor's mother left behind." He was apprehensive. Wait, could it be? Mingen recalled that day. "Son, I'm sorry. He cautiously asked, "Wenshin, your mother isn't?" A sudden alarm sounded, "Machine army attack! Machine army attack! Machine army attack!" As soon as the alarm was turned off, 2 robots quickly dropped bombs towards the 2 of them. Dingyu shouted loudly, "Damn it, They brought heavy bombs, everyone prepared to retreat. Then she shouted, "Leader, listen to me, we need a vanguard to intercept Baixiong. Only in this way will the machine army stop operating. So, we divide into 2 teams. One most dangerous vanguard team to intercept Baixiong, and one team to preserve strength to organize the retreat of the army." Ding Yu continued, "You and Wenxin should follow the retreating army. I will be the vanguard." Hearing this, Mingyan reassured her, "Ding Yu, I am the leader. You and Wenxin retreat together." She hesitated. "Leader, I..." He shouted, "The vanguard doesn't need so many people, I'll go. Right now, I order you to leave here." Ding Yu, while pulling Ko Kao, exclaimed, "What a noble gesture, how fearless, truly worthy of being our leader." Then she shouted, "Leader, please take care." While running, Mingyan instructed, "Nord, you and my clone go with Wenxin's army. Let me handle the assassination of Baixiong alone." He said to himself, "The experience value for killing Baixiong must be a lot, of course I have to do it myself." Suddenly Alyssa ran after him from behind, all ice. Seeing this, Mingyan reminded himself, "Forget it, my mission is to protect her for 3 days without dying. It's more appropriate for her to follow me and stay by my side." The system then displayed, blood-red dagger, white rank. A simple short knife, reluctantly can be used for battle. He handed the knife to Alyssa and instructed, "Take this for self-defense." Alyssa hesitantly said, "Leader, I know the way to the base. The way on the chip is actually wrong." Mingyan was surprised. "What?" The girl pointed to the old building and said, "Going straight from here will lead to Baixiong's underground base. Baixiong will be there alone at the beginning of each month, with no machine army beside him. This is the only chance to assassinate him. At this time, the system displayed a notification, due to your decision to pursue Baixiong, and hand over the clone to the retreating army, the current victory rate of the resistance is 90%. Every time it increases by 10%, you will receive a Career Evolution Core. You have received Career Evolution Core 1. The system continued to display the state, Combat Proficiency Level 1+1, Ming State, Dagger Proficiency Level 1+1, Ming State, Sword Proficiency Level 1+1. Ming State, Combat Power 470, Personal State +25, Ming. While holding Alyssa's hand, he thought, "I remember that you used Sword Art Proficiency Level 9 had 300 combat power at that time. If I simultaneously upgrade all 3 proficiencies..." Then he said softly to the girl, "This profession is truly extremely potential, whether it is Ming's unparalleled close combat, or the Shadow's free control of magic. All are strong and visible to the naked eye." Mingyan lowered his voice, "That's Baixiong." Baixiong said sternly, "Who are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately performed the magic, space displacement, vanish. Mingyan said to himself, "No nonsense with him, directly use space displacement." And then use the disappear trick to assassinate him. After Mingyan performed the spell, a sudden explosion rained down on him. He was shocked. "Damn it, this place is Baixiong's territory. He has deployed defensive bombs. I can't choose to go back. The route I took is the shortest route. It's already the best plan. If I take a detour, Baixiong will arrive at the underground base sooner. There are remote-controlled bombs and surveillance in the tunnel. It will be even more dangerous." Looking at the front line, Mingyan thought to himself, "My space displacement can't bring people, and I can't abandon all ice. My main mission is to protect her for 3 days without dying." He lowered his voice, "I can only dig a tunnel." As soon as he finished speaking, a song echoed in the space and resonated back to him. Humans are still driven by desire, killing each other, blinding their eyes, missing the reality in front of them. As soon as he heard it, Mingyan asked himself, "This is the sound of a guitar. Someone is singing in here." Mingyan shouted loudly, "Who's there?" A voice replied to him, "No need to remember my name, I won't live long." Hearing this, he commented, "It seems that this is just an unlucky passerby. Who will happiness be shared with today?" Looking ahead, Mingyan thought to himself, "The tunnel is almost open." Then he said loudly, "The person on the opposite side, your voice sounds very familiar. Are you the leader of the resistance? Please take the things in my pocket out." When the explosion happened, it was blown towards you. That voice replied to his words, "This is the beautiful world that humans live in. Before White City, what I am playing in my hand is called a guitar, something that people in this era like you don't." No. It can bring joy. The song echoed again. Please take my relics out, please take them out. I am a clansman who always longs for the old days, a ghost living in White City. Please take my relics out. Please take them out? Seeing the corpse in front, Alyssa said softly, he's dead. The system unexpectedly displayed information next to the guitar. Guitar, blue rank, type, recovery prop, durability 23 out of 100, effective use, strummed continuously. Recover 1 mana point per second for you. This prop can only be used in a non-combat state. Alyssa recounted, Leader, do you know, all of us vaguely remember that White City was a very beautiful era in the past. Even before leaving this world, people still dreamed of entering that spring. The girl hesitantly asked Mingyan, Leader, do you think we can see spring? He replied to Alyssa, let's continue to move forward. The two were walking along the riverbank when Alyssa called him, Leader, look there, that is. Mingyan recognized it immediately, it's him, the little boy who wanted to ask for an autograph at that time. He lowered his voice, did the little boy also die in the bloody battle? That's right, war never spares anyone, even children. Then Mingyan said decisively to Alyssa, Alyssa, you will see spring. Hearing this, the girl was overjoyed. The robot legions flocked in, making the surrounding ground dusty. Wenshin shouted in panic, not good, we are surrounded. Dinyu said firmly, we must persevere, we must buy more time for the leader's side. As soon as she finished speaking, the clone state, Ming of Su Mingyan immediately appeared to fight the robots. Get out of the way. Seeing the robots running towards them, Dinyu shouted, we have to leave here in time, otherwise we will be completely destroyed. As soon as she finished speaking, a young man ran quickly towards the robots. She called him back, hey, come back here quickly. Dinyu thought to herself, not good, many people in the resistance are mechanically reformed people. They carry some energy cores in them. He plans to self-detonate to buy time for us to retreat. The young man happily replied, Commander, you must survive. Then he detonated the suicide bomb. Seeing this, Mingyan praised him inwardly, the person just now, he was just an extremely ordinary resistance member. I don't even know who that young man is. But it is precisely such ordinary people, at the critical moment of humanity, without hesitation, rushing towards the cold and terrifying machines, going against the hope of life, and turning themselves into ashes in the brilliant fire. The actions of that young man ignited the fighting spirit of his comrades. Everyone in the regiment rushed up, I have lived for so many years, and finally shined once. They are my comrades, they are not allowed to be harmed. They shouted their last words while detonating the bombs, goodbye. I hope you will meet again in the era of peace, I hope you will be able to study in bright classrooms. Not like me, dying on the battlefield. If I was not born in war, if I could see White City with green mountains and green waters. Witnessing that scene, Mingyan exclaimed inwardly, they have people who have just entered their youth, some middle-aged people who are usually taciturn, some old people with gray hair, and also some familiar high-level faces. But why can some people still smile so brightly when they go to death? Wenshin, while being vigilant, reported to his teammates, we continue to retreat, we must not let down our comrades. Then he thought to himself, perhaps, we cannot escape this battle. Everyone will be destroyed under bullets and artillery. Perhaps, the mechanical army will still not stop suppressing and oppressing the people if Bai Xiong is not successfully assassinated. Perhaps, victory is just an illusion in my mind. The pressure of Bai Cheng is like an iron curtain hanging above the blood-red sun. The resistance of mankind cannot succeed. Wenshin determined, however, humanity must do this, using flesh to open the way, using souls to light up the fire, using blood and every inch of flesh to fight, until the whole body is burned to the extreme. We need to use such methods to prove that our existence once had meaning. He said to himself, how many people cannot see the spring with singing birds and fragrant flowers, but they are making the survivors like us try to step into a new era created by the struggle with life. At this time, Dingyu found that Ko Kao was stuck under a large rock, and she shouted, Ko Kao. Seeing the robot running towards him, Ko Kao said quickly, it's too late, you go by yourselves. Van Lam, give me a pistol. He immediately gave Ko Kao a gun with a blessing, take care. Being pulled away by Wenshin, Dingyu shouted, no, Ko Kao. Pointing the gun to his head, Ko Kao tremblingly thought, I must not be captured, and reveal information about the chip under severe torture. Dad, Mom, I'm coming to find you. Does heaven have spring? Dingyu turned her head and called him, Ko Kao. At the same time, in the parallel instance, broadcast room number 4, Shui Dao Chuan Kong eliminated the robots alone. Seeing this, Chuan Qing asked her sister, Sister, after this instance ends, will there be a challenge letter? Does the challenged player have to accept the duel? The older sister replied immediately, That's right. Chuan Qing said to her sister, Everyone thinks that the first player is the strongest, you must defeat him. He is just an ideal student in the ivory tower. You must let him know that the future of humanity is not something that a teenager like him can lead. Chuan Kong replied coldly, We'll talk about it later. I always feel that he is not a simple person. While performing space annihilation, Chuan Kong thought to herself, First player, does he share the same ideals as her? Even if those ideals cannot be spoken. But if he is a companion with the same aspirations. At the same time, Mingyan was also fighting hard with the robots. What appeared in front of him startled him. Mingyan said hesitantly, This is. He noticed a small notebook next to the robot's cage. While flipping through the notebook, Mingyan thought to himself, This diary is probably written by Xiong. It was written in the notebook, Day 98, Year 1 of the new calendar, the birth rate in White City is decreasing, but fortunately the plan is progressing smoothly. She was born during the experiment. Day 12, Year 2 of the new calendar, today she spoke to me, she wanted a name. I made a special trip to the library in the inner city to find her the best name. Nolia. She likes the name I gave her very much. Mingyan continued to read the diary in that notebook, Day 19, Year 5 of the new calendar. Damn it, the body is really becoming more and more unbearable. Every day I get a little older. I'm old, no, I still have time, I have to nurture her. Day 178, Year 5 of the new calendar, today I peeked at her again and was scolded. She dared to scold me. But this shows that she has a sense of ethics and morality, which is good, just don't scold me. The diary did not stop there. Day 56, Year 7 of the new calendar, she has been in the glass room for 7 years now, but overall it's still good. She has learned the emotions and knowledge that a human should have. She begged me to release her, saying that she can't bear the loneliness day after day in the glass room anymore. What loneliness? I'm clearly always with you. Mingyan continued to read, Day 201, Year 7. I'm old, now every step is very difficult. She is still waiting for me to complete her. I must persevere, no matter what the cost. Day 3, Year 4, was the last diarist me? I'm not sure, but roughly it's still me. The body seems to be aging quite quickly, but it's okay, I have copied many versions of me. I will always love her. The diary continued to write, Day 300, Year 4. The new policy is very popular. Those poor people who starve to death quickly take their wives and children to exchange for money. It's really bitter. It's clear that there is still a way to live by rising up to resist, but they deliberately cut off their last escape route. Perhaps that is the evil nature and ignorance of humans. He continued to read, That's not right, I am clearly also human, why would I write such words? Have I also been affected by the mechanical parts in my body? Looking at the remaining pages of the diary, Mingyan thought to himself, the words not right were continuously written crazily, to the point that the handwriting became more and more distorted, skewed, and gradually even had blood clots forming. It is unclear what the owner of the diary experienced. Bai Xiong's mood seems to have become abnormal. He continued to read the diary. Not right, am I still my original self? Am I me or just a machine with my name? I maintain the memory of a human, constantly copying myself. But my thoughts, my brain, everything is gradually replaced by mechanical details. Are my thoughts and feelings now the sincere love and respect of a human for her? Or just a program called Love Her that I of the past had repeatedly recorded in the memory chip from before? The diary continued to write, She will kill me, inherit the scepter of the mother, become the strongest and most inclusive ruler of this city. She will kill me. Then she will become me. She will embrace all of my humanity, carrying all the love and ideals that I have for her. She will gently carry all my full beliefs while trampling on my body and ashes. She will become a complete replacement, without any prejudice or discrimination. And I, who have passed away, will forever be like a shadow following her. I have imprisoned her for 10 years. Will there be a day when I am killed by that loved one? The emotions of the diarist for the robot had gradually shifted to worship. Use machines to create the beating heart of you. Use death to end my pure desire. You are my beloved Damocles sword, the glorious chapter in my cycle, Nolia, the one I love the most. I will put you on the glorious throne of White City. Closing the diary, Mingen said softly, so that's it. He summarized the events in the diary. White City is polluted, the birth rate of the people is decreasing, so Bai Xiong used the core energy to create the Nolia factory. Ding, task completion progress 65%. Bai Xiong nurtured Nolia, wanting her to become a source of production, but in the end he fell in love with her, so Bai Xiong decided to abandon the original plan and instead have her become the ruler of White City. Looking at the robot in the glass cage, Mingen thought to himself, this is where Bai Xiong created Nolia. The one on the platform is clearly an unfinished product. Not the Nolia that Bai Xiong loves. Bai Xiong comes here every month to be with Nolia, so he doesn't bring the mechanical army. So the last question is, where has Nolia gone? He asked himself, is it Alyssa? No, Nolia is a biogenetic robot who grew up in the glass room, while Alyssa has a complete life, so it is impossible for Nolia to have escaped. Alyssa looked at the robot and said softly, Nolia, she's so pitiful, born to be a childbearing machine. She can escape that fate because Bai Xiong loved her. He asked the girl, so you think she should become a childbearing machine? Alyssa replied, her voice sad, I think, if Nolia could obediently become a childbearing machine, then many people in the outer city would not be arrested, and I would not be handed over by my father. After all, she is a machine, not a human, but she also has the right to pursue freedom, so I don't know. Alyssa blamed herself. We, generation after generation, from childhood to adulthood, have always been instilled with the idea of accepting reformation, of becoming the next generation of machines. So suffering, and only to satisfy the leader's absurd love? Why is it like this? Alyssa hesitantly expressed to Mingen, if one day, we really gain peace, can I listen to you play the piano forever? She silently affirmed to him. I have actually felt happy, since the day I was rescued by you, my life has completely changed. I entered the base of the resistance, took up a gun, and was freer than anyone else. The girl thought to herself, but if I can still hear your piano, if I can hear it forever, if I have you, I will clumsily but firmly take each step to grow up. Mingen replied simply, can Alyssa exclaimed happily, you're so good, you're really a very good person. Hearing this, he thought to himself, so I'm a good person, but in fact, I only took care of Alyssa like this because of a cold mission reminder. If there were no missions in my sight, would Alyssa have today? Would I still save someone who is not related to passing the level like her? Alyssa continued, do you think we will win? Mingen replied immediately, we'll win, will not become an unmanageable situation anymore. Walking towards the robot, he said loudly, okay, let's move forward. At dawn, when they returned to the ground, Su Mingen saw hundreds of White City residents in the heavy rain. Before fleeing, Bai Xiong instructed these residents to block the leader of the resistance, Su Mingen. Most of the relatives of these residents had been sent to the inner city for reformation, so there was no one around them. The people of White City surrounded him and Alyssa and shouted, you will be punished, leader of the resistance, your ambitions are extremely evil, everyone will always follow the leadership of Lord Bai Xiong, everyone will block you here. They told each other, quick, everyone, quickly block him. Seeing this, Mingen calmly said loudly, everyone, listen to me, today Bai Xiong has no mechanical army to protect him, this is the only chance to kill him. If you want to change the sick fate of this city, let me pass, kill Bai Xiong, and everyone's relatives will return to you. Then he speculated inwardly, the resistance has launched a full-scale war. Bai Xiong cannot run into the inner city. He can only run out to the desolate and uninhabited suburbs, dragging on until the mechanical army is completely destroyed by the resistance. I have to catch up with Bai Xiong, and kill Bai Xiong in time. In this way, the mechanical army controlled by him can hibernate. Otherwise, the resistance will suffer heavy losses. One of the White City residents prepared to speak. He said loudly, his voice calm, why change? Isn't this good? What are relatives for? Of course, it is most comfortable for me to enjoy myself. After all, we have no descendants. The others immediately objected, anyway, we will die. People with money will be buried in the priest's cemetery, and people without money will rot in the sewers. That's right, even if we are all 30 years old, we will die. People with money can commit suicide because of suffering, and people without money can die because they don't have money to treat their illness. The ashes are taken out and quickly sold for ghost marriages. Others responded, that's right, if it's not time to die, I'd rather have money. As long as there is money, all problems can be solved. Exactly, we only need money. What else do we need? Need ham, need bread, block this person, and take back that little girl behind him. After hearing all those words, Alyssa was stunned. Why have humans become like this? Have they lost even the most basic family love? Mingen said calmly, Alyssa, this city is sick. He sighed inwardly, the opportunity to launch a full-scale war that the resistance has tried for so long, and the information about assassinating by Xiong sent by spies like Guana at the risk of their lives, were not only not destroyed by the mechanical army, but were instead blocked by these residents. How ridiculous! The White City resident shouted, girl, don't help this robber. Alyssa immediately objected, no, I won't go back with you. I am a free person from the outer city. No one is a resource. Mingen held her hand and said decisively, let's go, this city is sick. Therefore, Alyssa, we will become the hope of this city. Machine City, daytime, inner city. After the troop had completely retreated, the resistance quickly rested, inventoried ammunition and the number of troops that could fight, gathered logistics personnel and the wounded, and decided to launch a total war. A reporter reporting from a helicopter flying around the scene still narrated steadily, evening news flash, bringing you the latest information. The female reporter shouted into the mic, at 3 a.m. early this morning, an estimated thousands of resistance troops gathered at the Makga Industrial Tower area, leading everyone to break into the inner city. From here we can see that the area adjacent to the inner city has been occupied, the shops on the street have been smashed and looted. The electrical system has been destroyed, the residents' houses have been invaded, and many areas have begun to catch fire. White City has determined that this is a serious event. The residents, under the leadership of the resistance, rely on still refusing to submit to the current welfare and system of the city-state, and decided to gather to resist. A spokesman for the Peace Dove news agency described the current situation as a free dance of the souls of the resistance. A Phuong Tak investor of the Bionic Group believes that this is an act against the laws of the city-state, a reckless civil war. The White City rebels will definitely be suppressed. As of now, the serious event is still developing complicatedly. The resistance is calling on the surrounding people to join the ranks. When the inner city suppression army arrives at the scene, there may be a battle between the two sides and turn this riot into a small war. In the next few hours, White City Television will continue to report to you. The boy fearfully buried his head in his mother's arms. Mom, why is there gunshots? His mother reassured him, don't be afraid, it's just an accident. We just need to hide in the room. And everything will be fine tomorrow. White City Inner City, Central Bank. The resistance continued to move forward, wanting to change the dynasty and win freedom and equality, but some White City residents who had long been numb took advantage of the chaos to compete for money. The White City residents tried their best to plunder property. Quick, quick, rob even this safe. Don't block my way, don't stop me from getting rich. So much money. So much money. Oh my God, this is heaven. I'm rich. Seeing that a great war had broken out, and White City was about to collapse, the group of residents who had resisted White City before, in front of easily available money, lost their conscience and civilization, and became as evil as beasts. The most precious part of human beings, between the burning gunfire and the green money falling like rain, was trampled to pieces. They competed, cursed, fought, as noisy as a group of dancing monkeys. They were birds and beasts wearing clothes. The great battle between the two sides had not stopped there. Ding Yu, while supporting her hand, said, I trust the leader, he will definitely kill Bai Xiong. The player replied, if it's the first player, then he will definitely win. Her voice was full of hope, if it's him. Ding Yu remembered her leader Mingen, a powerful, wise, and extremely charismatic leader, sitting in front of the piano playing clear songs. The music comforted everyone's souls. If only that moment would stop. As if an invisible god waved his hand in the air, the leader's eyes became clear and gentle. His heart seemed to embrace everything in the world. She continued to praise him. I trust him, respect him, and even worship him. He is like a leader leading everyone to fight for freedom. Dingyu looked out at the battlefield and then continued, her voice resolute, if it is him, we will definitely win. Until that day, the children don't have to worry. They can write, read books, play the piano, can see the blue sky and the pure white clouds. I believe he is God. In the suburbs, the White City residents were still trying to capture Mingyan. Catch him, quick, catch him. Mingyan took Alyssa's hand, let's go. Then he suddenly threw the girl into the air. Mingyan caught Alyssa with both hands and immediately cast space misalignment. While carrying Alyssa and escaping, he thought, the large resistance army is attacking the inner city. My mission is to kill Bai Xiong and end the operation of the mechanical army. I am the most important person in this battle. Some comments displayed after his escape. Too dangerous, too dangerous. It turns out that the instance can be so stimulating. This is a real great war. Will there be wars with more than tens of thousands of people in the future? Want to see Xixian, want to see the Pope Kingdom King, Giant Dragon Princess, Demon King, Atlantis heroes, and sea monsters. This group of residents have rotted. Why do they still kill the people who come to save them? Different times, different concepts. The first player feels very bad. Can he go to the end? Mingyan coughed a few times and blamed. Damn it, the body is becoming more and more seriously polluted, probably related to my fatigue. In the past few days I and Wenshin have also discussed the war route, and only slept a total of 8 or 9 hours. Alyssa said to him, go ahead, Bai Xiong is probably over there. I remember there is an abandoned church there. It is the only place where we can rest and recover. The girl lowered her voice, if Bai Xiong is killed, you will become the leader of White City, I feel. Mingyan immediately interrupted her, I know. Alyssa thought to herself, in fact, I feel that the leader is always standing in the position of an outsider, observing the actions of everyone, as if all humans in his eyes are just puppets who know how to move. Although he shows respect and equality very fully, this attitude like an outsider observing, really makes people care. The girl admired him inwardly. It really is like a god. A god who participates in it, but is never caught up in it, so cold that it's as if he has nothing to do with this world. Are you a god? Seeing the rain falling heavier and heavier, Alyssa sighed, it's too cold, too cold. Is this body about to not be able to withstand it? The girl said softly to Mingyan, you must persevere. I will sing a song softly for you, you must stay awake. All I can do for you is only this much. Alyssa softly sang a few words of a song, wondering which happened to be in the castle. She used a star to illuminate the front. This is a song she had deliberately learned from others these past few days, originally intended to be saved for singing at the victory party of the resistance, but unexpectedly it was sung at this time. The girl continued to sing to him, she is even more dangerous than a sharp blade, but she is extremely beautiful. The king met her, and could not take his eyes off her. How could such a good opportunity be missed? The index finger lightly touched the heart of the king, that is the formula needed for the medicine. Mingyan asked softly, Elisa, you said that I always treat you well, so why do you follow me at the risk of danger, treating me so well? Alyssa replied innocently, I want to grow up, want to wear clothes of different colors, even short skirts are fine, want to be free to look at the stars at night, without having to be afraid of being hurt by someone. There must be many people with dreams like me. I want them to be like me, to be able to find such happiness. If you are alive, and win the battle, then thousands and thousands of people like me can also have happiness. The girl honestly replied, I want to help you, even though I am very weak, but I still want you to clearly see that the people you are saving are people like me. Hearing this, Mingyan sighed inwardly. At first I thought Elisa just wanted to rely on me, so she wanted to follow, but now I realize, her will far exceeds my imagination. It turns out, she wants me to see that there are still many children like her who are suffering. She wants her existence to remind me, there are still many children like her who have not been rescued. He silently realized the girl's intention. She wants me to know that the people I am saving are people like her, begging me not to give up. Because of this, she will always desperately follow me. As long as she exists for one day, then I will always remember that there are still thousands of Elisa who have not been rescued. Mingin called her Elisa. Then the dark road that the two walked together only had the soft singing of Elisa left. The witches know that the human heart is an extremely complicated material. But don't worry, because the human heart is full of wisdom, and the witch has realized that in this city, she is loved by the king, loved by the king. Thunder struck heavily on the area of White City. Seeing the figure from afar, Mingin recognized it immediately. It's Bai Xiong. The diary wrote that Bai Xiong's body is very weak, and the level of pollution on his body is extremely heavy. And he may die at any time. Mingin immediately cast Space Heterogeneity, Sword 6 of Arniel. The system displayed a notification. Linking activated the battle against the boss Bai Xiong, Lokaya, current combat power 450, seriously ill, aging, because you have grasped the important information. Left by the chip, Bai Xiong has no mechanical army to protect him, combat power reduced from 1200 to 450. 1. Bai Xiong immediately recognized him. You are the leader of the resistance, Eli Van. Although I have never seen your face, I know for sure that it is you. Damn it. Who discovered the underground base? Mingin attacked him while replying concisely, it's a great mother. Then Bai Xiong pointed the gun at him. Seeing this, Mingin immediately fled for his life. As soon as he entered the building, the system displayed a notification, completion progress 70%. Bai Xiong questioned Mingin, are you really going to kill me, leader of the resistance? If I die, the entire mechanical army will stop operating, and the resistance will control the inner city. Do you know what will happen? No one can survive, White City will soon perish. He replied immediately, his voice cold, I don't care. My perfect mission is to kill Bai Xiong, take the mechanical core of the inner city, that is the only goal. No matter what Bai Xiong says, I will kill him. Hearing this, Bai Xiong laughed loudly. Seeing Mingin pointing his sword at him, he challenged him, leader of the resistance, you will not kill me, you will never be indifferent to Noria. While attacking Bai Xiong, Mingin replied, Noria, I don't know her. He stood still and replied, no. Bai Xiong looked towards Alyssa and continued, isn't she behind you? Hearing this, Mingin wondered, impossible, she is not Noria, she grew up in the rat's nest. Noria is Bai Xiong's mechanical product. How could she have experienced a complete growth process like Alyssa? How could she be Noria? How could she be Noria? While raising his transformed arm towards him, Alyssa said, I can't control myself. Bai Xiong recounted, or rather, the girl named Alyssa is just one of my Noria. The first biogenetic robot Noria was spoiled by me. She was too resistant to me. And even always wanted to kill me, so I let her retire. He said calmly, I realized that I needed a Noria, who was new, healthy, and was the one I loved the most. Bai Xiong continued to narrate, more than 10 years ago, I put dozens of artificial bodies made by me into different families, to let them grow up freely for more than 10 years. One of those Noria was brought back by me, implanted with the core energy, and became the perfect Noria. He looked towards Alyssa and continued, Noria who is imprisoned in the glass room cannot become an ordinary lover. Therefore, I nurtured a Noria who grew up in a normal family. Look, how wonderful she is, she has the romance of children, and also the innocence of a girl, she is truly a bride in a pure white dress, who is extremely suitable. Mingin dazedly recalled, that's right, before when I rescued Alyssa, I really heard several people say that they would take Alyssa away, to carry out the so-called Bai Xiong replacement plan. If Alyssa was really handed over, what awaited her was being implanted with core energy, becoming the perfect version of Noria. Only those who have been implanted with core energy have the ability to mass produce. He analyzed further, however, Bai Xiong only wanted the core energy to maintain Noria's immortality, so as not to let her become a childbearing machine. Bai Xiong captured a large number of people in the outer city, making them suffer abuse and transformation, to replace Noria's mission. Because Noria was originally a childbearing machine but was rescued. Many people need to pay the price to replace her, becoming a new hope for White City, a ridiculous hope of a childbearing machine. Mingin thought to himself, Bai Xiong has dedicated his life and soul for his most beloved, breaking all the original plans, taking the lives and freedom of many people to exchange for Noria a tomorrow. A tomorrow of the person who will become the future ruler of White City. Because of that, he gave up the responsibility of being the current ruler, happily nurtured her. Sacrificed countless people to maintain this sick city. He was shocked by Bai Xiong's terrifying operation, too crazy, too ridiculous, too absurd, too desperate, even using all the most negative words cannot describe it. So, it turns out that Alyssa is the source of the crime. Mingyan speculated inwardly, no, this world is the source of the crime. Bai Xiong is a madman, he doesn't even care about his own life. How can he care about the fate of the outer city residents? Alyssa objected to Bai Xiong's words, ridiculous, how can I accept such a fact? Mingyan immediately supported, that's right, nonsense. Mingyan assessed inwardly, his voice stunned, tens of thousands of suffering residents, the outer city people who have lost all dignity, and the resistance scattered in pools of blood. All for the sake of satisfying Bai Xiong's sick love? He remembered the sacrifice of the previous players. Before his death, Kuchio committed suicide with a shot, Guanna smiled in the sea of fire, countless residents are struggling in pain. And the list of the dead is getting longer and longer, cold and heavy. Mingyan clenched his fist. Did they die in silence because of such a painful truth? Innumerable people in the outer city were forced to be separated from their families. Flesh and blood broken, becoming neither human nor ghosts for such a ridiculous reason? Bai Xiong said loudly, his voice crazy, she must wear a pure white wedding dress, comb her long flowing hair, like a dreamy princess doll, or like a white rose, blooming. She must be pure, beautiful, and willing to endure. She should not hold knives and guns, should not have blood and fire. She must absolutely endure the prying, plundering, and malice from the outside. She should not have her own personality. She must be used to waiting, enduring, and being silent, and finally being chosen and taken away by others. He said decisively, that is fate, that is love, the existence of White City, should be the civilization of mankind. That is the ridiculous thing, a city-state must sacrifice girls to exist. If this world is rotten, why not let me go crazy once? Bai Xiong said to Mingyan, leader of the resistance Live, and you have seen the truth of the world, how, do you still want to save these people? Everyone has gone mad. And so have I. You are saving a city-state that is full of madmen. No, maybe you are the maddest. Eli Van, along this journey you have protected Alyssa's safety. I am grateful to you. He seduced him. As long as you withdraw from the resistance from now on, I am willing to let you stay, and witness Nalia's growth together, and protect the future of White City together. At this time, the system suddenly displayed a notification. A special plot has appeared, signaling a turning point in the ending. Do you agree to Bai Xiong's invitation? To become an observer? The observer will no longer exist as a player, you will not return to the main god space, but from here on, live as a native resident of this world. Becoming a lucky person who has transcended the game. Mingyan said to himself, the temptation before my eyes is really attractive. The observer can avoid the fate of being deleted after a year, but in order to complete the game perfectly, I can only take the path of the newcomer. Bai Xiong said sternly, commanding Alyssa, it seems that you have made a choice. What a pity, Noria, aim at the leader of the resistance and shoot. Alyssa raised her hand while shouting, no, don't, it's so ridiculous, 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 how could it be, how could I be a machine? Then the shot fired from Alyssa's hand flew straight towards Mingyan. Alyssa took the knife and chopped off her transformed hand. I can't shoot him. Bai Xiong pointed the gun at Alyssa. Mingyan quickly took the brunt of the bullets to protect Alyssa. Bai Xiong's voice rang evenly. At that time, the sky was still blue, there were still flowers in White City, people could still play musical instruments. Although Mingyan had pierced his heart with his sword, he still said weakly, we are just struggling to survive in the wrong way. Bai Xiong continued, his voice fervent, O young leader of the resistance, let me tell you that human civilization is not something that can be understood with freedom or equality. After building White City, I knew that sooner or later I would die with such an ending. After that, I looked forward to the moment when you and I both arrived. Being despised by the people, and killed by the very people we saved, a similar ending. After finishing him, the system immediately displayed, second-generation leader of Bairi Mechanical City Bai Xiong Lokaya, death. You have killed Bai Xiong, EXP plus 3000. Congratulations, you have eliminated the second world boss. The system notified, faction has changed, the current probability of the resistance's victory. Bai Xiong is dead, my mission is complete. Seeing this, Mingyan thought to himself. But Elisa is my main quest, she can't die. Elisa said softly to him, Bai Xiong is dead, the entire mechanical army has fallen into hibernation, the resistance has probably won, right? She said slowly, I never thought about this. It turns out that someone like me, always beaten and scolded as useless, could actually save this world with you. I am very powerful, right? I said I will not cause trouble for you. Elisa recounted, her voice lingering, from a young age I have known that, including my father and younger brother, no one loves me. Only when I am good enough can I receive the love of others. But the rules and the system told me, all the value I can create is not as good as entering the inner city to be reformed. The girl asserted, human philosophy, thoughts, emotions, human music, seemed to suddenly lose all meaning. Only cold mechanical parts, and a constantly maintained population, are what we must pursue. This world has gone mad. Saying that, Elisa blamed herself. Now, I realize it, so the cause of all this crime is me. It turns out that it is my existence, my refusal to become a childbearing machine, that has caused so many people to suffer for me, making the war unending. The girl said to Mingyan, do you know, I once said that? Recalling that day, Elisa continued, if Noria can obediently become a childbearing machine, then the people in the outer city would not be arrested at all. And I would not be taken out by my father. If only she was willing to become a childbearing machine, that would be good. She gradually lowered her voice, but now I realize it turns out that I am that Noria. If only I could become a childbearing machine, how good that would be. If that's the case, is that what's right? Elisa continued, let's go back. We can be cheered and admired by everyone, right? You killed Bai Xiong, you are the hero of this world. And I am the hero number 2. The hero girl who doesn't need a transformation scroll. The only thing that makes me regret is that it seems no one has ever loved me in this life. Looking into the girl's eyes, Mingyan panicked immediately. Elisa's eyes are flashing red light. This is a sign that the energy is about to run out. He thought to himself, Elisa is Bai Xiong's masterpiece. After the core energy is attacked and seized by the resistance in the inner city, she will also be like the mechanical army, falling into eternal sleep. This is an irreversible death. Elisa weakly called him, Su Mingyan, Su Mingyan. The girl suddenly wondered, it's really strange, my thinking is just a string of data, but why am I so sad when I know that I am not human? Do data also know how to think? Am I also worthy of living? The system issued a warning, mechanical damage 79%, about to enter a coma. Elisa recounted, her voice sad, from a young age, no one has ever loved me. My father and younger brother said I was a waste who couldn't carry on the family line. The uncles and old men passing by in the alley always evaluated my body, wanting to kidnap me and sell me for money, as if I was not human, but just a fragile empty bottle. The girl asked him, if I am not a machine, but a human, in the time spent with you, was there ever even a little bit that you felt that I was a person worthy of being loved? Not that kind of love between a man and a woman. I just want to ask, have you ever loved me? Elisa explained further, her voice fervent, even if it's just a little bit, if there is just a little bit, thinking that I am a person worthy of being loved. After returning, when you have become a hero, can you play the piano for me just once? Just once, Su Mingyan, promise me, agree to one thing, can you? I only have this one request. The girl's voice gradually diminished, just a little bit, feel that I am worthy of being loved. Mingyan cursed inwardly, damn it, my body is close to the limit, and with the heavy rain and wind, I can't even hear what Elisa is saying clearly. Su Mingyan, I feel that I am able to come here, and have someone dare to rush into the heavy rain to save me, is already more than enough. Such a person, saving me from my father's hands, saying that he will play the piano for me, is already the best person I have used all the luck of my life to meet. Seeing that he didn't answer, Elisa continued, I used to think, if you can always follow me, passing through this heavy rain, going to White City when peace is restored, leading me to see the flowers that will bloom tomorrow, how good that would be. A song echoed, tell me the answer, I will only count to 3, whose heart does the king love after all? The father asked her, Elisa, can Dad take you to school today? The girl asked suspiciously, can I also go to school? The younger brother replied, "Of course, Dad likes sister the most, and I also like to hear sister play the piano." Alyssa continued to dream about her family with her father bringing out a birthday cake. "Alisa, happy birthday." The younger brother also congratulated her, "Sister, happy birthday." Alyssa said to herself, "That's so good, it turns out that someone loves me like this, it turns out that I am really worthy of being loved." Alyssa exclaimed happily, "Let's go plant flowers, Dad." The girl thought to herself, "Although I know, this is just a dream, a beautiful end. There are no flowers in White City, Alisa, she died at dawn on the 4th day. There are no flowers in White City, Sumingen, I want to become Noria, so that everyone has time to plant flowers." Baixiong has fallen, the sun tore through the thick fog of the long night, the resistance roared and rushed up, sweeping away the mechanical army that was falling into hibernation. Flooding into the pure white inner city, Sumingen's clone received the core energy. They have crossed the holy mountain that seemed impossible to cross, as if they were putting an end to an era. Sumingen's clone, Ming. "Brother, you give me a very familiar feeling. Have we met before? All the darkness in the world has come to an end here." In another place, there was only a solitary figure, a body falling in the wilderness. She closed her eyes, silently without anyone caring. Mingen worried inwardly. Violent hallucinations and auditory hallucinations are constantly disturbing my mind. Not good, this body is about to reach its limit. In front, some children were mocking Alyssa, "Loss, loss, loss." They continued to tease, "Sister is a loss-making item." Suddenly someone's hand reached out to the girl. "Listen, you are not a resource, what is your name?" Eli Van shook the girl's hand, "Alyssa." He taught her how to hold a gun. "Very good, remember, you are an Alyssa who is independent and free." The young man Eli Van taught Alyssa how to fold paper flowers in the shape of roses and use guns. But because the war situation changed rapidly, he had to leave. "Alyssa, but I have to leave. This set of clothes is for you. If you have to run away one day, pretend to be an adult man." Before leaving, the young man Eli Van left Alyssa a set of black clothes. Following his words, Alyssa fled with Eli Van's clothes. After that, Alyssa's father planned to hand the girl over to the inner city. She struggled to escape, and someone saved her. "Block her, don't let her run away. Offering this little thing will get 50,000, don't let those bastards snatch her away." Alyssa then pleaded, "Mingen, please save me. I don't want to be reformed, I am not a resource." From then on, Alyssa used the shooting skills that Eli Van taught to fight for him, and the rose-shaped paper flowers that he showed her how to fold were used to fold and assemble the black clothes of the resistance for him, so that the set of clothes could return to its rightful owner. "My name is Alyssa, an Alyssa who is independent and free." Seeing this, Mingen thought to himself, "These are the fragments of memory of the real owner of this body, Eli Van." It turns out, the girl that Eli Van once saved before has grown into an independent and free soul. She is Alyssa. His voice gradually diminished. "This body, has it reached its limit?" The system immediately notified, "Perfect clearing progress." Ding Yu called him, "Leader." He thought to himself, "Ding Yu, why do I suddenly want to ask?" Then he asked her, "Ding Yu, who am I?" She replied immediately, "You are our resistance leader, Eli Van, the hero who killed Baixiong." Mingen repeated, "Who am I?" Ding Yu lowered her voice, "You are the person who opened a new century, our respected great man." Suddenly she repeated his words, "Who am I?" Ding Yu, while helping him up, said, "You are the one who came to save us, to save Alyssa, you are Su Mingen." Then she thought to herself, "No has told me the leader's true identity." Mingen then lamented, "It's too cold, this rain is really heavy." She replied immediately, "You are very tired, you have done your best." Seeing that he had woken up, the entire legion cheered happily. "The leader is awake, the leader is awake, quickly call the doctor." They constantly expressed their gratitude to him. "Leader, you are our hero, you are our great man." Ding Yu then explained, "Leader, we have won, all the people who were transformed in the inner city have been rescued, all thanks to you killing Baixiong." One of them spoke, "Leader, regarding the takeover of power after entering the inner city, the plan to abolish the Reformation method, the handling of prisoners, the division of benefits after the war, as well as the alliance meetings, all need you to directly resolve." Woodshim took care of him earnestly, "Leader, your body is fine? After the wound is anti-inflammatory, there is nothing serious anymore, just need to rest more. I will prescribe more medicine for you." at a wide area with hastily erected stone pillars. When she immediately introduced, "This is the list of thousands of people who sacrificed in this war." The other person continued, regarding the support and compensation after the war. "Leader, now that Bai Xiong is dead, our flame has burned victoriously, but the comrades of that flame no longer have the opportunity to witness that moment." Looking at the writing on the stone pillar, Ding Yu said to Mingyan, "Kukyu, leader, could this just be a dream of ours? In reality, we are just small dust in the flow of history." Kneeling before the stone pillar, Mingyan thought to himself, "This cemetery does not have Alyssa's name, because she is not human. In everyone's eyes, she is just a machine that knows how to cry, how to laugh, and how to fear death." Seeing what was in front of him, he asked, "A butterfly?" Touching the butterfly's wing, Mingyan said to everyone, "It is clear that if its wing is torn, it will die, but it is still trying to struggle, determined to break free from the shackles. Even though there are no flowers here, only cold tombstones and broken bricks, it still continues to fly forward, towards the place where flowers bloom." He then said decisively, "We are the same, we must always do our best to do these things. We are not dust in history, we are the fire, we ourselves are history."